wait, 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 wait.
Wait for it.
I would have never imagined this much of a fucking crowd at a college campus anywhere in solidarity with the Palestinians. This is what it's about, okay? I did not stop advocating for the cause, and now I don't feel lonely. I don't feel as lonely anymore, and that's because of you guys. I hope that you can continue advocating for the right things.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Austin, our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one because today is a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, July 10th, 2024, and it is 82 degrees and sunny here in the heart of America, Los Angeles, California, one of the greatest places on the planet. That's right. Folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker at 11:24 a.m. I am maybe a little tardy. I apologize. Like a little bit late, just a little bit. Like a little baby amount of late. City of Angels, City of Dreams. Okay, let me tell you something. We have had trash cans. We have had trash cans for far longer than New York has, so suck me. Anyway, folks, bruh, LA is on fire right now. It feels like an air fryer. Yeah, it is 82 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, and of course it is fire season. So, you know, that is a issue, but it's too hot. It's because LA is too fucking hot, baby. Anyway, it's the same temp, and I live here in BC, Lamau. New York is barely as trash cans these days. They actually have more recycling bins under Bloomberg. Okay, folks. Parasocialist hour for the parasocialists is the update. Literally nothing is going on in my life, honestly. We didn't do shit. Last night, Alexa and I just sat around and watched Smiling Friends, trying to comprehend why this show is like so popular in the meme universe, like for all the memers out there. It's funny, but it's like, all right, it's not, you know, it's not anything super significant, but whatever. Decent show. But other than that, not much. Went to bed early, woke up at 5 a.m. So I'm really fucking annoyed. Like, I have this like weird delayed jet lag situation. Maybe that's what happened to Biden. Oh my God. I just cracked the case. So I have this delayed jet lag situation where like I basically wake up as soon as I arrive in the United States of America. I just like go to my regular work schedule, like waking up early, working out, you know, doing all this shit, right? And I think like, oh, that must mean that I clearly don't have jet lag at all. I just like I overcame it immediately. Skill issue. But then like 5 days in, it just like will rear its ugly head. Weirdly, it'll rear its ugly head out of nowhere when I'll just like wake up at 5 a.m. or wake up at 4 a.m. So that's kind of what's going on right now. This morning I woke up at 5 and I could not get back to sleep, which is annoying. You cannot get jet lagged on Air Force One. It's like a penthouse. Yeah. Ever since I became a gaming viewer, I realized that you like us because we're so much exploitable gig style viewers. Wait, what? Yeah, you're expendable. Hassan, new PFP from Bussy Angel. I'm not gonna be using this. I'm sorry. Your boy Sea Dog Va had a classic moment at Disney. What happened?
That ear replaced. Now we'll start to make our way back into his eyes are really where we're gonna get really expressive with Remy and make him, you know, kind of come to life on our page, be more expressive, like I said. I'm gonna start his eyes.
He drew a penis, didn't he?
At the front of his face, I'm adding a curve, really just following right along with the curve.
Damn, that's beautiful.
There, really soft curve. And then I'm going to add in a little halfway shape on top of it. You can use that eyebrow as a guide to kind of guide yourself along where you want.
Wait, what happened? Oh, he said fuck.
And I'm going to add in
Oh.
a little halfway shape on top of it. You can use that eyebrow as a guide to kind of guide yourself along where you want. And yes, Remy is going to look a little.
There's like little babies around him. I watched your Colin and Samir pod today. I love seeing you on Normie pods. Really like it. Yeah, we'll watch the Colin and Samir pod today. Bro, I called your hat. I'm so embarrassed. That was so dumb of me. I thought it would be a meme hotline, not a fucking real restaurant. Yeah, man. No, this is a real restaurant. It says breast and thighs. Like, what did you think? You thought you were gonna get some titties? Yeah, you will. Chicken thighs, chicken breast. The fuck? Anyway, found Stavi's all looking for titties. Yeah. Are you doing the 2v2 with Ludwig and Jason and Max? Yeah, but like we don't know when. We don't know exactly when we're gonna be able to do it because Lud's not around. Yeah, we're just gonna have to figure it out. We can't do it. Unfortunately, we can't do it. We can't do it tonight. Like we're supposed to do it tonight potentially, but we're not gonna be able to do it tonight. I don't think. Brace is not coming today. Unfortunately, Brace is no longer here. He left. Jason yesterday said maybe today. Yeah, I know what Jason said. You want to know what's crazy about that? I have no connection to Jason. I have no contacts with Jason. You know who has contacts with Jason? Cutie Cinderella and Ludwig. So I assumed that Ludwig would be the one who was setting it up. So the problem is, I asked Ludwig this morning, hey man, what are we doing? Are we doing it tonight or are we doing it on Sunday? Like, when are we doing it? And Lud was like, oh yeah, I didn't hit up Jason. Lud was in Las Vegas putting 10K on blackjack. Yeah. Y'all are so unorganized, Law. Wait, what do you mean? This is entirely not my fault. He was at his house yesterday. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Ludwig was literally there. Wasn't Ludwig at the house? Didn't they like stream together yesterday? How the fuck is that my fault? Like, how am I supposed to be the one setting that up when I don't have, when I have no contact with the dude and I only have contact with Ludwig? So yeah, we're probably not gonna be doing that. Brace is not coming today. Yes, but Felix is. Why don't you hit up Jason yourself, Law? Get his contact from Ludwig, bro. You guys are on crack cocaine, okay? Like I know that it's a meta to shit on me for everything that I do in my own community. Obviously, it's my chat, but like, you're literally insane if you think that like there's a person that like has had an extensive line of communication with the person, okay? They are a part of the 2v2, and literally two of the people that are involved in the 2v2 were together last night, and you're like, oh man, like they made a TikTok together, man. Look at this.
In the spine, I came with the fellas. Ray Mac got hit in the back of his melon. And if I throw a bullet, I bet she catch like Beckham. I told Roby, hop out the feet and send him a message. Like, if she got the will.
Like, are you kidding me? They're making fucking TikToks together, but he can't fucking talk to him about playing basketball. This is not my fault. Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy if you think this is my fault. Okay? Like, this is nuts. This is drill. They're talking about dead people. Yeah, I know. That's the meme. That's the meta. Sometimes I feel like Ludwig doesn't like you, but maybe that's me. Yeah, I feel like that too.
I know we gained away. What up, bro? When the minds got touching,
Yeah, it's not Lud's fault. It's my fault. You're right. It's anyway. Chat expecting Kaizen at levels of prep. Dude, why don't you and Felix have politics podcast? Y'all flow incredibly. Some of the best streams lately. Because I don't know if you know this, but he has a politics podcast already with people that he flows with even better than me. It's called Chavo Trap House. Anyway, Jason on Fear and will go crazy. Yeah, potentially we could do that. You can't blame Hassan for not organizing anything if he has never has anyone's contact. Okay, I don't think people understand. I don't think people understand. It's not that I just don't have this person's contact. It's that I don't have this person's contact and the other person does have that person's contact and was in physical proximity with one another. Anyway, just move on. You're prolonging this. Yeah, you're right. The more I react to chat, the more chat will get unhinged. This is a lesson that I should have learned. No, Brace is not coming today. Just Felix. Okay. So we have a lot to talk about today. Parasocialist hour for personal news. There's not really much going on. I mean, I woke up early. I woke up at 5 a.m. And then we went and we lifted some weights. Took Alex and Alexa both to lift. That was chill, you know. Seemingly they're having a good time. But beyond that, there's not really much going on. So I'm just gonna blast off and I'm gonna get right into it, I think. Because there's I'm down 10 pounds on my cut ab showing for the first time. Hey, that's awesome. Congratulations, chatter. I am also doing pretty well on my cut as well. Poor Alexa, 5 a.m. No, I didn't wake him up. We went to the gym at like a reasonable hour. March was there as well. I had a conversation with Twitch. We have a one-off like if it bangs, we might do more of this. We have a very cool show that we got lined up for you guys. I'm gonna tease it a little bit, but we are working on doing a show that I think will be sick, and I think that it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be very serious debate style show, but maybe not so serious at the same time, and maybe very funny. And we're going to be doing that as a fundraiser as well. So get excited for that. But that was what I was talking about. Did you see Mr. Beast's presidential run candidacy take? I did. Oh my God, I keep forgetting to fucking talk about that. You know what? I'm going to put that in my title as well. And I'm also going to talk about all of the people that are saying Biden should drop out. That's today's show. Once again, for the most part, the first half of the show will be occupied a lot by that kind of thing. Anyway, run for president. Mr. Bish says he wants to run for president. Joe Biden. Will the Dems go with Joe? Pelosi and Clooney come out with additional your throat hurt? No. Statements. RNC is coming up, so we'll talk about Republican policies and why they're trying to moderate. Felix Biederman, along with the Aussie boys, will be on stream. Okay. Shut TV / Hassan Abbey. Dude, Sheltered Rosebud. Are we going to cover Gaza today? Okay, take a week off. Sheltered Rosebud is very close to the perma. Very close. Like just nearing the perma. Okay, along with the Aussie boys will be on stream. Okay, wants to run for president. The Chevron decision got overturned recently, though. I don't know if that's important enough to cover. What do you mean? That's like incredibly important story. Anyway, is Alexa off camera waiting to be let on stream? No, they're just like doing stuff. They're working on some shit currently. Bro, Chinese shit posting on Biden Trump. Yeah, I saw that. Thank you, Themaces, for the playlist. Okay. All right, let's do it. Let's blast off. SCOTUS remove the 6-year statute of limitations for regulations. Is Jover? Yeah, it is Jover. It's fucking Jover. We are bouldering towards a even worse dystopia. I almost texted the number on your hat without reading it first. I'm dyslexic as fuck. What? Anyway, here's the blast off. Mr. Beast wants to run for president. Will the Dems go with Joe? Pelosi including come out with additional statements. RNC's coming up, so we'll talk about Republican policies and why they're trying to moderate. Buy your logic along with Aussie boys on stream. Twitch.tv / Hassan Abi. Yes, I saw the AOC file for articles of impeachment, which is a bold and brave and good move overall. What is this? Did you see Uba call you out? Cheers for streaming the film. Yeah, I don't know why he had blocked me before, but he's like really good friends with Alex. And apparently, Alex had told him about me as well. So I don't know why. It might have been like a blue check mark blocker, but we got unbanned. Let's go. Grown ass man named Uba. The fuck going on in the UK, bro? Yo, you're not even joking about that. That is real valid. That's a valid claim, dude. I don't even understand. Also, Uba can't be blocking me, especially because like he looks so much like Boris Johnson, who is also Turkish. So maybe Uba is also Turkish. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know that. Not getting your Twitch notifications more. Not sure if it's just me or anyone else. No, it's probably, it happens every now and then. You know what I mean? There's not really much we can do about it. This is why people block you. Why? Because I said he's like Boris Johnson, a Turkish man, potentially. It's just random. Sometimes Twitch does that shit. You can't worry about that. Now that nobody can see my likes, I'm gonna like all your blast offs every day from now on. Hell yeah. I get your notifications, but I want to turn them off. Just not fucking with you like that anymore. Any tips on disabling them? Good one. Yeah, Twitch don't send noties when you're late. Twitch doesn't send noties when you're like even a little bit off of like your exact going live time. It's weird. But I think it's because like they have a algorithm. Like they have a math calculation internally of like so many channels that they serve people because like everyone follows like a shit ton of people, right? And if they're going live at the same time, like there's only a finite amount of notifications they want to serve you. They don't usually serve every single person a push notification. So if I'm not like immediately live at 11 as I am every day, I think it like changes how many people get served the push notifications. They have smart notifications. If you don't actually go click on the go live button every single time, then they might not necessarily serve it to you any longer. It's stuff like that. Literally just watched Esmongold react to someone calling the Mr. Beast sweet 9-year-old level thought. Bro literally said, why are people shitting on him for trying to unite people? How is he so oblivious to the fact that he also has a 9-year-old's brain? Listen, dude, you have to understand. Most Americans literally look at politics like it's a fucking like it's a kid's story. Okay. Yeah. Mr. Beast being like, I'm going to talk to the far right and the far left. And it's just like, okay, so what? We're just only going to kill half the Latino population. Like that's just, most people don't think about it. They don't understand it. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just like America is designed for people to be this fucking stupid when it comes to politics. Okay. It's great. It keeps everybody sedated. Anyway, such a fucking insane thing to say when we know how show crowd crazy people are with Ava. It's a 12-year-old's view of politics. Anyway, bro would be like, what if we met in the middle of the Holocaust and no Holocaust? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like some things you don't, you can't hear the crow. Thank you for the 521 give the subs. You can't really have a middle of the ground approach, But yeah, this is the real debate. I don't know why China got to see the real debate. We got to see the fake debate. That was AI debate. This is what actually happened. Yo, what's your opinion on the everlasting CCP bullying and flexing on other countries in the China Sea? Hey, bro, you called it the China Sea. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my take on it. Listen, if every other major power, including Russia, including the United States, including Israel, operated like the CCP operated, okay, we would literally, I'm sorry, objectively, like, yeah, sometimes they do some fuck shit, whatever, okay? But if they all dialed it back to the same degree as fucking Xi Jinping, we would have no war. Like, what are we talking about? We would have long-lasting, resilient peace. It's so funny when people are like, yeah, dude, I can't believe the delusional Andy. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, I know. I am so unimaginably upset at like China overtaking like Filipino boats or something while I'm literally covering an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign with American dollars every day. It is laughable. Okay? Like 2 days ago, Russia blew up a child's hospital in Ukraine. What the fuck are we talking about? Okay? Now you can make the argument that like, well, China is helping them out, and there's some validity to that. You can make that argument at least, but it's like, once again, if every other fucking major power behaved in the really aggressive and violent ways that China behaved, there would be no fucking war. Like, what do you mean? Like a child's hospital? Yes, a child's hospital. A hospital run by a child, a singular child. Yeah. Anyway, you can't say China is a peaceful nation nowadays because everyone is too woke. Like, do you guys understand what I mean? Like, this doesn't mean that like China doesn't do shit, right? Like, of course they do. They're a major power, and every major power does some shit every now and then, both internally and also externally. But like, if we genuinely dialed it back, okay, to a degree where the greatest offense is that like, I don't know, America in its own fucking backyard, in its own territory, not extending to fucking Guam, by the way. I'm talking like, or not even in between like Hawaii and mainland US. I'm talking like fucking off the coast of Miami is behaving in a territorial manner, and that's the most violent thing that America does, we'd be like, America's the greatest nation on earth. What the fuck are you talking about? I would be fucking saying that, not Guam erasure. The existence of Guam in and of itself automatically fucking calls into question the different standards that we have for the United States of America as opposed to our foreign adversaries. Like, anyway, Hassan is right. China should own the South China Sea. Fuck those Southeast Asian countries. Brother, that is not even remotely what I'm saying at all. Okay? People just have one note on this issue, and it's so funny. You literally brought up, what do you think about this? And it's like, I don't know, man. I feel like things that we take for granted that America does times 1,000, okay? Like, it doesn't even meet my radar when we're talking about Russia blowing up a fucking children's hospital just just 2 days ago. And we're talking about an ongoing ethnic cleansing being done with American taxpayer dollars. Like, it is ridiculous to be like, yeah, dude, that thing right there, that's really frustrating to me. We need to, it's like me covering a fucking, I'm Malaysian, by the way. Oh, then enjoy your fucking high-speed rail. What are you talking about? Gee, get out of here. Anyway, the only Malaysian that is in the chat being like, honestly, I don't know about this. You relapsed on responding to chatters. Yeah, I know. China has the Belt Road Initiative. Bad take us on, just being honest. Yeah, I know. That is so bad. Once again, IMF World Bank in comparison to the Belt and Road Initiative is so much worse that Foreign Policy Magazine is not even on board with what you are saying. You are getting your talking points from Reddit, which is seemingly more to the right of Foreign Policy Magazine. Like, at that point, it's just like, who am I having a conversation with? Like, you're upset that they have better loan conditions that they're offering to African partners, trade partners, than the Western world has ever even considered offering. And it is so apparent that even like institutional foreign policy apparatus media members are recognizing that and going, we have to change our attitude towards the way we deal with African countries because China is cleaning it. Anyway, Reddit is just every State Department having conversations with each other through news headlines and just think tanks generated. I just don't even understand it. Like, all right. The China debt trap myth was created by the Trump administration. I don't think it was created by the Trump administration. Yeah, cleaning it like the West cleaned it in the 1700s. Yeah, dude. Yes. China's unconditional loans, which they fucking routinely actually poof, are identical to what the Western world did to Africa in the 1700s. Yeah. Americans, yeah, we are talking about China. You can come in if you want. What? Yeah, I do. It's in the cupboards on the leftmost side on the kitchen. Yeah, leftmost side, third cupboard or second cupboard. Yeah, drawer. Anyway, IMF accusing China of doing, if they did, since forever is cute. IMF the most moral bank. IDF the most moral military. IMF the most moral bank. Anyway, once again, ultimately, China is not fucking perfect. No nation is. There's plenty of issues. They also make conditional allegiances with like ridiculous fucking paramilitary groups or whoever the fuck is immediately beneficial for them. Look no further than even when you look at like Burma, Myanmar, they will sometimes be anti-government and other times be pro-military junta. It's just entirely dependent on where the fuck they are that week. If there's like, as we read about on this broadcast, when they have a real issue with people fucking, when they have a real issue with like Chinese citizens being kidnapped to go work in these like, what is it, pig butchering places, like to do online cyber scams and shit, then they're like, oh yeah, we're just gonna give the money to whichever side deals with this problem better. So it is what it is. But ultimately, American exceptionalism chat turns into Joe Biden when it comes to China and foreign policy. I know. It's just like, you've been watching Vice, huh? No, we literally read an article on it, a couple articles on the stream. I'll never understand the China glaze. I need a lesson. Yeah. Okay. I don't know why the fuck we dove into China so fast when we're talking about the United States of America. Oh, it's because Biden is talking to NATO and like the Western chauvinists are geared up. Maybe that's what it is. This is the power hour. This is a Western chauvinism power hour right now. We got all the war perverts in the chat. That's right. That's right, baby. NATO, 75-year anniversary of NATO. Let's go. Anyway, yeah, our dicks are hard and big and large. Not like the Chinese dick, okay? They're not doing it. They're too violent, but they're also simultaneously not powerful. Our dicks are hard for NATO. Okay, China is doing microaggressions. Condemn them. Yeah. The CCP has aura. That's why we glaze China. Is true. It does. Xi Jinping has aura for sure. Many social credits for me, hopefully. Biden older than NATO and Israel. Biden older than a lot of things. Do you understand? A lot. But if you call that out, you're being ageist. Let's start there. Here is Representative Stephen Horsford.
More than 70% of voters think that President Biden is not demonstrating the capacity to be president. 56% of Democrats say that they would be better off with another nominee. Those are the concerns that I'm talking about that are showing up in the numbers and that are affecting his approval rating.
What I find interesting is that issue is more around ageism and ableism and not what this President Biden has done.
More than 70%.
That's right, baby. Y'all are being ableist. Y'all are being ageist. You better check yourself before you wreck yourself, okay? What an insane... Dude, we are... Oh, my God. The Democratic Party is so fucking cooked. It's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. Wow. Yeah. Hasanabi chatter. Yeah, that's like when he's chirping at me from the TV. He's on CNN, but he's actually a Hasanabi chatter at heart. You can tell. The Democratic strategy is calling their own voters ableist. Yeah, because they're going to hear that and they're going to go, oh my God, I've done a microaggression. Oh my God, I've done a no growth. I need to fix this right now. Okay? Like saying Biden should drop out because he's too old, claiming that is ageist is like saying your grandmother who's now blind because of her cataracts should not drive. Like, it is ableist in the same way that's ableist, which is to say it's not ableist. Okay? It is ridiculous to claim that is ableist. You need cognitive functioning to run the most powerful position on the planet. I don't think this is a controversial take. If you consider this to be a controversial take, you are a psychopath. Anyway, we're going to talk about Nancy Pelosi in a second, but before we do that, Brandon spoke to NATO leaders as Democrats are holding closed-door meetings over his candidacy. It's a big deal for Brandon. He's going full-blown. He's going full tilt. I'm the NATO guy. I don't think that is a solid way to win an election, okay? I don't think you can run around and be like, I'm the NATO guy, Jack. Michigan, I'm the NATO guy. Wisconsin, I'm the NATO guy. I made NATO. Vote for me. Literally, perhaps one of the worst possible ways to run for president. Like, nobody gives a shit. Americans, historically, as we have talked about, don't give a fuck about foreign policy, which has been a very beneficial position for our robust defense contracts. Our robust defense industry. It's great. It's great for them. Nobody gives a fuck, so we get to do whatever the fuck we want. People don't even comprehend that, like, all the money that's going to those initiatives is actually money that could be going to, I don't know, fixing our fucking roads, beefing up our infrastructure for climate change, paying for healthcare, all these different things. Of course, we're not going to do that. The average American doesn't think about that. But because the average American also doesn't think about that, you can't run on that. That's not a thing that you can run on. You can't be like, I'm the fucking foreign policy president. Anyway.
Biden spent the day at the NATO summit in Washington as many Democrats on Capitol Hill were struggling with his decision to stay in the presidential race. Nancy Cortez is at the White House. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Nate. President Biden is set to meet with union leaders this morning. He spoke to Democratic mayors last night as he works to reassure worried Democrats. But every time the White House thinks things are calming down, a new challenge pops up.
Today, NATO is more powerful than ever.
Just as President Biden was looking to project strength with a speech to NATO leaders yesterday, House and Senate Democrats were holding tense, closed-door meetings.
We're riding with Biden. We're riding with Biden.
Are you all on the same page?
No.
I love how fucking old everyone is. Like, on both sides of this conversation, even people who are like, yeah, Biden is too old to run, they're old as dirt. People who are like, nah, Biden is great, actually. His age is perfectly fine. Old as dirt. It is just like, God, this is such a fucking this is such a gerontocracy. Oh my God. We are getting to a point where it's just like, we are getting to a point where it's just 75 plus year olds voting, and they're voting for 75 plus year olds. Okay? That's it. If you're over the age of 75, you run for office or you vote for someone who's running for office, and that's it. We're no one else. It's not important for you. It doesn't matter. We don't give a fuck about what you have to say if you're under the age of 75. Okay? If you're 74, suck my dick, young buck. You ain't got a say in this conversation. You better see yourself out. Okay? You better see yourself out of this equation. The fuck out of here. They have basically become fossils.
What do you mean you're not on the same page? They're not even in the same book.
They were discussing Biden's candidacy and polling that shows him slipping in battleground states. They're worried that a poor turnout for him could hurt them too. Last night, Colorado's Michael Bennet became the first Democratic senator to publicly say Biden can't beat Trump.
Donald Trump is on track, I think, to win this election and maybe win it by a landslide and take with him the Senate and the House.
New Jersey Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill urged Biden to help lead the process toward a new nominee.
Did you give them a heads up? I did. Did they try and stop you? They did.
But New York's Jerry Nadler, who told colleagues privately on Sunday that Biden should leave the race, now says he backs Biden.
The president made very clear.
That's the funniest part, that they just keep also swapping positions. Because like Nadler was like, I don't know, maybe the president's fine. I don't know. It's like, like he was one of the first elder statesmen who is also elderly to come out and be like, yeah, this can't happen. Okay. And then now he's turning around and he's like, I don't know. I forgot what I was saying. It's so stupid. It's just, what the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? Yes, Tim Kaine in the membrane, Tim Kaine in the brain, baby. Senator Tim Kaine to Joe Khalil TV. I have complete confidence that Joe Biden will do the patriotic thing for the country, and he's going to make that decision. He's never disappointed me. Tim Kaine, dude. Tim fucking Kaine. Bro, Democrats are talking. Okay, let me tell you something, okay? Democrats are talking about New York being a battleground state. I have never seen such panic in the Democratic Party. Like, Bernie Sanders potentially becoming the presidential candidate for the Democratic Party is literally not as scary for these motherfuckers. And that's the scariest thing for these motherfuckers, okay? Like, they're saying New York is a battleground state. That is not even correct, okay? That's like, even I would look at that and go, okay, you're being a little fucking ridiculous right now. Unless you are seeing something that I am not seeing, okay? That is insane. That is just like an absolutely insane fucking take. Yeah, they're like, Massachusetts is gone. They're making a second Republican Party out there, okay? Like, Massachusetts has fallen. Vermont. So, you know, all this stuff. Ben Shapiro also testified in Congress, which was pretty funny. We'll do that as well. Their internal polling must be dire. Yeah, it's just, it is. I think they're a little bit hysterical, I'll be honest, but like, this is them trying to, you know, increase the heat a little bit, slowly but surely turning the fucking dial, okay? Doing their very best to be like, Brandon, get the fuck out, without actually saying, Brandon, get the fuck out. What are you doing? You're old as dirt. Some of them have now started saying, Brandon, get the fuck out. You're old as dirt. Okay? But you have to understand a fundamental truth here that I have brought forward multiple times. If you're like, why aren't the Democrats saying this loudly and proudly? Why aren't the Democrats actually coming out of the gates swinging at Brandon? Because the one legitimate advantage that the Democratic Party has over the Republican Party for all of the moderate votes that they want to get, for all the independents that they want to get, okay, is that they are a competent party. They are not a chaotic party, as opposed to the Republican Party that is both chaotic and incompetent and crazy and also very far right. Democrats are supposed to show stability, so they can't fucking come out and be like, we are in a state of massive panic here. They're trying to fucking do this as politely as possible. They just keep going, come on, come on, come on, do the right thing. We love you. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. We love you. You're great. Do the right thing. Okay? Because if Brandon keeps this shit up and he's just like, nah, I'm not getting out. I'm not getting out. You shut your mouth. I'm doing the best. I'm God King. Lord Almighty can't get me to take myself out of this race. Like, the more Brandon refuses to hear what the Democrats are saying in the most polite terms as possible, the more the Democrats have to fucking increase the pressure, turn up the heat a little bit. And the more they turn up the heat, the more this looks chaotic. Okay? And the more the Democrats look chaotic, the more the Democrats look chaotic, the more they look like Republicans. Okay? They are losing they're losing all of their advantage, which is crazy. They're losing the what remains of the advantages. It's like basically throwing abortion in the trash or something. Like, that's the one final thing they have. Like, what are you going to do? Are you going to do a fucking January 6th on top of that too? You're just going to be perfectly Republican at this point? Brandon, in the last quarter, has decided to throw so goddamn hard and just turn into this, like, even older Donald Trump figure. Incredibly narcissistic, incredibly cynical, incredibly right-wing on a lot of issues. Like, Brandon is going to throw so hard by just coming out and being like, honestly, guys, abortion is murder. Listen, Jack, abortion is murder. And I don't think we should have it. I'm proposing to throw women in jail if they try to get an abortion. I'll tell you what. It's just crazy. They're killing babies, Jack. Immigrants are doing rape, and then they're killing babies. Watch me. Not under my watch. I'll put an end to that.
Yesterday that he's running, and for me that's dispositive. We have to support him.
He's not the only lawmaker who sounds more resigned.
Yeah. I mean, wasn't that his position 10 years ago? Listen, a lot can change over 10 years. Like, at the top of the hour, there used to be a 1-minute ad break. Now there's a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. But the reality is, the unchanging reality is that America is a shining beacon of democracy, and a $5 a month subscription will allow you to no longer see those ads at the top of the hour. Folks, if you are lucky enough to get gifted a sub, you will also no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. But if you're not lucky and you make your own luck, you can do that by subscribing for free with a Twitch Prime. Why? Here's the 3-minute ad break now, Jack. Okay. King Henry IV, thank you for the 10 gifted. JMW Cincy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Trump wants to deport all immigrants. I'll go further and deport American citizens. Joe Biden before the election, probably, yeah. He's like, I'm instituting a new test. If you even remotely look Latino, I will deport you. No more. Even if you got Spanish background, I'm deporting all the Puerto Ricans back to their island. Italians too. Richie Torres had this to say: in determining how to proceed as a party, there must be a serious reckoning with how down ballot effective whoever we nominate. What matters is not how we feel, but what the numbers tell us. An unsentimental analysis of cold hard numbers, which has no personal feelings or political loyalty, should inform what we decide and whom we nominate. If we're going to choose a particular path, we should be clear-eyed about the consequences. Blindness, not bliss, amid the terrifying threat of a Trump presidency. That's crazy. He's losing Israel's strongest. He's losing Israel's strongest representative. Okay. This is funny. Everyone under 50. Joe has dementia. It's obvious. Everyone closer to Joe's age. I don't know. Maybe the sun was just in his eyes. I will never die. Exactly. New Hakeem Jeffries told House Dems in meetings this week, including today, that he's going to relay the concerns he's hearing to Biden. Two sources tell Manu Raju. And Jeffries backs Biden and has been in listening mode, but this is the latest sign that Dem panic isn't going away. My favorite part about this past week has been, and I'm going to get to it in a second when we talk about Nancy Pelosi. Okay. My favorite part about this past week has been the new method that Democrats have decided to apply to the chaos, which is, oh, Joe will make a decision soon. It's like, what do you mean he'll make a decision soon? He has said he's running like 18 times, bro. Fuck you mean? Let's talk about Nancy Pelosi. I'm going to skip it. I'm going to get to this because Nancy Pelosi was on Morning Joe, which has an audience of one. Okay. This is specifically for one guy. Okay. It is identical to Donald Trump in that regard. Obviously, the Fox and Friends, or was it Fox 5? No, it's Fox and Friends in the morning was for Donald Trump. He loved that show. He watched it all day, every day. He called into it. Morning Joe is Joe Biden's Fox and Friends. Okay. And so Nancy Pelosi is like, hey, let me publicly go on here and just, reiterate some concerns. Okay. And she did. She sure did. Let's take a look.
Speaker Emerita, Democratic Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi of California, and the leader of the Democratic opposition of Belarus, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. Thank you very much, both of you, for joining us. Of course, Svetlana fled Belarus in 2020 after running against authoritarian leader Alexander Lukashenko in the presidential election, and is widely thought to have won, despite Lukashenko declaring victory amid widespread reports of the election being rigged in his favor. Sound familiar? Svetlana and former Speaker Pelosi are the co-authors of a new op-ed in the Washington Post entitled "NATO is a Bulwark Against Tyranny." Thank you both very much for joining us. Speaker Pelosi, I want to start with you on President Biden first, because over...
What was the makeup person on strike? Nancy Pelosi looks ridiculous. I actually disagree. I saw pieces of this interview earlier this morning, and I actually thought she looks kind of nice. Like, this is completely irrelevant to the main point of contention here, but I think Nancy Pelosi here, without like the crazy old person makeup that she normally does, legitimately looks kind of good. Like, I think this is a good, this is a much, are you drunk? No, I think she looks a lot better with, subtle makeup rather than the classic old person cake that she puts on normally. Good in a grandma way. Guys, not everything has to mean that I want to fuck her. What are you talking about? Like, I'm not saying I want to have sex with Nancy Pelosi here, you fucking freaks. I'm just saying that, like, there's a type of makeup that old people do where you're just like kind of sad when you see it. You're like, oh, that's not the best. Like, I can kind of smell it when I see it. You know what I mean? Like your grandma's cologne or perfume, basically. That's what it looks like. It's just a very, just in your face. She didn't do that today. She had a much more reserved, like much, much more, how do I describe it? I don't even know what the proper term for it is because I don't ever talk about makeup, but it's a more natural look, and I think it's good. It's better.
For the past 24 hours behind the scenes, there's been a lot of depression among Democrats, the phone lines burning up, concerned about his candidacy and whether or not he can win. And some even out loud are shaky at best about President Biden, whether or not he should step out of the race. The headlines, the polling, it all feels very dark. How do you think the president is doing in light of his poor debate performance? Can he do more? And what do you say to Democrats in Congress and even members of the Senate who are beginning to waver in their support?
She looks exhumed, Lamont. Bro, what are you talking about? She's literally the Crypt Creeper. She's old as fuck. That's just how she looks. I'm simply stating that she looks better with this level of makeup than she does with the normal level of makeup that she puts on. Okay? She's not beating it as hard, and I think it looks better in comparison. Okay? Sometimes chat thinks I'm comparing her to fucking Dua Lipa or something. You guys do not understand that, like, when I analyze something, oftentimes I'm analyzing it, and I clearly will tell you, I'm analyzing it with, like, very clear-cut fucking boundaries, okay? She's still a corpse. There's nothing you can do about that. She's just old. That's just the passage of time. That's just a thing that happens, okay?
Good morning, Mika. That's one version of the story. What I do want to say is that yesterday I was honored to be present at the president's speech at NATO. He was absolutely spectacular. He was received over and over again with ovations for what he had to say and the force with which he said it. And then he gave the Presidential Medal of Freedom to Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary.
Dude, one thing I need you guys to pay attention to right now, one thing I need you to pay attention to is that anytime somebody talks about Biden, or specifically to Biden, okay, because that's what Nancy's doing here, they always talk like they're talking about like a child or, I don't know, a dog that is, you know, going to die soon. And everyone is just like, there's this energy in the air where everyone's like, yeah, you know, he's doing his very best. He's such a good boy. He's such a good boy. Isn't he such a good boy? He's doing the NATO thing. It's a big week for him. Okay? He's so brave. He's doing his goodest, his darndest. And it's crazy. It's like, bro, that's the president, okay? That's the president. We're not hyping up a 5-year-old for coloring inside the lines here. What do you mean? He's having a big week, okay? It's NATO's 75th year anniversary. It's a big week for Brandon.
Secretary General of NATO. I felt very honored by that because as one who has received it, Jen's getting it brought luster to that honor. So it was a beautifully received, energetic presentation by the president. Politics is politics. People have their interest in terms of their own region and the rest. And so we are the Democratic Party, a party that is, shall we say, not lockstep. But this president has been a great president. And I can tell you firsthand, as a person who orchestrated many of the pieces of legislation that the president takes great pride in, and he should, because he was there at the table, chapter and verse, very conversant, with a vision, a purpose.
That's crazy. He was able to speak. The president, folks, isn't he the best? He was capable of speech. Okay? That's right. He was holding his own like the goodest boy. He was holding his own. Now, obviously, this isn't the main point, okay? The main point is coming, and you'll see when it comes. But she's doing the classic Democrat that's like trying to fucking tell Biden to step down move, where they just like spend the first 10 minutes talking about how great he is, okay? Talking about how wonderful of a job he's doing. He carries himself with so much charisma and pizzazz, okay? And it's, yeah, open face shit sandwich. Yeah, no, literally, it's just like, it's the compliment sandwich. Okay? Just understand, he is deserving of all of the vanilla ice cream in the White House tonight. Okay? He's a good boy.
With the knowledge of the issues, with values underlining it all, and again, always asking the question, what does this mean to working families in our country? So any thought that he wasn't able to deliver on all of those is, I can just say, just didn't happen.
So, Madam Speaker, you just went through the president's record, but let me ask you about the current moment. Does he have your support to be the head of the Democratic ticket?
As long as the president had it's up to the president to.
Yeah. Look. This is the moment, okay? Pay close attention.
President's record, but let me ask you about the current moment. Does he have your support to be the head of the Democratic ticket?
As long as the president had it's up to the president to decide if he is going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision.
I'm sorry. Make the choice to run? Nancy Pelosi has not been in a fucking vacuum for the past week. She knows the president has decided. Why is she acting like he hasn't decided? He keeps saying, I'm running, Jack. Fuck you mean? Oh, it's up to the president to make that decision. He literally said, only God can take me out of this race. And then said, if someone wants to unseat me, they should run against me. Primaries are fucking over. And he's over here being like, run against me, Jack. So why is Nancy Pelosi saying that? Why is Nancy Pelosi saying, oh, the president needs to make a decision? We're just all encouraging him to make the decision. He's made his decision. He's made his decision so many times over, as a matter of fact. So why is Nancy Pelosi still acting like the president has not made this decision? Is it because the Democratic Party apparatus only has one speed and that's just gaslighting? Sure, that's valid. They do love doing that. They do love acting like the things that everyone can see and hear and understand and internalize are easily avoidable, right? You could just be like, oh, yeah, he hasn't decided yet. No, he has. He has said it time and time again, which he is going to address in a second. Let's keep going.
Because time is running short. I think overwhelming support of the caucus. It's not for me to say. I'm not the head of the caucus anymore. But he's beloved. He is respected, and people want him to make that decision, not me.
He has said he has made the decision. He has said firmly this week he is going to run. Do you want him to run?
I want him to do whatever he decides to do, and that's the way it is. Whatever he.
What do you mean? Well, okay, so let's say Nancy Pelosi hadn't heard Biden say he's going to run, right? Let's say Nancy Pelosi is shocked, okay, at this new information that she just found out, okay, on motherfucking Morning Joe. What's the reaction? Why is she not addressing the new information that she just found out about? Oh, the president has made his decision? That's weird.
People want him to make that decision, not me.
He has said he has made the decision. He has said firmly this week he is going to run. Do you want him to run?
I want him to do whatever he decides to do. And that's the way it is. Whatever he decides, we go with. I think it's really important, and I would hope everyone would join in, to let him deal with this NATO conference. This is a very big deal. Over 30 heads of state are here.
All of his friends are here. Let him have his little party. Come on. It's a big week for him. He's a big boy. This is a big week. He's been trying to put this party together. It's a tea party. Okay? Let him have his moment. He's just a little guy. And then he'll make his decision. It's like, he has though. But he has though. That's not what this conversation is about. Now, the reason why she's answering in the way that she's answering this question, which is a very direct question, obviously, is for the reasons that I mentioned time and time again over the course of the past week plus now, which is they can't openly say, I, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker Emeritus, one of the most, influential older members of the Democratic Party who have been a lifelong Democrat and a bulwark of institutionalist Democratic Party defense, am saying Joe Biden needs to step aside. She can't say that. That's chaotic. So she's trying to communicate to Joseph Robinette Brandon from the television, hey, dickhead, come on, drop out. Am I huffing copium to think this means he will step down after NATO meeting or they will push harder? Well, the closed door caucus meetings are happening and have been happening for the past 2 days now, for the past 3 days now. And the issue is, it's very back and forth, but more and more senators and House of Representatives, like representatives in the House, are coming out and saying like, yeah, no, this can't continue. Okay.
the host of it, and that means not just hosting, it means orchestrating the discussion and setting the agenda, and he's doing so magnificently. And I've said to everyone,
wouldn't that message be taken better by Joe if she went and talked to him personally rather than doing it on TV? Like, why not just go to the White House and ask him straight up? I don't know what the best answer to that question is. It's pure speculation, right? But my speculation is that they have tried to pressure him. He's just not really listening. He's very stubborn. I think that he's being a little bit stubborn. If you notice, like, he didn't even talk to, like, he did not calm his own party for a week after the debate. Like, he did not talk to anyone except for his closest staffers that have been with him for like 40 years, Jill Biden, and even Hunter fucking Biden. And, you know, that was pretty weird. And even then, since then, he's only talked to like a total of 20 Democratic Party members. Okay? So, you know, situation is not great. What is this? So stupid. It's like when you ask your mom for a toy and pretend she hasn't said no the last 4 times you asked. It wasn't the answer you wanted, so you'll just ignore it and keep asking. Same strat. Yeah. I think that one House Democrat, a Biden ally, told me they think the White House and campaign will limit the president after this week. I think he'll survive the convention if he just limits himself at this point. This is obviously not what many of the other Dem lawmakers are calling for. Yep. They're hitting the la la la, I can't hear you button, which is funny because that did carry him across the finish line, or at least that carried him to a victory in the last primary. Okay. And I think that they're making a mistake in thinking that this will carry him to the convention. And then after the convention, it's just like everyone is going to have to defend whoever the Democratic Party candidate is. Wonderful stuff overall. Let's continue.
Let's just hold off. Whatever you're thinking, either tell somebody privately, but you don't have to put that out on the table until we see how we go this week. But I'm very proud of the president, and I'm very proud to be here with Svetlana. I've been on this show any number of times, but I have to say it is such an honor to be with her, a champion of democracy, a courageous leader in a very dangerous situation. So I'm looking forward to hearing from Svetlana.
Well, let's turn to you now. Thank you for being here. Tell us, what is here at the NATO summit? What is your overall message?
What we are waiting from NATO countries now as people who are fighting against dictatorship, against atrocities in our country, against imperial ambitions of Russia, we need unity and decisiveness. Because the task of dictators is to split democratic world and to divide, not pursue them, not to provide assistance to those nations who are fighting to dictatorship. So we need unity and we need decisiveness, because very often...
Yeah, the rest of this is NATO related. I don't really care about it as much right now. We'll get back to the NATO conversation in a little bit. Okay?
Some Democratic lawmakers are strongly backing the president, others voicing serious concerns as the president hosts the NATO summit in Washington, where his performance is going to be closely watched. Our senior congressional correspondent Rachel Scott is tracking it all on Capitol Hill. Good morning, Rachel.
George, this morning, President Biden will be on the world stage trying to prove to his party that he has what it takes to stay in the race. It comes as some Democrats warn that if he remains on the ticket, Democrats will lose in November.
This morning, with President Biden determined to stay in the race, Democrats facing a choice whether to stick with Biden or call on him to drop out.
You're riding.
But now a 7th House Democrat, Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill of New Jersey, calling on Biden to withdraw.
As strongly as possible for new leadership so we could really prosecute the case against Donald Trump.
And overnight, Senator Michael Bennet delivering this blunt warning.
Donald Trump is on track, I think, to win this election and maybe win it by a landslide and take with him the Senate and the House.
Sources tell ABC News Senators John Tester and Sherrod Brown.
Yeah, I mean, here's Doggett, the first Dem that actually called for Biden to drop, said that Pelosi is keeping the situation very open, very fluid. The fact that she's raising these issues, leaving it out there, indicates, I think, her realization that we can't go forward without some greater certainty on a number of aspects of the president's future. Yeah. Nancy Pelosi could be like, no, it's a done deal. She could hit the AOC line, right? Nancy Pelosi could turn around and say exactly what AOC said and be like, Biden is the candidate. It's a done deal. Shut the fuck up. Let's move on. But she's not doing that. She keeps saying, oh, Biden's going to make a decision. Biden's going to make a decision. I don't think I'm being I don't think I'm holding out hope. Okay. I don't think I'm holding out hope and like huffing on copium when I see the insanity happening in front of our eyes unfolding as we speak. Okay. AOC is fivehead by being so pro-Biden that the establishment becomes anti-Biden. No, the squad and their unconditional loyalty to Biden is completely irrelevant in this conversation because they know that they have no fucking momentum internally when it comes to internal party dynamics. They are literally, they're nothing. If anything, it might even prove to be a negatively polarizing force that causes the some of the holdouts to actually circle around Biden. LeMafiel, you actually might be right, but you got to admit it's cringy to defend Biden. No, it absolutely is. Of course it is. But this is not a conversation that the progressives can have any statements on that will yield a productive result. Okay? That's why I kept saying over and over again, reiterating over and over again, that this is specifically for the establishment Democrats to decide on. Jill Biden might kill off Democrats who are saying Joe should step down since the Supreme Court okayed it. Yeah, okay.
Also raised doubts about the president winning re-election when Democrats met behind closed doors.
You still support President Biden?
That Ohioans have legitimate questions about what President Biden is going to do.
That's not a yes.
House Democrats met for hours too. Sources calling that meeting rough.
Are you all on the same page?
No. What do you mean you're not on the same page? They're not even in the same book.
When all of it was over, Democratic leadership from both the House and Senate saying this.
Right now.
By the way, Biden's team strategy is to keep dripping appearances to delay calls to drop out. He has a Thursday meeting, a big boy meeting, as John Kirby said. He has a Thursday press conference at night. Okay, so remember that. And now he's announced that he's going to do a Lester Holt Monday night conversation, primetime special, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. The primetime special is at 9 p.m. Eastern. So they're doing this because they're running out the clock. Not until November. Remember, this is something I already mentioned. They're running out the clock, not until November. They're running out the shot clock until the convention. This is unimaginably selfish. Okay? It's unimaginably selfish. Hold on. I'm going to quote tweet this. But until the convention, such a robust democracy in America, Lamau. I know. It's great. Why did the convention? Do normies even care about that? It's not about the normies. It's about the Democrats. It's not about the normies. It's not about the voters. I don't think you understand. This is not about the voters at all. This conversation is being had internally within the Democratic Party. If he makes it to the convention, it's over. Like, there's no going back from that. He knows that obviously no Democrat is going to fucking come out and be like, that's the presidential candidate, but I can't in good conscience vote for him. No, of course. Of course they're going to unite. And they're going to, whether they want to or not, shut the fuck up and go with Joe. That is literally what is going on here. The Democrats will absolutely fall in line if he makes it to the convention. And he knows that, and that's precisely why, or his team knows that, and that's precisely why they're trying to run out the clock. Not until November, but until the convention. So the Dems unite behind the ticket when it's impossible to swap him. Could they backstab him at the convention? Yes, but that's very unlikely. I think this conversation needs to be had, like I said, in order for this to be a swift transition that doesn't harm whoever comes next, or Brandon himself, really, and his electoral chances, his election chances. They have to do this quickly. They have to do this efficiently. They have to do this with grace. And Biden's senility and Biden's cynicism and Biden's stubborn pride and his spite-motivated attitude is causing this to not happen. which is wild. Seems like they're trying to run out the clock, not until November, but until the conventions where the Dems unite behind the ticket when it's impossible to swap them out. Bold move from a spiteful, refuses to listen to reason. Won't get the dire to listen to reason or read the polls. Does it seem like they are doing it, though? There seems to be too many pro-Biden people, and holdouts have any convincing move on him. No, the holdouts, I believe you, but what do you mean spiteful? Biden has been running for president for like 40 years at this point, okay? He ran for president for 40 fucking years, and he finally got it. And when you hear him say, they always ruled me out, but I won time and time again, okay? He's right. That isn't just, you made this exact same tweet 2 days ago. I know, I keep doing it again and again. Biden isn't trying to get across the finish line on November 5th. He's trying to actively run out the clock until the convention so that it's far too late to swap him out without consequence. It's an insanely selfish strategy from a spiteful man. I know. Why are you calling me out? So is it against the rules or something for the DNC to change their nominee after the convention? Yes, the convention is where you officially designate the nominee. Obviously, if someone dies after the convention, that would be chaotic, but like I'm sure there is like a mechanism there. But no, you like the convention is the finale. Like that's it. It would be virtually impossible after the convention to swap them out. And even in the convention, there's like obviously the DNC could technically choose whoever the fuck they want. Okay. Obviously, at the convention, the DNC could technically, legally choose whoever they want as their candidate. Like, actually, that is like a thing that they could do. Please change your profile pic. I'll change it if you can find that same pic without the fucking LGBT background. But, you know, I'm not going to do that on my own. Don't change it. I do want to change it. It's just like I'm too lazy to change it myself. Yeah, we got the Lieutenant Governor of New York as well. Hold on. I'll change it. I'll change my Twitter profile pic now. I'll change it. I'll change it right now. What the fuck? It's a different hat. How did you find that? Okay, boom. I changed it. I've done that with a different hat as well. That's crazy. Is the Mr. Beast thing a meme or did he say something? No, he did say it. Did you cover the Clooney article yet? No, not yet. You're just a one-trick pony.
President Biden is the nominee, and we support the Democratic nominee.
Are you confident that President Biden has what it takes to win in November and serve the next 4 years?
As I've said before, I'm with Joe.
All of it putting some members who have concerns in a box.
We have no choice but to, support him as our nominee and make the best of a complicated situation. That's the concession to the political reality we face.
But this morning, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi stopped short of saying he should run and said Democrats should hold off until they see how this week goes.
It's up to the president to decide if he is going to.
I like that the media is not even like playing along with Nancy Pelosi's like wishy-washy centrism and immediately cutting through that noise and going, yeah, no, she said, we'll wait this week out. Like she delivers that statement in a way that allows the media to cover it as like Nancy Pelosi reaffirms her commitment to Biden. You know what I mean? But nope, they're not even doing that. They're just straight up going, nope, she meant wait for the week to end.
To run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short.
Democrats are closely watching how Biden performs on the world stage during the NATO summit.
We gather to proclaim NATO is ready and able to secure that vision today and well into the future.
The president's rival, former President Donald Trump, has largely remained out of sight, returning to the campaign trail for the first time since the debate.
It doesn't matter who they nominate because we are going to beat any one of them in thundering landslides.
So back here on Capitol Hill, most Democrats telling us they're accepting the reality that even if they have concerns, there's really not much they can do about it. The president is vowing to stay in the race. Democratic leadership is rallying behind him. One thing that Democrats are watching tomorrow, that press conference that the president is expected to give, where he's expected to take a number of questions from reporters, George.
And Rachel, Donald Trump closing in on a VP pick.
Yeah, Donald Trump's advisors say that he is expected to announce who his running mate will be by next Monday. That is just as the Republican National Convention gets underway. Sources tell us it is down to a final three: Senator J.D. Vance, Senator Marco Rubio, and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. But sources tell us as of this morning, Trump has still not made up.
I'm such a burger boy, dude. I am literally, I'm out of my goddamn mind with this burger nonsense, okay? I'm holding out hope. I'm holding out hope. I'm holding out hope. He can win if you vote for him, chat. Doug Burgum, let's go. Burgermaniacs, rise up. Burger boys, rise up. We're out here. North Dakota heads, okay? Doug Burgum mentioned, you voting Trump Burger? If he puts Burgum on the ticket, maybe. Who knows, man? Who knows? I'm from ND and that's embarrassing. No, it's not. North Dakota, best Dakota. Burgum is going to be the pig literally because he's a rich pussy. No, I don't think Burgum's going to be the pig. I think it's going to be JD Vance. But that's, I think it's going to be JD Vance. But I've been saying it's going to be JD Vance for some time now. But I do love Burgum personally. I've been a Burgum maniac for a while. Okay. Burgum maniacs in control. Why do you like Burgum? Who is he? It's a meme, man. It's just, he's the governor of North Dakota, our best state. He's the governor of the most important state in America, North Dakota. Okay. He also sold his company to fucking Bill Gates. He's like a billionaire. He's a real socialist. He paid people $20 to donate $1 to his campaign. Yeah. That's real socialism. And he will do that. Okay. Trump said Marco when talking about beating Trump at a rally. I don't know if it was a slip or something. I would be shocked if he went with fucking little Marco, dude. Are you kidding me? Yes, I know there's a new interview coming out with NBC. Okay, I know. All right, let's continue. Trump also popping off yesterday in Florida at his rally, turned around and straight up demanded another debate. He is, he's having a good time with this.
To politics now, former President Donald Trump was out in the heat last night in Florida at a rally at one of his golf courses there. And in front of the overheated crowd, he took aim at President Biden's health and issued a new debate challenge. Meanwhile, President Biden gave a major speech to NATO in Washington yesterday as he tries to show he has the energy to keep doing this job. Our team is covering both sides of that story, but we're going to start with Caitlin Huey Burns, who's at the Trump rally, or was last night there in steamy Miami. Caitlin, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Tony. Well, at that rally last night, Donald Trump wasted no time going after his rival. He actually challenged Biden to another debate this week without moderators. And in a nod to a more memorable exchange from the last debate, he also challenged Biden to a golf match.
Former President Donald Trump back on the campaign trail for the first time in over 10 days.
Joe is, in fact, all talk and no action.
Capitalizing on President Biden's struggles with his own party.
Joe's own party now wants him to throw in the towel and surrender the presidency after a single 90-minute performance.
With the Republican National Convention starting on Monday, Trump is preparing to announce his running mate. One of the contenders joined him last night. Florida Senator Marco Rubio stepped up the attacks against Vice President Kamala Harris.
Of all the crazy left-wing policies that they want for our country, she supported every single one of them.
As for Republican policies,
like the only benefit that little Marco gives Trump, I guess, is that he's like seen as like a more reasonable Republican. So it's a way to center him. But I don't know how much play he has with like investors or donors rather, in the way that like JD Vance opens up like an entire avenue of Silicon Valley style donors, specifically Peter Thiel. Trump relies on that. Latino too. I don't think anybody gives a shit about that. Like, what do you guys think that you guys think that the Cuban vote is not 98% Bashar al-Assad numbers for Donald Trump in Florida? What are we talking about? Like, yeah, he really needs Marco Rubio to pack up the Cuban vote, dude. Are you kidding me? That's fine. Okay. He doesn't need Marco Rubio for that shit.
The RNC approved a platform this week that makes no mention of a decades-long call for a national abortion ban, and adopted Trump's stance that laws governing reproductive rights should be left to the states. Also on Tuesday, Nikki Haley, who challenged Trump for the nomination, encouraged her delegates to move their support to Trump, saying the convention is a time for Republican unity, adding Joe Biden is not competent to serve a second term. But Trump supporters are more than happy to run against him.
I saw a different Trump the last debate, which was nice. He was a little bit mild-mannered, not as boisterous, not as angry.
Do you want Biden to run against Trump?
Absolutely.
Dude, it's great. The Trump team is relying on the short-term memory loss that Americans have to basically moderate his positions, moderate the Republican Party's positions, make it seem like they're actually a totally different Republican Party than the one that has like communicated how fucking insane they are. Okay? It's awesome. Like you look at their policies, you look at like what I mean, I guess like it's laughable because they purposefully usually don't mention policies in general and just go off of vibes and resentment and anger and, you know, wanting to kill migrants. But basically they're just like, hey, we're totally different, actually. Like, we promise. We're so different. We're so different than the way you think we are, you know? We promise we're different. What is this abortion stuff? We love abortion, okay? Project 2025, I don't even know what the fuck that is. What is Project 2025? What is that, like? What I don't even know what that is. Heritage Foundation? Never heard of it, okay? Never heard of it. We're pro-abortion, actually, pretty much, you know? Abortion should be between a man, not a man, sorry. Abortion should be between a woman and her medical professional.
Comes to that golf match, Biden's campaign said in a statement last night that the president doesn't have time for, quote, Trump's weird antics. Donald Trump will be back on the campaign trail on Saturday with a rally in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. And the Republican National Convention, of course, starts next week in Milwaukee.
All right, Caitlin, thank you.
The Democratic infighting over President Biden's future is boiling over. So as we were talking, covering all this news, as I mentioned, that 8th House Democrat, he's a New York congressman, Pat Ryan, he's described as a moderate. Well, he's now urging Biden to step aside. He says that it's a, quote, grave disservice to call Biden the party's best candidate. So he said that, but he also tied it to his fears about President Trump. He calls President Trump an existential threat. And a lot of Democratic commentators have made the point, so someone's an existential threat, but you're not putting up your best candidate. It doesn't make sense. You can't have it both ways. Also, during our
That someone was me. I'm the someone. I'm the one who said that.
show, Senator Blumenthal, who just yesterday said Biden is the Democratic nominee for president of the United States. He has my support. He needs to aggressively make his case. Moments ago said this: I am deeply concerned about President Biden. So it's interesting. Pelosi comes out. She makes these comments. Jake Sherman says a bomb goes off on Capitol Hill. And now all of a sudden, the messaging is mixed. It's all over. So we're getting all of that. Exclusive new reaction. More to come about George Clooney's call for President Biden to bow out. Every congressman being chased down the hall. And here's what Tennessee Democrat Steve Cohen had to say on that.
George Clooney just said in the New York Times that Biden needs to step down. Are you worried that now Democrats in Congress, you have Hollywood, are saying Biden is not mentally fit?
George Clooney is a movie producer. He needs to produce movies.
He's the movie producer. He also raised $14 million for your guy 3 weeks ago. So, yeah, you have that.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Compar.
So let's talk about George Jebediah Clooney. Okay. Mr. Phony. Mr. Motherfucking Phony. Mr. Fake Friend. He wrote an op-ed, a guest essay for the New York Times. He said, I love Joe Biden, but we need a new nominee. Now, one of the most important parts of this article isn't necessarily that George Clooney has raised money for Joe Biden only like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. It isn't the fact that he's calling for him to step down. Many other donors have also called him to step down. Now, the real reason why this is pretty significant is because why he wants Joe Biden to step down. Because many of you saw Joe Biden's horrible performance on the debate stage. Okay? George Clooney, on the other hand, didn't just get to see that debate performance. George Clooney was side by side with Joe Biden. Let's go to Dana Bash. George Clooney got to experience Joe Biden in person. That is the real scary part of this equation. That's the scary part of this conversation. George Clooney saw Joe Biden in person and was like, oh my God, that's bad. As a matter of fact, it's as bad as what you saw on the debate stage. So that's a real scary prospect, much scarier than being caught with your dick out at the top of the hour with no subscription when there's a 3-minute ad break coming for you. Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. With the Twitch Prime, you can subscribe for free. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Now, let me tell you something. Isn't this good, not scary? I mean, it's kind of scary that like a dude who stood side by side with the president who raised a shit ton of money for him is literally saying like, no, he's pooping his diapers. And he's not the only famous George that has stood side by side with the president, the current sitting president. George Stephanopoulos also had a beat. A TMZ person came up to him with a, with their iPhone out filming a private conversation where he said, hey, what do you think about the president? Like, you saw him, you were next to him. Like, do you think he should stay in the race? And George Stephanopoulos famously yesterday said, no. He said, nah, he shouldn't stay in the race. He's not fit for office. Here it is.
Hey, how you doing? Good. What do you think? Do you think Biden should step down? You talk to him more than anybody else have lately, and you can be honest.
He said, I don't think he can serve 4 more years. He said, yeah, I did sit next to him. I did sit down with him and I did talk. Now, at first we were like, oh, is that actually George Stephanopoulos? Do we know if he actually said that? Turns out he did, because he openly stated that he did. Okay. He came out last night and said, yeah, I shouldn't have said that, but it was me. I did say that. And, it was basically, he said something along the lines of like, it was me. I should be more careful with what I say to random people on the street. That's it. Okay. I'm just saying, these are people who literally are fucking around Joe Biden, who are not named Jill Biden or Hunter Biden. Okay. People who have been around Joe Biden for extended periods of time, like, having this position is pretty fucking scary.
Another House Democrat is calling on Joe Biden to drop out of the race. Moderate New York Congressman Pat Ryan is now the 8th elected Democrat to do so publicly. Of course, President Biden has no shortage of critics right now. Some of his toughest are coming from those who worked inside the Obama-Biden administration, like the co-hosts of the podcast Pod Save America. They served as speechwriters to the former President Obama.
This is a campaign that is and a White House that is being let down by their principal over and over and over again. It was a terrible interview. He did a terrible job articulating why he's in the race, what happened at the debate, and why he's the person to beat Trump. He's doing a terrible job.
Joining me now is one of the co-hosts of that podcast, Jon Favreau, Obama's former chief speechwriter, and the co-author of the...
Hey, Hassan, why don't you have the same energy towards Ukraine, the multicultural, diverse nation of 50 million people, 20 million now, who decided in 2014 to be a ethnical state, banning Bulgakov, Pushkin, Turgenev, Victory Day, and having the butchers of SS as national heroes, as you do towards the Israeli state, who is practicing some mono-ethnical policy? I don't know, because Israel is not being invaded by a much larger nation, and having their citizens be fucking slaughtered. Israel has conducted a 76-year occupation on a territory that does not belong to them, that is comprised of an indigenous population. So the dynamic is genuinely different between, Ukraine. I love that sometimes I love when people turn around and go, yeah, dude, I'm actually pro-Palestine and pro-Russia. It's just like, doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, how are you just, this guy is Z, correct? This is not a good way to craft an argument. Okay. It's as bad as the dipshits that are pro-Ukraine and pro-Israel. I mean, just idiotic. We're gonna do the New York poll in a second, and why the New York politicians are coming out and demanding Biden drop out. But that's gonna come up in a second. Let's continue.
New book, Democracy or Else. John's one-time former boss is also here. Former Obama senior advisor David Axelrod, now of course a senior CNN contributor. Thank you both for being here. Jon Favreau, I'm going to start with you because, first of all, Axe, I did listen to Hacks on Tap, so I'll get to that in a second. But I listened to the entire episode. I think you dropped it yesterday. It gave me so much anxiety. I could feel the frustration coming through the car speakers as I was listening to it, and then my earbuds. And so the question is that I have for you is, I'm putting myself in the position of the Biden campaign right now, of the White House. And that is, you guys are so angry and you guys are so upset. Are you hurting more than helping by saying so much about what you're saying publicly?
No, I think what's hurting Joe Biden right now is not only the debate performance, but the response to the debate performance, in that he has been unable to articulate a coherent and compelling argument against Donald Trump, who I believe represents an existential threat to our democracy. And the debate did not, voters had concerns about Joe Biden's age and fitness for the job long before the debate. An overwhelming majority of voters did, and the debate amplified those concerns in a way that was very visceral for voters to see. And so it's like, it really doesn't matter what I think, but
Z Purpose equals Ukraine should not lean towards the U.S. and have engaged in a civil war that killed more than 13,000 people on each side. I'm a progressive, by the way. Dude, you're masking what the actual sentiment here is. Please, oh my God, you guys are just as annoying as the fucking Ukrainian flag in the bio people, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. It's so fucking annoying. It makes me lose my goddamn mind, dude. It's like long-term community members too. There is no way to justify Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This is not me posturing to like secretly fucking win back some of these NATO Andes. Like, it's ridiculous. Part of the reason why I hype up China, regardless of how much they fucking, those very same people lose their shit over China, is because they demonstrate a lot of reservation in terms of making insane moves in the same way that Russia does. The other reason, of course, is because, you know, China has actively made a lot more movement in terms of urbanization, rapid development, in their own personal domestic affairs. Their foreign policy is very different than Russia. Russia is infinitely more volatile and also a obvious right-wing, hyper-nationalist kleptocracy run by a bunch of fucking oligarchs that we put into positions of power. Okay? There are defensible positions in terms of America's foreign adversaries and America's foreign adversaries that demonstrate restraint. And then there are indefensible positions. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is completely and utterly indefensible. The argument of saving the LPR and DPR is ridiculous, considering the death toll on both sides since the invasion of Ukraine. Okay, in everything east of the Dnieper River, it's ridiculous. Who the fuck are you saving? You just killed infinitely more people. Okay, the argument that, oh, this had to be done in order to protect, in order to ensure that NATO is not going to be prominent in Ukraine is also ridiculous, especially considering that NATO is stronger than it was before Russia invaded Ukraine. Vladimir Putin could have continued beefing up his trade relations with European partners, refusing to do insanely violent shit in Ukraine. It would have been infinitely more defensible if that was the case. Instead, he turned around and said, Ukraine is actually Russian territory. We are of one nation. We have to forcibly take it. No, NATO is weaker. Europe is weaker. That's just maximalist copium. NATO is weaker is ridiculous, dude. NATO got the most popular mandate it has ever had. It was the greatest gift to NATO admirals, NATO generals. There is absolutely zero justification for invading a foreign nation like this, okay? There is no fucking reasoning. You're crazy. Not only that, but also even areas You really think Russia wants to annex all of Ukraine? It doesn't matter. What are we talking about? Annexing eastern Ukraine is also completely unacceptable. Also, blowing up eastern Ukraine is also completely unacceptable. Think about all the fucking deaths that have occurred so far. That's insane. And now Finland and Sweden have also joined NATO. Come on, dude. Please. Calm the fuck down. Ukraine has also blown up eastern Ukraine for many years now. I know, dude. Yeah. Just like Hamas kills his own citizens, which is why Israel killing every Palestinian is actually the much better choice. Do you not notice how much your argument resembles the Israeli position when you try to subtly defend Russia? It's crazy people are saying this after Russia blew up a hospital. Yeah, and then turned around and was like, no, it must have been a Hamas rocket. Most Ukraine war hawks are also Israel supports 95% of them. That doesn't matter. Am I one of those people? Am I a Ukraine war hawk, as a matter of fact? Do you think that I have not been fucking advocating for a ceasefire in Ukraine when Ukraine had a much more favorable position years ago? I have. I am not pro-NATO. I want a ceasefire in Ukraine. But it's ridiculous that so many people just take this weird stance here. You're the biggest of war hawks? Yeah, I know. I'm such a big war hawk. That's why I'm always fucking advocating to end wars globally. That's what a war hawk is. Yeah, that ceasefire will never happen under NATO/US influence. Yeah, dude, Russia's small bean. Russia operates in Russia, much like Israel, operates like a naturally occurring phenomena. It's a hurricane. It's a typhoon. It's a volcano. It's an earthquake. Like, what are we talking about? There are two sides to this, okay? Like, obviously, it's a ridiculous thing to be like, oh, why don't you tell Russia to do a ceasefire? Like, if someone comes in here and says something like that, I'm like, okay, dude, yeah. Let me call up Vladimir Putin right now and be like, hey, Pooty Poo, stop that right now, you know? It's akin to being like, oh, why is nobody asking Hamas to release the hostages? Why is nobody asking Hamas to do a ceasefire? Not what I said at all. I know that's not what you said. I'm saying someone who is on the opposite side of your position would probably take a stance like that. Okay? Someone who is like unconditionally pro-Ukraine, unconditionally anti-Russia, Ukrainian flag in the bio, all this stuff. Like that's what they would tell me in this situation when I talk about ceasefire and America's involvement in Ukraine and America's responsibility to ensure that more deaths do not happen. Okay? All of NATO is with Israel. What are you talking about? I'm not. So why the fuck do I care? I hate those guys. Bringing up those people in this conversation is idiotic. You can't talk to me about my positions, so you just bring up random irrelevant shit. NATO was like 30 people on Twitter with the Ukrainian flag in their bio, and you're over here talking about NAFO. Like, what the fuck is NAFO? I've never learned about what it is. I still don't know what the acronym means, and I do not want to learn what it means, okay? Do not tell me about some Reddit shit. You know, why aren't people asking Trump to step down? It's quite suspicious. It's very suspicious. Anyway, North American fart odor, North Atlantic, what? F organization? Anyway, North American foreign occupation. Yeah. What's your take on the best possible future for Ukrainian workers, especially post-war, assuming some kind of negotiation? I don't know. And I don't want to talk about this any further, okay, until we get to the NATO conversation. We're talking about Biden right now. There is no good future for Ukraine, nor is there any good future for Russia, nor is there really any good future for the United States of America right now. So
I hope that the Biden campaign and that President Biden will just like listen to the voters, right? And the overwhelming majority of whom do not like Donald Trump, do not think Donald Trump is honest, but have had concerns for a couple years now that Joe Biden is not fit for another 4 years because of his age. And a majority of voters didn't have that concern in 2020.
I want you both to listen to what the former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said on MSNBC this morning.
It's up to the president to decide if he is going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision. I want him to do
hips like Cinderella. They give the 521. Give the
whatever
subs.
he decides to do, and that's the way it is.
David, I'll start with you. The significance of that.
I think very significant. First of all, as you know, I think you said earlier in your show here, Nancy Pelosi is a very deliberate person. She says what she wants to say. She never says what she doesn't want to say. She said that for a reason. The president tried to close down this discussion at the beginning of the week with his letter to the House. And what she's saying delicately and respectfully is, no, really the discussion isn't over. And we still need to have this discussion because she's hearing from members all over the country. They all poll, they all talk to their constituents, and they're worried not just about the existential threat of Donald Trump becoming president again, but also the effect that it's going to have on all of their races and the prospect of recapturing the House. So I think the leaders are trying to be respectful and supportive of the president and leave the decision to him. But I think they're going to want to make sure that he makes that decision based on real information. And the real information is not encouraging.
And so the question is, how much of that real information is he getting? You know, for example, now the Stephanopoulos interview was several days ago at this point, but he said the only person at that point that he knew that who really wanted him to get out in the Senate among his former colleagues was Mark Warner. John, you and, well, David, I think, has gone a little bit further in saying that effectively that President Biden should step aside. Correct me if I'm mischaracterizing your position, David. But John, do you think it would help at this point for people like you and elected officials who have microphones and megaphones to be more specific publicly, or is it better to continue to press this case privately with the president?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, I'm sure that pressing the case privately to the president.
Is Brandon not surrounded by yes men at this point? Is your question, right? The answer is he abso-fucking-lutely is almost entirely sheltered from opposition at this point. His family is standing with him, his wife Jill and sister Valerie, who Democrats relied upon to provide wise counsel, not just cheerleading. His son Hunter has been seen at the White House so much lately that one well-connected lawyer/lobbyist, Democrat, dubbed him the acting chief of staff. He's the gatekeeper. He's the one who's bucking up his dad. That is surely going to be a phenomenal development for the we are the non-chaotic party position that the Democrats are trying to desperately hold on to. The article, How Hunter Biden Became His Father's Gatekeeper. There is perhaps not a worse fucking thing that the Biden administration could do right now. Republicans have literally set up Hunter Biden as like the biggest cudgel to Brandon's reelection. For 4 years, they tried to set up Hunter Biden as a propaganda point against Joe Biden in the last election cycle. It failed. Why did it fail? Because you could just so easily say, why the fuck why is Hunter Biden even remotely relevant? He is nowhere near the White House. So what do? After he gets convicted, what do? You bring him into the White House? For the past 4 years, the easiest thing that the administration could say is like, yeah, Hunter Biden is his own person. He is not relevant to Joe Biden's administration. He's not relevant to his reelection. That was the easiest way to fucking neutralize the argument that Hunter Biden is like this secret thought leader in the Brandon administration. And they fucking turned around and brought him into the White House. But do white suburban moms actually buy this? Are these people leaning Dem right now who care about the Hunter Biden shit that much? No. But what you fail to consider is that those past 4 years of anti-Hunter Biden propaganda, and also beyond the anti-Hunter Biden propaganda, is still going to be heard by moderates who think the Trump administration was too chaotic, moderates that the Democratic Party have been desperately trying to signal to, independent voters and moderates who may have even voted for the Republican Party in the past, voted for Donald Trump in the past, that turned around in 2020 and voted for Joe Biden because Joe Biden is an elder statesman. Joe Biden actually means business as usual politics. Joe Biden means we can go back to fucking brunch. No more paying attention to Trump. No more antics. No more chaos. No more commotion. No more confusion. When you take a convicted felon, if you think people care about someone's convicted felon status, as many independents and many moderates, of course, care about Donald Trump's convicted felon status, they are abso-fucking-lutely going to see your crackhead fail son in the White House and all this coverage on your crackhead fail son in the White House being now this secret chief of staff. And they're going to go, what the fuck is happening? This is why we didn't vote for Trump. This is why we voted for Joe. Why the fuck would we want a cokehead fail son in the White House? That's crazy. I don't want that shit. Bro, I thought you wanted DNC press access, Lamau. I mean, that's entirely separate from this conversation. I'm not going to hide my opinions on what I'm not going to edit my opinions, dude, so I can get a fucking press pass at the DNC. That's crazy. Don't be ridiculous. Like, those are memes for the most part. Also, a lot of what I'm saying is not necessarily, crazy. What I'm saying is unironically more pro-Democratic Party and pro-Democratic Party actually winning re-election than what the Brandon administration is doing currently, what the Brandon campaign is doing currently. Okay? I might not necessarily be the biggest fan of the Democratic Party, nor Joseph, Robin, and Brandon, but that doesn't change the reality that, what I'm saying currently is 100% correct and could be read as pro-Democratic Party. Okay? Fuck it. Even pro-Joe Biden. Don't bring Hunter Biden into the White House and show the moderates that you've been desperately trying to cling on to that you are just as chaotic and just as silly as Donald Trump is literally it could be read as a pro-Biden strategy even.
President is going to be the ultimate thing that if he decides to step down, that's what's going to do it. But I do think the reason that I keep talking about it, the reason that a lot of people keep talking about it is because President Biden and his advisors are having these conversations with elected officials. The president does respect Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, all of these people around him that he's served with for years, and his advisors as well. And I do think that if they all gave him an honest accounting of what the numbers are right now and what voters' concerns are, then I still believe that Joe Biden would make what I think would be a very courageous, honorable decision to say, I want to, finish out my job as president here in the next couple months, but I want to pass the torch to the next generation.
And David, answer my question, but also I want you to sort of play with another notion, a broader notion beyond President Biden, which is Richie Torres told me this morning Democrats are headed for a suicide mission politically. You heard Michael Bennet on with Caitlin last night saying that it's not just the presidency at stake. House and Senate Democrats are going to get wiped out. You worked in the White House. You were both in the White House when there was, I don't know about a wipeout, but it was, I'll quote your former boss. He got shellacked. Democrats got shellacked. Very different circumstances, but is that where you see November headed?
Look, if the polling numbers that we see today are anything like the numbers in November, I think that gravity will take hold. You can't run. Right now, this polling is showing, for example, Senator Baldwin in Wisconsin running 12 points ahead of Biden. I think the same is true of Senator Rosen in Nevada. Bob Casey in Pennsylvania running well ahead of him. But the history, there are very few cases of senators in the last several cycles and presidential cycles who win when their presidential candidate is losing. And so I think there's real fear, not just for the senators, but for representatives in these swing district, frontline districts. And a lot of Democrats think the House may be the last line of defense if Trump wins the election. So there's a lot of concern about this.
If President Biden does withdraw from the race, replacing him at the top of the ticket could be chaotic. But here's what a top Biden fundraiser and longtime supporter, George Clooney, said about that in his op-ed this morning. Would it be messy? Yes, democracy is messy, but would it enliven our party and wake up voters who, long before the June debate, had already checked out? It sure would. The short ramp to Election Day would be a benefit for us, not a danger. Jon Favreau and David Axelrod are back with me. Ax, what do you think about that argument?
Look, I think there's merit to it. You know, sometimes this is all a matter of risk assessment. There's risk associated with everything. The question is whether the risk of the status quo eclipses the risk of trying something else. And I think we've reached the point where many have come to that conclusion. But the thing about the piece, Dana, that I thought was particularly impactful was Clooney, who just hosted a fundraiser, a major fundraiser for the president a few weeks ago in California, said you can't win the battle against time. None of us can. It's devastating to say, but Joe Biden I was with 3 weeks ago, the fundraiser was not the Joe Biden of 2010. He wasn't even the Joe Biden of 2020. He was the same man we all witnessed at the debate. That is devastating. That's devastating.
Yeah, and
and it's what people fear.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was going to ask John about, because, John, you were at that fundraiser as well. I don't know if you spent as much time with President Biden as George Clooney did, since he was one of the hosts. But
that's the biggest line.
I'm totally with you, David. That quote was like, wow.
I mean, it was not surprising.
That is the biggest line. That's what I wanted to stress the importance of. Not one, but two Georges who have been around Biden recently have said that he is not fit to serve. He is not fit to be in office. He is not fit to run for re-election. That is unimaginably devastating. That's terrifying. That's crazy. Think about that.
Response to those comments from George Clooney, Jake, a campaign official who attended that Los Angeles fundraiser tells me that George Clooney left 3 hours before the president. So clearly the gloves are off. Jake.
What does that mean?
What? What is that? Is the team saying that Biden is more dynamic than George Clooney? Like, is that what their argument is? Isn't that worse? Doesn't that mean that he like saw what was going on and was like, I can't be here. Like, I don't want to fucking be here. Like, George Clooney literally was like, oh my God. I mean, sure, we'll fundraise, but God damn, the situation is dire. Wow, what a banger retort, dude. Thank you to the Biden team doing it again. Damn, they have such a fine way with words. Like, the expectation from the public that hears this is supposed to be what? That like we're now going to assume that actually Biden is more dynamic than George fucking Clooney? Okay, you got me.
And that George Clooney left 3 hours.
With all due respect, can you stop using disposable forks, please? No, I fucking hate the environment. When the food that I deliver sends me disposable forks, I hate the environment so much, I actually directly feed it to a pet turtle. What do you want me to do? It's not like I'm demanding to get these fucking forks, but they send it. And there's no way for me to not get it. So what do you want? You think I like these fucking dumbass plastic forks? I don't. They suck.
What's the point?
The point of that is to suggest that Biden's stamina is better than Clooney's, and Clooney didn't have, eyes on the entire event. That's the response to the Clooney op-ed.
Okay.
In response to those comments from George Clooney, Jake, a campaign official who attended that Los Angeles fundraiser tells me that
he asked you politely not to use them, just throw them away without using them. Yeah. I'm doing my part to save the planet by directly throwing the forks without even using them.
Surprising to any of us who were at the fundraiser. I was there. Clooney was exactly right. And every single person I talked to at the fundraiser thought the same thing, except for the people working for Joe Biden, or at least they didn't say that. But I remember my wife, Emily, turned to me after the fundraiser and said, what are we going to do? I mean, and I said, well, there's a debate in a week. Either he'll do well in the debate and we'll think, well, he was just tired because he flew all the way back from Europe and that'll be that. Or he'll be like this at the debate and then the whole country will be talking about it. And so here we are.
Wow. Please come back, both of you. Thank you very much for being here. Fascinating conversation.
This just into CNN. And big Democratic donor George Clooney, of course, the actor, has just called for President Biden to step aside. CNN's Arlette Saenz joins us now from the White House. Arlette, obviously, this is not going to be welcome news over there. What can you tell us?
No, it won't be, Jim. And this is a significant new New York Times op-ed from actor George Clooney. Now, to remind viewers, George Clooney was one of those celebrities that headlined a major Los Angeles fundraiser with President Biden back in June. And today, he is saying that he believes it is time for President Biden to step aside from this 2024 campaign. Now, George Clooney wrote extensively about President Biden, saying, "We are not going to win in November with this president." He recounted being with Biden at that fundraiser, saying, "It's devastating to say it, but the Joe Biden I was with 3 weeks ago at the fundraiser was not the Joe big effing deal Biden of 2010. He wasn't even the Joe Biden of 2020. He was the same man we all witnessed at that debate." He goes on to say, "Our party leaders need to stop telling us that 51 million people didn't see what we just saw. We're also terrified by the prospect of a second Trump term, that we've opted to ignore every warning sign." This is significant as, of course, George Clooney holds a very large platform. He is well known, but he has also been a longtime Democratic supporter, fundraising not just for Joe Biden, but also for former President Barack Obama. Now, it comes, as you have heard, these deep reservations expressed from various wings of the Democratic Party, from some lawmakers up on Capitol Hill, some donors also indicating that they are concerned about what it would mean to have President Biden at the top of the Democratic ticket in November after that debate. And now you are hearing George Clooney, a key Democratic supporter, key actor, key activist, adding to that chorus of calls for President Biden to step aside. Now, President Biden and his team are simply charging ahead with this campaign at this moment. President Biden right now is...
People are like, oh, why do we care what George Clooney has to say? I don't give a shit. But obviously, when I say Joe Biden is fucking demented and old since 2019, nobody gives a fuck. Okay? The unfortunate reality is this is the situation in front of us. Nobody gives a shit about what the actual voters have to say. Nobody gives a shit about what, like, you know, people like myself have to fucking say. People like you have to say. They care about a guy who raised $14.5 million in one night for the Democratic Party has to say, though. A person who, by the way, make no mistake, has a direct line of communication with Barack Obama as well. George Clooney is homies with Barack. Like, straight up, they hang out. Like, he has a direct line of communication for Obama. I suspect he's probably had a conversation with him as well about this article before he wrote it.
Speaking at an AFL-CIO meeting as he's trying to shore up support among union leaders who the campaign believes would be key heading into a November election. But certainly this is another pressure point for President Biden as they are having a major Democratic name call for him to step aside at this moment.
Yeah, Arlette, they're not going to be happy about that. And speaking of the president being at the AFL-CIO, the big union that's headquartered here in Washington, he was just speaking there moments ago. Let's listen to a bit of that and hear what he had to say.
Hey, folks. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please sit down, sit down. Hey, look, number one, you know, the way I look at it, and I was thinking about this last night, knowing I'm going to be here and going from here to the NATO summit. You know, we have two strong organizations in America that I look to for our security. One, literally, and I mean this sincerely, is NATO. NATO, a joint assembly of democracies that made sure we're keeping the peace and no one's going to screw around with it. It's the strongest it's ever been. And I think of you as my domestic NATO. Not a joke. Not a joke. You're the ones beyond me. And, you know, Mac.
He ain't wrong. He's saying the AFL-CIA. He said the AFL-CIA and NATO. Two sides of the same coin. Not a joke. Both the AFL-CIA and NATO doing the damn thing.
It's better than I do. Beyond me. It's all about whether or not we're going to grow the economy, whether we're going to give working people a shot. And I told you, and you know, because a lot of you were there with me all the way back when I was a kid, and I'm only 42, but when I was a kid back running for the Senate when I was 29 years old, Labor elected me. And we were then a right-to-work state, and we changed it all. And here's what we're doing. You've heard me say it 1,000 times, I'm going to say it again. The middle class built this country. You built the middle class. No. And by the way, I don't want to hurt your reputations, But even Wall Street's acknowledging your power. No, I'm serious. Look at every projection about what we want to do with the economy on the issues that we're talking about and what the other guy wants to do. They're supporting us. It's your agenda we're working on. And by the way, I've said from the beginning that when labor does well, everybody does better. Not a joke. That's not a talking point. That is a reality. You know that, Lee. That is a reality.
What makes me so sad is that, like, this is actually phenomenal politicking. Like, he's just the worst person to say it. Like, it makes me so sad that he's doing like Bernie Sanders style rhetoric. It's so good. And it's just coming from him. It literally makes the argument worse. It's not even entirely insincere, chatters. That's the other side of this conversation. It's not even completely empty, and it's not even completely insincere. Okay? That is the reality here. His administration has unironically been more pro-labor than the fucking Barack Obama administration is hailed as like a progressive champion. And it's just like, it makes it so, it makes the situation it makes the situation much worse. Bro, don't you remember him standing up for the railroad union? Oh, wait. Yeah, I know. A lot of you don't know the exact details of what happened in the railroad union negotiations. And that is yet another aspect of the fucking horrible communications strategy and the horrible political instincts of the Brandon camp in general. That's why you come in here and you still say, wow, what about the railroad union where he union busted? Like, he did. And then he turned around and forced the unions by way of Pete Buttigieg to actually make some concessions. It's literally, you don't have the full story there. I am not a fucking fan of Joe Biden. You know this, okay? It's the most labor-friendly administration / union. Yeah, by union standards, not that much. No, it is. It 100% is. It absolutely is. Yeah. Oh, sorry. He forced the companies to make concessions. Sorry, not the unions. I apologize. He forced them back to work, dog. What the fuck are you talking about? Do we want to just have talking points that we blurt out? Or do you want to actually know what happened? Like, because if you want to just keep doing Reddit style fucking, I don't know, Reddit style argumentation in here and just chirp with talking points and tweet like you're a fucking hammer and sickle radical on Twitter, that's one thing, okay? Or do you want to actually know what legitimately happened? You're wrong if you think that Biden's administration, which is a low bar to clear, is not the most openly pro-labor union administration since like FDR, okay? I'm sorry. I know. I hate the guy. He's a genocidaire, but that is the reality. Dog, you forced them back. Karala Kush covered the situation far more extensively than you. You don't know what you're talking about. 4 paid sick days. LMFAO. Oh my God. I'm not saying he turned around and gave the unions all of their demands. Okay? And yes, I covered it nonstop. What are we talking about? This is not a good thing. This is. My mom is a union machinist rep, and Biden's NLRB has been the most pro-labor president in my parents' entire lifetime. I hate Biden, but this is an indisputable fact. I know. It's so strange, dude. Do you want the truth, or do you want the truth, okay? Or do you want to just keep posturing? Machinist, sorry. If you want the truth, then that is the truth. Biden is one of the most pro-labor presidents. Biden's administration and his federal agencies have been one of the most pro-labor administrations. That is the reality. Having said that, however, he is still a genocidaire. This is why I always tell you I will unconditionally tell you the truth. I will not do, propaganda in either direction that is devoid of the truth. The standard is very low, but Biden has absolutely cleared it. Okay? Very weird that people refuse to recognize that. Yes, Biden is also the first sitting president to actually go and show up to a picket line. That is also true. And although that is symbolic, it's a very important It is a very important move. You're not even saying it's great by like any European country standards, just that it's been the best for us in a long time. Yes. They're intentionally ignoring the word most to be annoying. I know. His strike busting is an unforgivable act to some. Yes, I understand that. Except you could ask the unions themselves how they feel about it. And the union themselves, the railroad unions, have come out and supported Biden after Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, commanded by Joseph Robinette Biden, went back to the freight companies and said, you have to give them sick days. And then they did. We're very happy about this. We've been trying to get this for decades, said Artie Maritia, president of the Transportation Communications Union. It was public pressure and political pressure that got them to come to the table. The reason why we're relitigating this over and over again is because a lot of people see the first side of a story and don't care about the follow-up. Okay? Look, the dude is a terrible candidate, but he's gotten more shit done than anyone while anyone who's in here has been alive. If you don't agree, you're just ignoring your protection facts or not really a leftist. I hate this talking point from leftists. We literally all love our new time off agreements and paid sick time off. The last few agreements we've gotten since national in 22 have been the most phenomenal and life-changing agreements. Yeah, leftists who are in this chat, who are not rank and filers in the railroad union, which, by the way, rank and filers in the railroad union have actually criticized the union leadership for not making even more demands, like not aggressively standing and demanding more from the Biden administration. There are always going to be, this is a democracy, this is a democratic process, there are always going to be people who are not happy, okay? But the reality is that the union itself communicated, and many of the rank and filers also took this as a W. When Joe Biden and Congress enacted legislation in December that blocked the threatened freight rail strike, many workers angrily faulted Biden for not ensuring that the legislation also guaranteed paid sick days. But since then, the union official says members of the Biden administration, including the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg and Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, who stepped on March 11th, lobbied the railroads, telling them it was wrong not to grant paid sick days. We've made a lot of progress, said Greg Reagan, president of the Transportation Trades Department at the AFL-CIO, the main U.S. Labor Federation. This is being done the right way. Each railroad is negotiating with each of its own individual unions on this. The rail companies, he added, miscalculated how the public would see their huge profits and the stories about how hard railroad workers' lives were and not having sick days and the draconian policies they were operating under. Why are we relitigating this? Because there are chatters in here who see me always say, fuck Joe Biden. And by the way, that position has not changed. Fuck Joe Biden is still my position. And think that it's an opportunity to also spread certain narratives that are demonstrably false. People have a very black and white understanding of politics and refuse to see nuance in this conversation. The calculation for a Joe Brandon re-election, regardless of his fucking dementia, would be very different pre-October 6th, pre-October 7th, okay? Do you think the unmolested strike of the railroad workers would have had better or worse outcomes than what Buttigieg got? It absolutely would have had better outcomes. It absolutely would have had better outcomes. It would have been tumultuous. It would have been unimaginably chaotic. But yes, if uninterrupted, I personally believe that, yes, I think that the strikes, if left, if the Biden administration didn't step in and force them, it definitely would have had better outcomes. And it's right to criticize the union busting, man. What the fuck? Yeah. If he didn't do anything afterwards, it wouldn't, then yes. Anyway, can we ban sports dweebs during the news hour? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Because they're literally spamming against the fucking silly ass derailers right now who are still trying to have arguments with me about shit that happened 2 years ago.
It is an absolute reality. When we were I said I was going to be the most pro-union president in American history.
Or this guy.
Well, guess what? I am, and I'm staying there.
All right, and that's President Biden right there at the AFL-CIO headquarters here in Washington as he tries to shore up support.
Oh my God, he said AFL. He said AFL-CIO, dude.
Well, guess what? I am, and I'm staying there.
All right, and that's President Biden right there at the AFL-CIO headquarters here in Washington as he tries to shore up support in certain corners of the Democratic Party. Of course, the breaking news we just heard a few moments ago, actor and Democratic Party supporter George Clooney calling for President Biden to step out of the race. I want to bring in our CNN senior data reporter, Harry Enton. I mean, Harry, one of the reasons why there is all of this consternation, we saw the former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi opening the door to President Biden making the decision to get out of this race, even though he has said he wants to stay in. We're seeing a lot of movement in these battleground polls, and I'm wondering if you could walk us through that, show us why there's some heartburn, a lot of heartburn in the Democratic Party right now.
You know, Jim, we've been talking a lot about the national polls, but of course the race is won or lost in the Electoral College. And I just really want to give an indication here that Donald Trump is favored at this particular point. That's the bottom line. You know, if the election were held today, according to the Cook Political Report, 268 electoral votes are either leaning or solid in his direction versus just 226 for Joe Biden. The only real toss-ups are up here in the Midwest, right? Wisconsin, Michigan, and down in the Great Lakes in Pennsylvania. And I will tell you, Jim, that I've been looking and talking with folks on the internal polls in these individual states up here in that Midwest region. These polls do not look good for Joe Biden at this particular point. Donald Trump is leading in these internal polls. And then, of course, Arizona, down here in Nevada, Georgia, all states that Joe Biden won last time around, all of them leaning towards Donald Trump at this
And
hour.
if he doesn't win those blue wall states, it's over. That's it.
If he wins, if he doesn't win
he has to
any
run
one
them
of these,
all.
he has to run the table. He has to win all of these states. And I know from the internal data that I've been talking to folks, he's not ahead in a single one of them right now.
Let's discuss with CNN political commentator and former Obama White House senior advisor Ashley Allison and former Trump administration official Matt Mowers. Ashley, let me go to you first on this George Clooney news. We saw the president visiting the AFL-CIO a few moments ago. Obviously, he's trying to shore up support with certain parts of the Democratic Party base. But how big of a blow is that to have George Clooney say, you know what, Mr. President, you need to step aside?
Look, it's not great to have someone who just...
I'm new at politics stuff. Is this good? Yeah. Is this? I can't tell. Dude, you want to know how fucking devastating it is? Here, you want to see some internal polling? New. Internal Democrat polling post-debate has Biden down double digits in swing districts, New York 17 and New York 19, and down a point in New York 22. All districts Biden carried in 2020 per party source. The three competitive upstate suburban districts are considered a part of the suburban New York bellwether districts. That's why the New York Democrats came out and said, holy shit, you have to drop out. Earlier today, the fucking New York Lieutenant Governor, Antonio Delgado, came out and released this statement. He said, President Biden deserves our eternal gratitude, blah, blah, blah. You already know. Okay? I have immense respect and admiration for his deep and abiding commitment to the American people and our founding democratic ideals. He can add to his legacy, showing his strength and grace by ending his campaign and making room for a new leader. Israel's strongest soldier, most loyal soldier, Richie Torres, came out with a statement and said, hey, man, I don't know what's happening right now, but like maybe we should reconsider, as I showed you earlier. You do not understand. New. Four sources close to Biden's re-election effort tell NBC News the campaign is suffering a major downshift in donations and the officials are bracing for a seismic fundraising hit. The money has absolutely shut off. Two of the sources close to the re-election effort said this month is on a path for fundraising to be down by possibly half or much more. One of them said, from larger donors alone. Sources emphasized that donations were down across the board. Biden campaign spokesperson pushed back on the notion that fundraising was down. That's not accurate. On grassroots fundraising, the first 7 days of July were the best start to the month on the campaign, and many of those were first-time donors. They're trying to say Biden is actually, they're trying to say Biden is actually like a Bernie Sanders style candidate, and that, you know, the people are with him. The elites are not. Why? Because they are terrified of Biden being the strong socialist administrator, the strong socialist, competent administrator. That's what it is, I think. Okay? Biden is the fifth column. Biden is the truth. The general secretary, Biden, he's doing the damn thing. He's doing phenomenal work. Here's more internal polling. This is Wisconsin. On MSNBC, Nicole Wallace, one of Biden world's favorite voices on the network, reads Wisconsin polling showing Biden dragging down congressional Democrats. This is the other side of the equation. Biden doesn't just end up imploding his campaign and allow Donald Trump to win. He also brings down the down ballot candidates because there's no world in which people just go, oh, I'm a split ticket voter. God, dude, you suck. Thanks, man. People are already going to be so angry that we're having this conversation. We may as well go there, Wallace said, before laying out Harris's political advantages, saying she gave an electric speech and was magnetic. She has chops that often don't get showcased. She does not. She does not have chops that often don't get showcased. She's just simply better than Biden because she is not demented. Wallace, who got a rare interview with Biden in 2023, whatever happens next, the polls tell a very clear story about where the voters are on Joe Biden. I wonder what you think is possible if Kamala Harris took that top spot. Now, I want to point out something else here, because there's the likes of Will Stancil and some other fucking, Biden holdouts here. The religious zeal that surrounds the anti-Biden obsessives is really frightening. Not even the slightest hint of doubt about the remarkably reckless course of action they're demanding. Being a few points behind in the polls after 2 weeks of saturation level media panic isn't great, but Trump was much further behind in 2016 and still won. I'm sorry. You are literally the stupidest person. You need to drop. You need to never tweet again about politics. This tweet in and of itself is in a sea of really, really, really bad takes, probably the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. Dog, Donald Trump in 2016 was much further behind. Donald Trump in 2016 was an outsider against Hillary Clinton. What the fuck? You think that's an adequate comparison? Are you on crack? Donald Trump in 2016 was not the president for 4 fucking years. Joe Biden in 2024 is perhaps the exact opposite of Donald Trump in 2016. A person who has spent his entire life in front of a podium as a lifelong politician with a shit ton of baggage. Donald Trump in 2016, no political baggage at a time when people are looking for a establishment candidate or an anti-establishment candidate. 2020 is obviously different. We saw what the anti-establishment candidate did. This comparison does not favor Biden. Oh, the thing I wanted to show you was what Osita actually responded to Will with, by the way, which is, let me see if I can find it. And this is great. I mean, he's absolutely right. He says, who is displaying a lack of humility here? The case against Biden is fundamentally based on polling data. Against that, we have assertions that the entire polling industry is probably wrong based on an election 56 years ago and gut feeling. The polls could well be catastrophically wrong. Biden could be in a much better position than he seems and might win. But those are suppositions. I think we have fewer solid grounds to believe them than to believe he's currently losing this election. The case is that his polls are down, but everyone else's are down more. But we know that a dramatic ticket switch would bring up those candidates' numbers because, waves hands, Harris isn't polling that differently. There was one poll circulating within the last day or so that showed her ahead of Trump. Case is that there's probably more upside there than with Biden absent a plan to convince the 70% of public who think he's unfit that he isn't. None of this is driven by anti-Biden obsessives. Will can't get out of his own little script to see is that the moderates are those who are freaking out. That is the truth. That is why. Like, it doesn't matter what I say about Joseph Robinette Biden. I've been saying this since 2019. Nobody fucking listens to me. Are you kidding me? I can only sit around and say, I told you so, right? I'm not Matty Iglesias. I'm not John Favreau. And I'm certainly not Nadler, Nancy Pelosi, Adam Smith, and many others. Michael Bennett, so many establishment Democrats who have said he has to be replaced. This conversation is not coming from the left. This conversation is coming from very important Democratic Party donors, and more importantly than even them, the motherfucking Democratic Party's top leadership. It is delusional to conduct a straw man argument. Anyway, Edinger Mentum, he writes, the fundamental problem for Biden team now is this. It is hard to scare Dem electeds into worrying about hurting an inevitable nominee needlessly if said nominee has not and cannot articulate a plan to win. Biden has been banking on Dems getting scared of a turning race with a, say, 30% chance of winning into one with 0% chance of winning in a Hail Mary attempt for a new nominee, but he's failed to do anything to show them that he even has a 30% chance to win. So if he has no pathway to winning regardless regardless of if you go all out on age to force him out, or if you quietly stand by and continue to lie about him being fit, why not just do the Hail Mary? Why trust Biden when he's lied to you constantly? If Biden does end up being forced out, it will be because he went way too far on this mutually assured destruction gambit without doing anything to convince Dems that they actually have a credible path to win by shutting up and sticking with him. This is more insider baseball, but Ed Ingermentum is right. Biden is not personally trying to bring the ranks in and communicate to them exactly how he's going to win. And all the polling so far, both internal polling and external polling, show the exact opposite of that reality. So it would already be a very difficult argument to conduct. And that is why you're seeing more and more people come out every single fucking day demanding that he step aside. Here's another. Asked Representative Dina Titus about Biden. I think we've got to do something fast, whether he decides to run or not. I think tomorrow's press conference, a lot of people are watching that to see how that turns out. Every single person that wants Biden to step aside, that isn't openly saying that, is basically saying, oh, he'll make a decision soon, or will make a decision soon. The reason why they're doing that is because they don't want to openly be like, they don't want to openly have the entire party come out and be like, he sucks. Here's U.S. Senate candidate Elisa Slotkin in Michigan. Right now, President Biden is behind Trump in all of our polling. She told donors she was running for the seat only because Senator Debbie Stabenow, 74, was doing a radical thing and passing the torch.
Held a very large fundraiser for you to come out and withdraw their support. I think the thing that is really hard about the comments in the letter is not that he is just saying this based off of the debate performance, but he compared the debate performance to his actual direct interaction with the president. And I think that the campaign, everyone who saw the debate a couple weeks ago have been saying to the president, we need you to prove to us that you are able to do it. And people are still waiting for that proof point. Now, I think they are doing a good job getting him out there, having conversations with people, but it's not a great sign. And I don't want to sugarcoat it. When you hear the polls that Harry Ensign is saying that he is down, people know the threat that Donald Trump is to our democracy. And so when the polls are where they are, we need a couple things to help it to get easier. And a letter like that doesn't make it any easier.
And Matt Mowers, I mean, one of the things that we've noticed about Donald Trump lately is we haven't seen a whole lot of him. He was out at a rally last night, but he's been sort of laying low. And I mean, this is sort of politics 101. You're just going to let if your opponent is struggling, you're going to let that continue to happen. This is what the Trump campaign wants right now.
Yeah. I mean, look, of course, we're right. You know, we've got Ashley Allison and I agreeing on something, which is that this is bad for Joe Biden. That is not going to happen every single day. And, you know, I've said this a few times now, and I mean this purely figuratively, but there's the old adage in politics and really anything else in life, when your opponent's committing suicide, don't commit homicide. Donald Trump doesn't need to do anything right now. You've got the Democratic Party eating itself. It's been happening now for months. For a while, it was happening on policies, right? It was happening on what was going on in Israel and those who took a different side and were supporting, you know, essentially supporting Hamas. You had, issues around that going on. You had the base dispirited on other issues. Now it's all about whether they believe Joe Biden is capable of even serving. I mean, I just don't know. And here's the biggest problem, I think, for Joe Biden. If I was the Biden campaign, this would be my concern every single day. This doesn't necessarily go away, right? Everyone's.
By the way, least Zionist bloodless political advisor, okay? Just like the most pacifist political advisor for the Republican Party. It's great. He's saying don't interrupt your opponents when they're making a mistake? Yeah, I know. I'm specifically talking about like his words about the Israel-Palestine situation. Not to be annoying, just curious, where's Kaya? Hanging out with the boys.
Going to be watching every single interview from now through November. They're going to be watching every single speech from now through November. And they're going to look for any single misstep or miscue to grab onto. Now, look, based on what we're seeing now, Joe Biden's performance in the debate, George Clooney saying in private that privately Joe Biden's that same person in private. Other Democratic congressional leaders who, after years of saying Joe Biden's fine, trust us, are now coming around saying he can't serve. We really don't believe, and most Democratic members of Congress probably don't believe, that he can have an error-free campaign from now through November, and that's going to be the issue for Joe Biden.
Two new moves that dramatically escalate congressional Democrats' fight over the independence of the nation.
He's literally saying they're going to clip chimp Biden until November. He's not even saying that. He's saying Biden's own performance is so bad that, like, they don't even really need to clip chimp him any longer. Like, they don't need to really clip chimp him. They could just clip him at this point. Sherrod Brown is going up against Biden again here.
You think he's going to listening to the legitimate concerns of Ohio voters?
I mean, he's underwater. You know, he's in a really fucking dire situation here. Ohio has become more and more. Ohio's the Florida of the North at this point. My man is trying to hold on for dear life to his fucking seat. Brother, it's Sherrod. I know. I refuse. I refuse to call him Sherrod, like Jared. And I think it's really funny that his name to the uninitiated is Sherrod Brown. One, it sounds cooler. And two, I've done this before. I've done a list of like senators and like politicians that you would expect to be black that are actually the whitest people you've ever seen. Fuck, there's I don't remember. I can't recall off the top of my dome, but there's like a bunch. But yeah, when I first found out that Sherrod Brown is a white man and his name is actually Sherrod, it was a shocking revelation. Okay, Sherrod Brown is white. That's him. Sleeping on Midwest progressives is always okay. Calm down. Like he is a historically pro-labor. He is a historically pro-labor Ohio senator. But like, come on, like he is definitely more progressive than, at least when it comes to labor issues, than like most of the Democratic Party. But he's still in fucking Ohio. Okay, Lamar Alexander is another one. There's a bunch.
My job is to fight for them on everything, to fight for lower drug prices.
How concerned are you about his chances in November?
I'm very concerned. It's going to be a close race, and we already knew that.
But I mean, you have to be concerned about his viability, aren't you?
I am deeply concerned about Joe Biden winning this November because it is an existential threat to the country if Donald Trump wins. So I think that we have to reach a conclusion as soon as possible.
And as the Biden team wants to shut down any speculation that he
guys, these fucking woke liberals, these woke progressive socialists need to stop demanding that Biden step down. Who are the woke liberals? Dick, motherfucking Senate Whip Dick and Senator Richard Blumenthal. Okay? These youthful socialist senators like Dick the Whip Durbin and Richard motherfucking Blumenthal need to cool it with their radical socialist policy making and their radical socialist agenda.
may leave the race. Nancy Pelosi's comments today suggesting that Biden hadn't made a decision has had the actual opposite effect. In fact, many other Democrats are echoing that line, saying we'll wait and see what Joe Biden ultimately decides to do. Now, this building has been abuzz with activity behind closed doors. A number of ideological groups on the House side, Democratic side, have been having meetings, some of them talking about how to handle the prospects of Joe Biden running again, whether or not they should come out in opposition to him as well, should voice their concerns publicly. We have learned, my colleague Annie Grayer and I have learned that Hakeem Jeffries, a Democratic leader who has been public in his support of Joe Biden, plans to relay the concerns that he is hearing behind the scenes.
The real concern is when your fucking streamer forgets to run the top of the hour ad break and runs it 21 minutes late. That's when you know he's missing a step, okay? Because your favorite streamer is going to be 33 soon, okay? That's right. But luckily, I'm just Twitch streaming, which is not a real job. The president, however, is a real job. A pretty important one, as a matter of fact. Here's the streaming ad break now, by the way. Nancy Pelosi's calcium cannons. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Page 3000. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Holy fuck.
From his members directly to Biden in the coming days. He's told that to members in recent meetings. So a lot of discussion and activity and concern as the Biden team tries to ease those concerns coming to Capitol tomorrow. But will that be enough? That is still uncertain in the days ahead, guys.
Manu Raju, live for us on Capitol Hill.
That username is crazy. This is what leftist infighting looks like. I'm told that Schumer was the one who invited the Biden advisors to speak to the Senate Dems and address their concerns. Senate Dems will have a special caucus lunch tomorrow at 12:30. Fasty Fox, thank you for the 10 gifted. At the DSCC to hear from top Biden advisors like Mike Donilon, Steve Ricchetti, as well as campaign chair Jen O'Malley Dillon. Awesome. Good stuff. Also, House U.S. Oversight Committee subpoenas 3 White House aides for depositions to discuss President Joe Biden's health. Oh, my Lord. Anyway, let's talk about AOC, who didn't have a great take on Biden, but at least doing this is pretty decent.
Nation's highest court. Just minutes ago, we got breaking news that Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has officially filed articles of impeachment against Justices Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas. That comes just after Senators Sheldon Whitehouse and Ron Wyden made a formal request to DOJ. They want a special counsel appointed to criminally investigate Supreme Court Justice Thomas for accepting travel and the loan of a luxury car from wealthy donor friends. NBC's Ryan Noble still with us on Capitol Hill. MSNBC legal correspondent Lisa Rubin is here with me. Okay, Ryan, what do we know about these impeachment articles? I know this story just broke. What happens next?
So this comes from, as you rightly point out, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez from New York City, and she's filed 2 articles of impeachment against Justice Samuel Alito and Justice Clarence Thomas. And these articles of impeachment are not based in any of the decisions that either of these 2 justices have made, but instead specifically about their conduct around the office. For instance, in both Thomas and Alito's case, she is accusing them of not properly disclosing financial benefits and gifts that they were given by donors and others, and in some cases people that had business before the court or even had a vested interest, a political interest in some of the issues before the court. And she's also doing that in the case of Clarence Thomas, saying that he refused to recuse himself from certain cases that his spouse had a vested interest in as well. His wife, Ginny Thomas, of course, was very much involved in the Stop the Steal effort, the efforts to overturn the 2020 election and things along those lines. Also, she is accusing Justice Alito as well of refusing to recuse himself from certain cases of which he may have a conflict of interest. So these are very specific accusations that Ocasio-Cortez is leveling against these 2 Supreme Court justices. It comes at a time where Democrats are getting increasingly frustrated about the direction of the court, obviously the decisions that this court has rendered over the past couple of months, but also the conduct of these Supreme Court justices and the lack of oversight that they apparently seem to have without any kind of specific code of ethics that they must follow. Now, in terms of whether or not this impeachment will ever become a reality, Chris, that seems very unlikely. Republicans, of course, still control the House of Representatives. There is a very slim to almost no chance that the actual articles of impeachment ever even come up for a vote. Ocasio-Cortez does have the ability to offer what's called a privilege resolution, which would mean it would force a vote, but the Republicans could immediately just vote to table or move to table the resolution, and that would bring it to an end. But even if for some reason they got through the House of Representatives, let's say the election goes in the direction of the Democrats in the fall and she brings these up next year, it would require, just like it would in a presidential situation, a 2/3 conviction in the United States Senate in order to remove either of them from their post as a Supreme Court justice. So it is a long shot in any way, shape, or form. This is very much a public relations effort by Ocasio-Cortez to voice the frustrations that Democrats have about the direction of the court and these 2 justices in particular, and perhaps have that be something that are in the back of the minds of voters as they head to the polls in November.
Hey there, MSNBC fans. I'm Luke Russert, and be sure to join me, Rachel Maddow.
Obviously, nothing's going to come out of this, but it doesn't matter. It's another fucking absolute pressure point, which is a good thing. And beyond that, Dick Durbin should have, a long-ass time ago, called a fucking Senate Judicial hearing, called the Senate Judicial Committee to set up a hearing specifically on the improper finances of the Supreme Court of the United States justices, which, again, Like, this is actually good politics, okay? That's actually good politics. It's also actually good policy, technically, when you think about it. Like, you're both playing a smart role here, and also on top of that, playing, and you know, ultimately, even if it doesn't work out, doing something that would otherwise be good, okay? There you go. That's the whole point. That's why you want politicians to do these sorts of things. This is what it feels like to be a Republican every day of the week, okay? If, regardless of all the, regardless of all the Brandon mania, regardless of all the craziness that is happening currently in the Democratic Party, okay? If you forget all of that for a second and go, oh man, that's so sick. I'm glad a politician is like actually trying to fucking call up articles of impeachment for, articles of impeachment and want the Supreme Court's justices to, like, you know, be held accountable in front of the public eye. Like, if you feel like that's a cool thing, remember, Republicans do that shit for their own constituents on a daily fucking basis, even if it's like aesthetic, even if it's not actually a real, even if it's not actually something that is going to yield tangible benefits. They still make the attempt. They still make a big fuss. Democrats refuse to do that because they're fucking cowards. So I just want you to remember that.
Joe Biden is the candidate right now, and the nominee. We heard that from all of the Democrats yesterday. Donald Trump wants to make sure in November it is against Joe Biden. But, you know, there's some doubt over the last 10 days or so, and I think that's one of the reasons why suddenly, out of nowhere, he's taking more shots at Kamala than he has in the past. Watch this.
I think they probably think I'm going to be announcing that Marco is going to be vice president. I have a great idea. How about no tax on tips? Marco, you're going to vote for it, I hope. Well, you may or may not be there to vote for it, but you'll be involved. But whatever else can be said about crooked Joe Biden, you have to give him credit for one brilliant decision.
It's so crazy how he's just like openly teasing him to his fucking face. Like, he's so fucking cucked. Dude, I don't think it's going to be Marco Rubio. I think it's going to be JD Vance. But having said that, it is wild that he just has him on there. He's like, maybe I'll give it to you. Maybe I won't.
Probably the smartest decision he's ever made. He picked Kamala Harris as his vice president. No, it was brilliant. Because it was an insurance policy, maybe the best insurance policy I've ever seen, Marco. If Joe had picked someone even halfway competent, they would have bounced him from office years ago, but they can't. And I don't think Kamala Harris's California socialism is going to go down well with the people of Doral, the people of Miami, or the people of Florida. Because in Florida, we don't like socialism. We want our freedom, right? We want our freedom. As you know, they are all co-conspirators in the sinister plot to defraud the American public about the cognitive abilities of the man in the Oval Office.
Dude, it's so hollow to be like, Kamala Socialism California Harris. Hollow. It don't work. Kamala Harris's biggest fucking weaknesses are not that, like, she's a socialist progressive, okay? Her biggest weaknesses is that she's zooted out and a massive charisma black hole and literally does not have a competent staffer remaining because they've all quit. Okay? I don't even think he can successfully present Kamala Harris in the way that they can even do it to Nancy Pelosi as a radical candidate. Okay? Do you understand? Like, no one has to be a real socialist or even close to progressive for the right wing to successfully portray them as socialists. And somehow that's a bad thing, of course. Okay? Kamala Harris is a placeholder with some negatives, mainly, obviously, the fact that she is just a bit of a meme. Like, people just, like, kind of make fun of her a lot. People being myself, obviously, because she is just kind of awful. She's a terrible. Wheels on the bus go round and round is, like, the most important point of her vice presidency. So, that's it. I don't even think Trump, no matter how hard he tries, could successfully use the limited amount of time that he has, if Kamala was the candidate, to portray her as a radical socialist. Do you see what I'm saying?
Sometimes he's there, not there often. Laughing Kamala, Laffin apostrophe. Laughing. Laughing Kamala.
was in.
Get it? Because she's black. Like Laffin apostrophe. Like, I like that he had to spell it out. He had to fucking spell it out to be racist. That's pretty funny.
On it.
So if I'm the Democrats, I'm not just worried because of Joe Biden's mental capacity and him being the nominee, but Donald Trump is having fun again. This is like 2016. He's laughing. So he's showing a different side of himself that the people kind of attract to. Meanwhile, while he was doing that, looks like VP Harris is meeting with LeBron and Steph Curry. I love them both. Incredible athletes. But if this is the way that they're going to shore up, I guess, trying to get black men, I don't think choosing the elites within our community is going to resonate with the people that are living paycheck to paycheck.
Well, yeah, they're with the U.S. Olympic teams.
I just want to ask him why. I want to ask him why Donald Trump spelled out Laffin Kamala. Because, like, we know she just laughs stupid, right? But why did he spell it out, like, in African-American vernacular? Laffin apostrophe. Why did he take that? Oh, I am laughing isn't even a black thing. It's a cringe millennial thing. No, I know. Like, why did he add that apostrophe on the end there? I just want to ask the black political commentator on the Fox panel why Donald Trump did that. I don't know.
So she went through their practice. What bothers me most about Kamala Harris is her stand on crime. She was pro the George Floyd riot. She was for mass destruction. She was pro bailing them out. And now she is pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas. I understand the emotion behind it, she says yesterday on the anti-Israeli campus protesters. Really? Do you know that Iran is financing them?
Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah, dude, totally. That's real. So that actually is also, ironically, a pro Kamala Harris position. Like when she was leaking to the media that she actually was like on board with a ceasefire before Joe Biden, where she had that moment in her speech where she got a lot of claps when she said, "We demand a ceasefire." That actually, in my opinion, shows a very rare Kamala Harris moment where her political instincts are correct. What is going to be worse from the right, the racism or the sexism? Racism. Easy. Actually, I don't know. It could be the sexism. I mean, the New York Post literally said she's the DEI candidate. It's going to be both no matter what. And I don't know which one actually wins out. I don't know if it will be the racism or the sexism that wins out in this situation. Like in terms of which one is more aggro.
You know that they're putting him up to that?
That's a major
You realize
story.
there's a good side and bad side. Do you know what you didn't say yesterday?
She's
that,
married to a guy
that
who's
Russia
Jewish.
just bombed a children's hospital in Ukraine. Where's the condemnation there? If that happened, if the Israelis do that in Gaza, that's a mistake.
Right.
If the Russians do it on purpose, that's the bullseye.
Right.
So you have an opportunity to say the
Yeah, dude, the Democrats are not pro-Ukraine. That's a good one. Doors open. Doors open.
the right thing. What worries me most is what Joe Biden has done over the last 3.5 years, and Kamala Harris believes right now, and it's leaking out. So the top of the ticket.
Disqualifying.
Yeah, forget it. I mean, the competence, we're all caught up in the competence, and we should be. But I'm more worried about the policies and the beliefs.
Right.
Well, and the other thing I'm worried about is Ainsley has this heater on high. Right. Why would she have the heater on high? I'm going to go outside.
You're so selfish. You're so
It's up, but
selfish.
it's on high. It's pointed to me.
All right, I'll turn it on low.
I mean, do you believe
right
this?
here.
There you go. Can you feel that, Carly?
Carly and I are like, we get cold here. Yes. Carly,
so
why don't you do headlines? Carly, come anchor the show.
Should I do headlines from where Brian's sitting?
I think that Rachel really wants us to read this quote.
Okay.
Indeed. So she was speaking to the magazine The Nation. And essentially what she was doing was she was defending the anti-Israeli protests on campus. Keep in mind, these are protests that made a lot of Jewish students feel absolutely not wanted and unsafe on their campus. And our current vice president,
weren't safe.
Our current vice president said, of the Palestinian protesters, they are showing exactly what the human emotion should be as a response to Gaza. There are some things some of the protesters are saying that I absolutely reject some of the things. So I don't mean to wholesale endorse their points, but we have to navigate it. I understand the emotion behind it.
So everything that her staff said, the people that left, that they leaked out, that said that she doesn't read the briefings is obviously true. DNI, as Brian noted, released out a briefing yesterday that they made public for us that Iran is funding some of these protesters. So either she didn't read it or she's complicit with it. So we have outside number one state sponsor of terror influencing our young people, and this is the position that she takes.
Why isn't she saying to Hamas, release the kidnapped, the ones who've been kidnapped?
Bro, why is she not demanding Hamas release the kidnapped? It's totally bullshit. Why isn't she releasing the hostages? Is Kamala Harris a part of Hamas? Dude, I got the bag from Iran, though. Like, low-key. Shit was fire. Shouts out to the Ayatollah. Shouts out to the new reformist president. That's right, baby. We up big time. Ayatollah W-Tola up in this bitch. R.I.P. dead helicopter guy. Yeah, dead helicopter guy. R.I.P. to him. Are you being for real? I forget that, like, every time I make a fucking joke, there's gonna be, like, a couple thousand people that literally, no matter how insane it is, what I just said, that I am getting funded by the Ayatollah. There's still motherfuckers who are like, wait, really? Like, this entire time I was watching you and I didn't even pick up on the fact that you were getting funded by the IRGC? Your sarcasm escapes a lot of people. Bro, come on. What do you mean? What do you mean your sarcasm escapes people? Like, I just said I'm being funded by the IRGC. That's not sarcasm. That's just like so unimaginably exaggerated. Like, it is so incredibly unlikely.
They were the ones who went into Israel on October 7th. They started all of this. So Israel responds and they have a problem with it. Meanwhile, you're right, Brian. Ukraine responds when Russia invades them, and there's nothing out of Washington about that. They support that.
Like, me being funded by the Iranian government is almost as unlikely as me being funded by Israel, okay? Obviously, me being funded by Israel would be less likely, but still, like, it's close. That's how fucking unlikely it is.
That cause. Well, but when it comes to this and they see their polls dropping, or they see people voting uncommitted, then they start to support the Palestinians.
I don't think we should be surprised that she said this. Remember, it was in November of last year that we were talking about how there were White House sources that said that Kamala Harris was one of the people saying that the administration needed to get tougher with Israel. Yeah. So what she said to the nation is not surprising.
So that they're slow walking weapons to Ukraine.
America first, by the way. Dude, this is my favorite thing. Dude, I'm sorry. This conversation alone is a perfect example that, like, Biden needs to go. Because, like, the moment that shit switches and they can't resort on, like, all the old stuff and they have to find new talking points, immediately they're, like, saying some of the most unhinged pussy shit you've ever heard. Oh, they don't want to fund Ukraine. It's like, first of all, that's your side, dumbass. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you're probably confusing your own fucking fandom right now by being like, wait a minute, I don't know. Do we? I thought Ukraine was gay. So are the Democrats not funding the gay Ukrainian military, the they-them military? Like, that's number one. Number two, America first. But then they're like crying that the vice president made the lightest type of criticism against a genocide doing ethno-state with that is only able to conduct this genocide with our social and political cover and also our tax dollars. Like, the idea that this is America first and how dare you fucking say anything about Israel is just it's at odds with one another, these two concepts. Like, crying this way is ridiculous.
Lengthening that war and causing more bloodshed. And they're not fully supporting Israel, lengthening that war and ultimately resulting in more bloodshed and more IDF dying because they have to deal with handcuffs. I love what Trump said. Get it over with quick because Israel's losing world support. But the fact is they have to lengthen everything because we're slow-walking weapons and limiting their offensive capabilities.
All right.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian.
That's crazy, man. Anyway, let's see what Swalwell had to say about Ben Shabibo. Eric Swalwell, Mr. Xi Jinping's favorite congressperson. What, Chuck Todd exposed Biden? Wait, what? What happened?
It has made me want to rethink a lot of the Biden biography. I still can't believe he ran for president in the first place, given that his family was in crisis in 2018. You look at what has happened. I can't believe he put his family through this. And now looking at his behavior now in clinging to this, I think the entire narrative on Joe Biden is going to change, in that he's always been, everything has been about his ambition, and his ambition comes first. And it has made me want to read.
Damn, Cuck Todd. National Review tabs design Joe Biden is an asshole. Character matters. Biden has none. Shut the fuck up, National Review. You're Nazis. Anyway, bro, I thought Biden cares about his family more than politics. No, I think his family wants him to stay in the race. Them seem content losing, I guess. Tim Miller. Here's the galling exchange with Ezra Klein about his conversations with top Democrats who are resigned to Trump. Ezra Klein, you don't know how the party can replace him. You don't want to be blamed for any of this. You just stay quiet and walk the calm path to defeat. I think it's clear. People are weighing this set of things like it would be quite unpleasant for me personally to come out against the president as an elected official in a Democratic Party, and weighing what will happen if Donald Trump wins and saying, in a revealed preference way, I can live with Donald Trump winning. And I've had people say that to me off the record, to be fair. Tim Miller says, really? ? Ezra, I've had top Democrats say to me basically something like, I don't know why all these Democrats who think Donald Trump is an existential threat to democracy are acting the way they are. But the reason I'm acting the way I am is because I don't think that. Who the fuck is this? Out your sources, Ezra. I'm about to be in leaking text mode over here myself. That's crazy. I guess it's consistent, but it's maddening, no? I find it maddening, but I do find it consistent. Look, you could say this is true in a lot of things, right? It's a charge Republicans always throw at liberals, which is that if they really believe climate change is such a problem, they wouldn't fly on planes. And I think that people's means ends are less connected than this. Okay, the Republicans saying if people really believe climate change is such a problem, they wouldn't fly on planes is ridiculous. That is not hypocrisy. Okay? There are certain things you just simply cannot avoid. Like you still need to traverse long distances with the readily available means of travel. That is not the same as fucking saying, yeah, why don't the Democrats take a boat to Europe if they're fucking so concerned with climate change? Why don't they swim to Europe, actually? Having said that, however, that argument is stupid. This argument is not stupid. If you legitimately fucking care about the genuine threat that Trump constitutes to American democracy, then you wouldn't be slow rolling Joseph Robinette Biden's cadaver. Okay? You would be immediately trying to take him out. That's it. And put forward a candidate that can defeat Donald Trump. Because right now, all things considered, Biden's chances are really bad. Not only is Biden's chances really bad, Biden is hurting the down ballot races as well. Here, let's take a look at Biden in 2012 versus 2024.
You can cut tax rates by 20% and still preserve these important preferences for middle.
Not mathematically possible.
It is mathematically possible. It's been done before. It's precisely what we're proposing.
It has never been done before.
It's been done a couple of times. Actually.
It has never been
Jack
done
Kennedy
before.
lowered tax rates, increased growth. Ronald Reagan.
Now you're Jack Kennedy.
Ronald Reagan. Republicans and Democrats have worked together on this. I understand you guys aren't used to doing bipartisan deals.
But we told each other what we're going to do. When we did it with Reagan, you said, here are the things we're going to cut.
Framework. Let's work together to fill in the details. That's exactly.
Fill in the details.
That's how you get things done. You work with Congress. Look, let me say it this way.
That's coming from the Republican Congress working bipartisanly.
Mitt Romney.
7% rating.
Mitt Romney.
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what you're. Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie. He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8. But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Hey,
let's not act like children.
I just don't understand it. What's the difference? He seems perfectly fine. He seems just as young a whippersnapper as he did back in 2012. Like, that's what the Democrats want you to believe. Okay? The Democrats want you to look at a video like this and go, no, this is fine. It's actually fine. He has a stutter. He had a bad night. He was sleepy. It's great. A Democratic senator unprompted to me just now about this meeting tomorrow. A waste of everyone's time if Biden can't even come make the case himself. One Roundhead senator speaking anonymously, you have sat too long here for any good you have been doing. Depart, I say, and let us have done with you. Jesus Christ. This just shows we shouldn't be electing 70 to 80-year-olds to the highest seat of power. I don't understand. Serious question. Why is Biden's competence such a big deal when it shouldn't be that we are voting for the Democrats overall, not for a single man? That question is fucking ridiculous. Okay? That is, once again, wish casting. Okay? Democratic Party voters, rather, MSNBC watchers especially, have this very weird attitude where they fancy themselves to be wonks and strategists for the Democratic Party, and very bad ones to be exact, where they engage in this like weird wish casting, where they go, I don't understand. Americans are just going to vote for the competent administration, when in fact, that's not how anything fucking works. It is the same exact energy as being like, oh, this person will win if you just vote for them. Oh, this person actually, like, oh, the voters will inevitably find it in their hearts to vote for the lesser evil. These are not the way. This is not the way people vote. That's not how anything works, okay? You don't go to the store and go, you know what? I'm going to fucking choose rat poison today instead of the food that I wanted to eat, because at least like that's the only available option. You just don't buy it. And most voters won't buy it. That's it. That's why there's a plurality of people historically that don't fucking vote. You have to offer people something. I can't believe that this is even something that is contested, by the way. Anyway, let's continue.
Swalwell. Thank you. Mr. Shapiro, thank you for joining us today. I think it is important that you're here as one of the leading conservative voices in the country. And the country has, in the last couple of weeks, talked a lot about and Googled Project 2025. It's one of the most Googled search terms right now. And you're not going to get any censorship from me. So I just wanted to know, from your perspective, I think it would help us understand, on just like a scale of 0 to 100%, how much do you support Project 2025?
I think, like President Trump, I haven't looked all that deeply at Project 2025, but it seems that Democrats on this committee, sort of like Peter Pan and Tinkerbell, if they say Project 2025 enough, their presidential candidate becomes alive again.
And so, well, let's just talk about pieces of it, and I guess you can tell me if you support it. You probably want less bureaucracy, right?
I do.
I want less bureaucracy. You want more efficiency?
I do.
I want more efficiency. You want taxpayer money spent wisely?
I do. Congrats on becoming a Republican.
Yeah. Yeah. My parents would be proud. Mass deportations, it calls for that. Do you support that part?
I support the deportation of any illegal immigrant who's in the United States who is not of benefit to the generalized American public.
So if they're picking agriculture that puts food on the tables of everyday Americans, they've never committed a crime inside the United States, they didn't come across with documents, should they be deported?
If they have not paid taxes and if their draw on the taxpayer benefits are larger than the contribution they are making to the economy, or if they're involved in criminal activity, they should be deported.
How do we measure that?
The same way that the IRS measures my income every year. It seems like if the IRS can track down every aspect of every receipt that I've ever submitted, and
So
they can do so for hundreds
pay-
of millions of other Americans, they can do that for illegal immigrants as well, except for the fact that no one knows how many are in the country thanks to this administration.
So you would be cool with creating a system where they could pay those taxes if they wanted to, and then stay and work and put food on our table?
It depends on how long it would take for them to pay the taxes, and they would also have to go presumably to the back of the line, although I'm not sure why I'm testifying about immigration policy at this point.
How about banning the abortion pill? That's part of Project 2025. Do you support that part?
I think that that's a state-by-state issue on a personal level. I'm
just asking you.
Sure. I'm
There's nothing funnier than Ben Shapiro being like, Heritage Foundation, I don't know what that is. It's like, bro, come on. Literally every talking point that you've ever delivered on your broadcast has been a verbatim Heritage Foundation talking point. Why is the House Judiciary Committee holding a hearing? Collusion of the Global Alliance for Responsible Media. I don't understand this, but it is pretty funny. It is pretty funny when he's like, I don't understand Project 2025. I don't know what it is. It's like, no, you love that shit. You're fucking lying. And he's not even doing a very good job lying. He just like basically is trying to massage his way out of it. And the only reason why he's saying that is because he has to repeat whatever Trump says. And Trump recently said, Project 2025, fuck is that shit? I don't know anything about that. Now, why did he say that? For two reasons. One, because it's nerd shit. Okay. And two, He knows how to read the fucking room. Project 2025, which is very real, and it's not necessarily 2025. It's more so Project 2024, Project 2023, Project 2022, Project 2020, Project 2016. It has not, like this, what they are signaling at the Heritage Foundation is just the Republican project for the past 40 fucking years. And it hasn't stopped. It's still happening. Okay? So all these people that are like, oh my God, what about Project 2025? Yeah, like, you know, it's not new. This doesn't mean that you shouldn't be afraid of it. Of course you should be. You should be afraid of the Republican Party in general. But make no mistake, the Democrats have to not just say that they're against it, but actually tell you exactly how they plan on fighting against it. Okay? Now, having said that, it has freaked a lot of people the fuck out. You're splitting pubic hairs at this point. You're 100% right. Thank you. I am. The point is, you can go through the agenda items line by line. Okay? We've covered it before. The reality is this is just simply the Republican Party's project. It's its policy prescriptions. This is what they wanted to do for a very long time, and this is what they are going to do inevitably. Okay? But it has actually finally gotten the attention of many Americans, and they're afraid. They're afraid. And that's why Trump, being the room reader he is, recognizes that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and recognizes that a lot of people don't want to see that ad break. And then that's the reason why he always follows up with, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, believe me, by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. What are you looking at? You get one free Prime subscription a month. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Okay. Anyway, that's why Donald Trump is distancing himself from Project 2025, okay? Because he doesn't want to give any, for two reasons. One, because he wants to, you know, appear more moderate. A lot of people forget that, like, 2016, the reason why Donald Trump won is because he had a lot of fucking reactionary takes, but ultimately he was able to present himself as a moderate on a lot of key issues, okay? Like, better than the rest of the Republican Party on a lot of key issues. When it comes down to, you know, Social Security, for example, things of that nature, running around with a pride flag, right? And since then, of course, in 2020, it was a very different situation. Why? Because in 2020, you saw 4 years of his actual administration, and you recognize that shit wasn't moderate at all, right? So he lost to a cadaver. But 4 years have passed when that cadaver was in charge. People experienced almost 2 years of negative real wage growth. Prices are up for everything. Inflation is crazy due to corporate, you know, infrastructure issues, due to logistic issues during COVID, but also beyond that, due to corporate greed across the board. Okay? Greedflation, they're calling it. But it doesn't matter. To the average American, all they know is that their money is no longer as long as it once was. 4 years have passed. They forgot how fucking insane Trump was. And all Trump needs to do now is basically not remind people of how fucking insane he is. All he needs to do now is try to be as moderate as he possibly can. Appear as moderate as he possibly can. Felix is supposed to be on today and not Brace. Brace has left Los Angeles, unfortunately. But Felix hasn't responded to me. I just texted him. I asked him when he's coming. This is our Trump campaign on big programs in 2015. Thank you, Central Committee.
Security. We're not going to cut Social Security, but please don't say we're going to make it rich, Mr. Trump. It's Chris. I said, I have to say it. I have to be truthful. We're going to save Social Security. We're not going to cut Social Security. We're not going to cut Medicare. You know, Carson wants to cut Medicare. He wants to get rid of Medicare. I say, you know, it's actually a program that works great. Now, you have waste, fraud, abuse in Social Security and Medicare. We'll take care of that. We'll have proper, but you're not going to be cut. You've been paying into your plans. You've been paying into Social Security for years. Now they're coming up to you. It's getting to be that time. Me, I don't want the Social Security, okay? But it's getting to be that time where you're going to need it. And I think it's unfair. After all these years, they want to cut you. Governor Christie wants to raise the age so that you have to wait another, you know, pretty extended period of time. It's not fair. You've been you've been paying in for years. We're going to take money back from all these countries that have been just absolutely eating our lunch. We're going to have so much money. So I said to the...
There you go. There you fucking go. Like, those are very important sentiments expressed by the person who then successfully became the president, okay? Like, you need to understand, he presented himself as a moderate on a lot of popular issues within the Republican base and maybe even changed the attitude. Some for the worse, some for the better. When it comes to social spending, the Republicans were less upset about that sort of thing. It actually became like the deficit hawking kind of fell apart. You rarely ever talk about the deficit. You only talk about it under Democratic leadership usually. That's all the Republicans ever talk about, the deficit, the deficit, the deficit, the budget, blah, 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 right? Under Trump, that attitude shifted so much that Republicans don't even fucking talk about it as much, even under the Democratic administrations. I'm telling you, I mean, this is like, I have no actual data to basically present to you on this, okay? I have no like empirical evidence that I can point to on this issue. This is simply coming from my past 10 years of being a professional political commentator and like dealing with the deficit hawks when Obama was president, dealing with deficit hawks when Trump was president, and seeing the much more limited communication of deficit hawking under the Joe Biden administration. What? Moderate Trump? What are you talking about? It started with a 30-minute stun lock on China. Oh yeah, I did. I started watching this. I watched this in the beginning, and then we did a 30-minute stun lock on China because people were coming in here repeating shit like, "Oh man, what do you think about the Filipino boast that the Chinese are taking over?" Of course, you have no data. What? I don't think there's a lot of data on how much people talk about the deficit. Like, all you have is as of the top of the hour. I already ran it. I do sometimes. Oh, I'm going to talk about how Hassan Piker became the most successful and hated political streamer. It did really well, views-wise. Maybe... Oh, yeah, Hassan Abi Productions had fucking clipped this and posted it before we could clip and posted it and got 230,000 views in 20 hours. I know. I got to do, like, debate review when it has, like, a shit ton of views. Anyway, Felonious, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Russian fishermen in the Caspian Sea captured video of Russian long-range cruise missiles flying towards Ukraine. Footage from July 8th, 2024. Wait, what? Ракета, ё-моё, вон она одна. Где? Ракета. That's crazy. Anyway, throw a rock at it. Yeah, that'll change its trajectory. So, as I was saying, Donald Trump presented himself as a moderate in 2016. He could not do so in 2020. But he can kind of try to do to some success in 2024. And that's precisely what he's doing. Okay? That is precisely what he's doing right now. I'm sure by now, some of you in the chat have seen the Republican agenda, okay, for 2024. Let's take a look. With just one mention of abortion, Republican Party has laid out its 2024 policy platform. Dedication to the forgotten men and women of America. Preamble, America first, a return to common sense, blah, blah, blah. Oh, here are the items. Seal the border, stop the migrant invasion, carry out the largest deportation operation in American history, which is, of course, incredibly radical, but unfortunately, 60% of the country is now on board with it, while simultaneously they're also on board with giving amnesty, but that's besides the point. We're not going to talk about the confusion that Americans experience on a daily basis. It is a sea of contradictions. The American voter's mind is an enigma. End inflation. Make America affordable again. Make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. Stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower. Large tax cuts for workers and no tax on tips. Defend our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and our fundamental freedoms, including freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and the right to keep and bear arms. So the reason why they're saying defend our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and our fundamental freedoms is because they're trying to be like, oh, we're not the anti-democracy candidates. We promise. Prevent World War III, restore peace in Europe and the Middle East, and build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our entire country, all made in America. End the weaponization of government against the American people. Stop the migrant crime epidemic, demolish the foreign drug cartels, crush gang violence, lock up violent offenders, rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again, strengthen and modernize our military, making it, without question, the strongest and most powerful in the world, Keep the U.S. dollar as the world reserve currency. Fight for and protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts, including no changes to the retirement age. Cancel the electric vehicle mandate and cut costly and burdensome regulations. Cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, radical gender ideology, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content in our children. Keep men out of women's sports. Bro, they put two like weird. They're still such fucking weirdos, bro. Like, this kind of stuff is just weirdo shit. Okay? And I think it's a mistake. Deport pro-Hamas radicals and make our college campuses safe and patriotic again. Secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter identification, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. Unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. Okay? And then it goes into it a little bit. But if you notice, like, obviously, by the way, America first, also deport anyone who's mean to Israel. America first. But deport anyone who's mean to Israel. Do you understand? If you hurt Israel's feelings, you will get deported. Felix is going to be here in like 20 minutes, by the way. Anyway, more recently, Trump has made sure to try to distance himself from the controversial and lengthy Project 2025 policy document put together by some of his allies. Notably, the promises don't mention anything about abortion as Trump attempts to de-emphasize the issue and appeal to swing voters. In the entire platform, the word appears just once in a statement about the party's dedication to protecting the issue of life. It reads, "We will oppose late-term abortion." After appointing the Supreme Court justice who helped overturn the constitutional right to abortion, he said the issue should now be up to the states. I've terrorized Israel with my opinions. You will get deported. Anyway, other social issues appear more frequently, including promises related to limiting federal funding for schools, teaching so-called critical race theory, and keeping men out of women's sports. So overall, their policy platform is just like ridiculous nonsense, reads like a fucking Trump rally, hyper-focusing on immigrant crime, Biden immigrant crime, and immigrant invasion, all this shit. And then has a few choice ones on if you hurt the feelings of Israel, the beautiful nation state, we will deport you. But ultimately, you know, this is supposed to be, to our eyes, this obviously is radical nonsense, right? But to the average voter, when they look at this, it's just a Trump rally. Depending on how hard he hits the immigrant line, he might be able to, you know, gross out. He might be able to gross out the normie voters. But overall, he is distancing himself from Project 2025 because a lot of people see that. A lot of people on TikTok, a lot of people on Reddit lose their minds over Project 2025. And he doesn't want that stink on him. And plus, he thinks it's nerd shit. It's too much reading. Okay? Project 2025 is way scarier, to be fair.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Can I ask you your stance on Palestine, sir? You look like you've been partying for a week straight. You look like an arrogant, mean white man. He is a mean son of a... What do your weekends consist of, sir? Do they consist of skiing down slopes and things?
The Project 2025 architects don't care that Trump is saying he doesn't support it in public. They know he's with them. They can always get it done under him. It's like Trump claiming he doesn't support J6 protesters and Charlottesville Nazis. Trump already did Project 2025. He literally did Project 2025, like, as far as crippling the federal, federal agencies, which is some of the more significant parts of this, by the way. Okay? Like, Project 2025 is just in writing what the actual Republican project has been. Okay? It happened already, and it's going to continue happening. You need to understand this. It's not new. Anyway, Axios, by the way, came out. Axios came out with a scoop. Chuck Schumer is open to dumping Biden at the top of the ticket. 3 sources tell us. Schumer is hearing from donors and assessing the path forward. A Schumer spokesperson declined the comment. This is why I've been talking about, or rather, not necessarily talking a lot about Project 2025. The reason why I'm not talking about Project 2025 as much as what you guys would want me to talk, as much as you guys want me to talk about it, is because I talk about it every day. You're capping? No, dude, I'm not fucking capping. Every aspect of your life that is degenerated, every part of the federal government that has lost its teeth, like the legislative body being completely removed from the equation is Project 2025. All that shit happened before 2025, though. That's it. And I kept repeating this over and over again. I've been warning about the obstructionist Republican project of taking civil liberties, or sorry, rather a devolvement of civil liberties that were long hard fought for, and fighting for them at the state level, taking it up to a slammed Supreme Court of the United States of America, and giving massive dubs to the states under the auspices of states' rights, completely sidestepping like any kind of federal legislation or any kind of legislative agenda. That is Project 2025. Deregulation that has been happening for a very long time, but especially in overdrive since Ronald Reagan, is Project 2025. Oh, some of the funnier points about Project 2025 is that they want to abolish the Department of Education, abolish the EPA, which they already did, basically with Chevron deference. You were one of the first people I saw talk about 2025 when you watched the Leisure Miller video like 10 months ago. I didn't even watch the Leisure Miller video. I just talked about Project 2025 back then and told you the same things I'm telling you now, which is that we are already there. And what the Democrats are not doing against the Republican agenda, okay, right now, is exactly what the Democrats will continue to not do in 2025. Oh, I did watch it. Okay, I forgot that I watched it. You did watch it. I watched the React on Sunday. Yeah, I just saw it. Elent News. That's so funny. I literally just read it. He said, I'm late. Have you seen this? Classic Hasanabi head move right there. As soon as I click away from the actual fucking article, it's like, hey man, have you seen this? Okay, Ron DeSantis is getting his notes from this. Conservative plan to take over the country. Hasanabi reacts to Leisure Miller Project 2025. God damn, it says like 500,000 views. Already retracted. Schumer tells reporters, I'm for Joe. 3 minutes ago. I'm late. 3 seconds late. Well, things are happening. Things are happening at a very fast pace. So the article the title that we basically read is now rendered useless by statements from the Cuck Schumer team. When is George Clooney coming on stream? I don't know. Hassan reconsidering not striking those channels when he sees the views. Wait, what? No, if anything, I'm considering striking them when I see the views. D was looking at your main channel numbers and being like, wow, his numbers are dropping, not knowing that the expanded Hasanabi industrial complex sharing the views and growing at the same time. Yeah, I know. The only reason why my channel is like fucking dying, which it is, literally, like my channel numbers have diminished dramatically, is because we've been getting post October 7, YouTube has fucking clamped on my shit. Okay? Clamped on my shit. While simultaneously, all of the other fucking Hasanabi reaction channels have been blowing up. Bro is stalking your views. Yes, bro, he's obsessed. What do you want to do? I know. People have been saying that my career is going to die literally in perpetuity. Oh, after Bernie drops, you'll drop off. Oh, once the Democrats win, you'll drop off. Oh, you're dropping off now. It hasn't happened yet. You're up 30% from like 3 months ago, Lamau. One day it'll happen, I think. Yeah, I had 150,000 people watching 137,000 people watching on debate night, which is, of course, once again, a classic drop-off moment. Unless world peace, you'll have something to talk about. That'd be sick. Hassan, yeah. I'm falling off like China is, dude. Every day of the week, there's a new fucking China is falling off moment. He fell off. Guy who is yet to fall on. I know. Anyway, I wanted to show you a couple really funny tweets that I've seen, because why the fuck not? Feudalism was actually a pretty good system. Here's why. Everyone had a defined role that served society as a whole. Peasants, vassals, and lords all had responsibilities to each other. It was extremely decentralized. Its hierarchy ensured long-term stability. With hereditary monarchy, it was a lot more difficult for influence peddlers to buy off leaders. Hereditary monarchs' interests were tied to those of the people since they ruled for life. This is, I think, the dumbest way. I think this has to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. He said hereditary monarchs' interests were tied to those of the people since they ruled for life. It's literally the exact opposite. And I think this is a very simple mistake that a lot of people make, which is that they think personally that they fancy themselves to be lords in this equation, and not what they currently are, which is peasants. Like the dude tweeting this out is literally currently a serf, a peasant. Okay. So I don't know why he thinks that he would not be a peasant under this structure as well. Okay. This is the same idiocy demonstrated by libertarians. Libertarians love getting cucked by their bosses on a daily fucking basis and then imagining that in a future libertarian dystopia, they would be the boss and not the literal fucking slave being held at gunpoint. That's it. I found the poster. Yeah. He wishes he was this inbred, which would imply that he is royal. Feudal society was defined by constant famine and social collapse. Europe had hundreds of famines during the feudal era. Capitalism was a progressive force. State stabilized Europe. Yeah, literally. Like, this is so objectively untrue that even the biggest critics of capitalism famously, understandably recognize capitalism as an evolution from the structure, which it was and is. The problem is that evolution does not stop, no matter how hard Fukuyama and many others have acted like it has, and there is no need for further evolution. Here was another psychotic fucking tweet. Hold on. Where the fuck is it? A sub-Saharan streamer attempts to miscegenate with a couple of Greek women, and as you would expect, gets rejected.
Right. Let's Yo, how y'all doing? Yo. He's friend of Ronaldo. Yeah, I'm a friend of Ronaldo.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We are very nice to meet you, but we are okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Steve, can you send my heart, bro?
All right. Bro, Sociofactors, an astute observer of the modern inadequacies of Western civilization. Relevant to the feudalism tweet? Oh, classic. That's a crazy way to say the N-word. Yeah. I don't know why they're still afraid of saying the N-word while being like an openly white supremacist account. In October 2020, the Trump administration issued an executive order that would have stripped protections from civil servants perceived as disloyal to the president and encourage expressions of allegiance to the president when hiring. This is Schedule F, which is one of the scariest aspects of Project 2025. This is the main thing separating Agenda 47 from Project 2025. He did this in 2020. He will do it again in 2025, meaning there's nothing in Project 2025 that Trump won't do if he wins. Yeah. No, I think it's an abject lie when he fucking says like, oh, I don't know what Project 2025 is. What? Oh, he said it gets rejected. Oh, he called iShowSpeed it. See, that's the thing. He's calling him sub-Saharan and saying it and still is too afraid to say the M-word for some weird reason. And I don't really understand it because it's like, bro, you are a white supremacist. Why are you still pussyfooting around the word? You know? Like, just say it, brother. We know what you're saying. Anyway, as you guys know, after the revelation that iShowSpeed declared Turkish dinar to be the supreme form of dinar, much better than the Greek gyro, I will unconditionally defend him till the day I die. No ands, no ifs, no buts. Okay? Turk defensive pact? Yeah, dude. Stronger allegiance. This Turk has a stronger alliance with iShowSpeed than motherfucking NATO. Okay? Did you write Project 2025 as a meme, then the right ultimately adopted it as doctrine? Yeah. I memed it into existence. The White House is in the fucking Fuhrer bunker right now. Holy shit. Biden aide said privately, if major donors don't come along, we'll do it without them. Yeah, good luck. Especially considering that major donors have been pumping a shit ton of money into the campaign so far, and they've been outspending Donald Trump in key states, and it hasn't even touched, like it hasn't even changed the course, the trajectory of the Brandon campaign, even remotely, and has continued to and Brandon's polling has looked worse and worse day in, day out, despite the millions of dollars of ad spend that they're dumping. I'm sure they will have an easier time without the tens of millions of dollars. Okay? Certainly. It is so stupid. Anyway, let's get back to Benny boy.
A fully pro-life person, which means that I'm not in favor of the distribution of the abortion pill.
Banning same-sex marriage. What about that part?
I am in favor of traditional marriage between a man and a woman, and I'm perfectly fine with anyone having any sort of voluntary sexual arrangement they seek. That's a different thing from whether the government should attach benefits to that personal relationship.
But you think it's a sin to have same-sex marriage?
I mean, I'm confused. Are you asking me as a religious Jew what I think about biblically?
I'm just asking, is it a sin to be gay?
Is it a sin to be gay? I mean, how long do we have here? 2 minutes? I mean, if the basic idea is that sexual orientation is up for government regulation, I'm not in favor of the government regulating the private consenting sexual activity of adults. That is a different thing, once again, from whether the government ought to engage in actual benefits for particular sexual arrangements that adults make.
But again, just you to me, is it a sin or not?
From a religious Jewish perspective, orientation is not a sin, but activity is. That's also the same perspective of most major religions, so far as I'm aware.
And how about...
Yeah, I mean, he does. He does think it's a sin. He says it all the time. His quote is right behind Eric Swalwell.
Cutting Social Security. Do you support that part of 2025?
I'm not sure what Project 2025's position on Social Security is. I'm in favor.
Yes, dude. Yes, he is. Everything he's saying here, that he's trying to dance around. He's trying to tap dance around this. But of course he's on board. He is a Heritage Foundation talking point machine. Perjury? No, it doesn't work that way, dude. Yeah, they're going to put him in contempt of Congress for lying about his positions. Oh, no. Candace Owens was interviewed, okay?
Of the restructuring of Social Security along the lines of privatization and lowering and increasing the retirement age, because you, as well as every other congressperson, knows Social Security is going to go bankrupt, and yet everyone seems to have an interest in lying about it for the next decade and a half until we have to take austerity measures or radically increase inflation or taxes.
And bans against books about slavery. Do you support that part about?
Why would I possibly be in favor of bans about books about slavery? That would be absolutely ridiculous. What I am in favor of is the idea that school libraries should be able to make decisions along the lines of what exactly is appropriate for, say, a 7th grader and whether they ought to be treated to cartoons and genderqueer. That's not quite the same thing.
And just because we found some receipts, you did say, I think homosexual activity is a sin.
Yes, I'm a religious Jew. That's true.
There's a genetic component.
You found me out.
Orientation. But the view of all religious people I know has always been that sexual behavior is something that is up to you. And you said, I may have a desire to sleep with many women, but I do not.
I agree with me. Yes, that's true.
Congratulations on your, I'm sure it's very hard to restrain yourself. Mr. Chairman, I just want to shift to Alvin Bragg. He was supposed to.
You should ask him if he's such a religious Jew, why does he care about abortion? Because there's no restrictions on abortion in terms of the ones that he especially espouses and advocates for under Judaism. As a matter of fact, there's a lack of restriction on abortion. Hold on. Are you here? Hold on. I'm unlocking the door. Felix Biederman in the building, boys. Dude, if you send me the fucking breaking points, the feds are declaring war over the UAW, over their stance on Gaza one more time, I'm just going to fucking nuke you into orbit. Okay? That is a 23-minute video from Breaking Points. I'm not interested in watching that. I'm sorry. No disrespect. Okay? But there ain't no fucking way I'm watching that right now. It's not happening. Oh, Ben also got confronted after this hearing, but we'll talk about that in a second.
This week, and he's not coming. And Hunter Biden was supposed to testify. Now he's not testifying. We were supposed to have votes on articles of impeachment, and we didn't. And again, we're just wondering, you guys write great press releases, but the payoff seems to never come. And so I guess we will keep waiting, and we'll do hearings like this. And finally, Chairman, you cannot yell fire in a crowded theater, but
God, Swalwell sucks so bad. Breaking news. Ben Shapiro calls out Biden's full-scale mental collapse in Congress. Okay. Why is the government platforming Ben Shapiro and think they're going to get a win, bro? Only you could. You and the Sam and the Felix and the Matt. Yeah, Eric Swalwell is so ass. Like, Eric Swalwell is so ass. He should have immediately known that the person that is trying to have sex with him is a Chinese spy, because absolutely zero people find him sexually attractive. Okay? I can't believe that. That's real, by the way. He did. He fucked a Chinese spy. That's not even a joke. That's legit. So awesome. He's a himbo. Come on. Yeah, okay.
You've been perpetuating racism, white supremacy, and the genocide that is being carried out on the Palestinian people.
And how does it feel to stand for Hamas? Does that feel good to you? Do you feel good standing in solidarity with a terrorist group that has murdered 1,200 Jews?
I feel very good standing in solidarity with Palestinian people who have been murdered by Israel, by U.S. paid tax dollars and bonds, and you have continued to spew hate.
Hamas should not start a war on behalf of its citizens and then
societal
shoot its own citizens, and you stand for it, makes you a disgrace
The
to
people
human
of
dignity and
Palestine
human
have been
rights.
occupied for 75 years.
You're the
And the
disgrace.
blood is on the hands of every person in this Congress and every person who watches your propaganda of hate, white supremacy, and racism. You have been
He gets real mad about that. Also, look at how tiny he is, dude. Look at how fucking tiny he is. Little man, little guy. That's an L for the spy. Now that Felix is here, we'll watch his story and explains why dropping Biden won't help Democrats. I'm very excited to have him here to cover some of the stuff. Okay. Felix, are you coming? Don't yuck it up with those guys. They're bad. They're a bad influence. They showed the "my wife can't get wet" tweet of Ben Shapiro in the hearing. Stop. You could carry Ben over the threshold like your teensy little bride. Have them all on. They can all come on if they want to. Yeah, I can't wait to watch this Wall Street Journal video. Historian explains why dropping Biden won't help the Democrats. Greek gyros better according to Gordon Ramsay. Oh, dude, great. I'm glad you said that. If you think that benefits your argument, especially after the fact that we have seen Gordon Ramsay's understanding of how to make a fucking grilled cheese sandwich, yeah, it's great. It actually is the exact opposite argument that you're making. Anyway, Barron Trump out today, and Barron Trump is out today at the rally in Doral, Florida.
He's now going to college, got into every college he wanted to, and he made his choice.
Look at his face.
And he's a very good guy, I'll tell you. You know, I'm not allowed to call them boy, but he is my boy. He's my boy. They're all my boys, right?
Why are you not allowed to? Wait, what? Why would you not allowed to be called? What? That's weird, man. What the fuck? Sometimes Trump makes some shit up, and it's always like, sometimes Trump makes some shit up, and I'm like, I have no idea why you just said that. Like, what? Because Barron's trans. Hey. Oh, because he's a man now. Yeah, I know. It's all good. Don't yuck it up with those guys. They're bad.
All right.
I don't know if you've actually seen any of their videos. You've never met them before, right?
Yeah, no, I've been on stream with them.
Oh, yeah, you have. Okay.
Yeah, not even 2 years ago.
Yeah. It was probably exactly a year ago. They always come around this time.
Yeah.
Anyway, here, you want to see Barron Trump out today? And oh, dude, come on. You got the dick out again. Alex has his dick out again, chat.
I don't know. I'm trying to confirm for chat. Okay. Barron Trump had a social outing.
Yeah, Barron Trump was out at today's rally in Doral, Florida, with Donald Trump speaking briefly about his youngest son and saying, "Welcome to the scene, Barron." I want you to take a look at his other son, who's in the picture when he's talking about Barron.
He's now going to college, got into every college he wanted to, and he made his choice.
It's like, fuck, man.
And he's a very good guy, I'll tell you.
Dude, Mike Lindell still is at the rallies. Respect.
Isn't he out of money now?
Yeah, he is.
I respect him so much.
Dude, I know.
He ruined his life over a conspiracy theory that no one can even follow. I watched the fucking Mike Lindell movie, the election stealing movie.
You did?
Of course I did. Of course. No, I'm a documentary maker myself, so I watch other people's documentaries, and it's so fucking confusing. It's just him at a news desk in his basement, and he'll just have on random crackheads who are like, and then a Chinese guy went in the fucking computer and he fucking made it all Chinese. And Mike Lindell will just go, wow. His entire 2020 theory hinged on China got into the vote servers. But it's 17 times more convoluted than that.
Yeah. Dude, did you ever see his drone that he was trying to sell?
He made a drone?
Oh my God.
He's trying to compete with the Turkish military industrial complex?
No, he would never. He would get owned.
No, yeah. Turkish UCAVs are the best.
Let's see. Oh, here it is. Wait, what is it? Oh, here it is. Here it is. My Pillow conspiracy theorist plans drone surveillance of Louisiana voting sites. Oh, so here it is. He revealed it at his LindellDefense.com fundraiser. I don't even know what it was, but yeah. Wi-Fi sniffers strapped to drones. Mike Lindell's odd plan to stop election fraud. Lindell wants to fly drones near polling places to monitor voting machines.
How would that work? Like, okay, if you're flying a drone like 1,000 feet in the air, what are you like? What can you ascertain? Like from 1,000 feet.
Wait, first of all, it's not even legal. Like, I don't think you can just like have a Wi-Fi sniffer strapped to a drone and just like fly it.
Even if it was legal, though, like, what are you going to? What would that even do? You're just getting like aerial shots of people going in and out of the fucking voting place.
Yeah. What do you mean? He's stopping what? He's stopping election interference.
But
dude.
how he would it have like facial recognition? Would he be like, oh, this person doesn't fucking live in the 17th congressional district of Georgia? How would he know that?
I have no idea what that.
I think he just likes drones, and he's like, oh, we should incorporate that into our fucking stupid thing.
I think someone told him this would be a good idea, so he just went with it.
I really feel bad for him. Like, I shouldn't, but like, he had so much fucking money for making like a terrible pillow, like one of the worst pillows ever. He made a shitty towel, and then he lost it all.
Yeah, because he has convictions, unlike these cowardly Democrats, which we're going to be talking about right now.
Joe said that if the donors revolt, they'll do it without them.
Yeah.
With like, what is Hunter going to sell another fucking diamond?
Yeah. Well, that's why he's in the White House. They're saying the Daily Beast had an article on it, which means the Clinton camp. Is Daily Beast still like Clintonite?
Still like vaguely Clinton.
Okay, which means the Clinton camp has the knives out for Brandon as well. Some rat fucking going on internally. Apparently, a close lobbyist and donor to the Democrats said they're calling Hunter Biden
the
shadow chief of staff.
That's awesome.
He's just like, I can't understand like how much worse you could get at this point. Like, obviously it's selfish, vindictive, spite driven. He's like, oh, they always discounted me, and you know, I'm the president, and it's my big boy party now, and as long as I try hard, it doesn't matter, right? Like, all this stuff is one thing, but like for the past 4 years, and even longer than that, as a matter of fact, the Republicans have desperately tried to craft this narrative that like Hunter Biden is running the administration and like, you know, doing illicit shit. And then also on top of that, actively pushed for criminal prosecution against Hunter Biden. They got that. He's now a convicted felon. And lo and behold, after he becomes a convicted felon, Joe Biden is like, you know what? This guy that they have, this argument that we've been able to effectively neutralize for 4 years by being like, what are you talking about? Yeah, he's the president's son, but he has nothing. He has no business in like White House affairs. Let's bring him into the White House after he's a convicted felon.
That was always the line. It was like, it doesn't matter if this Chinese guy gave Hunter a diamond.
Yeah.
Because he's like not working in the White House. It not only completely like obviates all that. I mean, that's sort of like the entire story of this presidency and the media is they get what they want from the media. They, you know, whether it's, you know, them treating Biden's dementia or senility with kid gloves
until
it's impossible to ignore, or the Hunter stuff basically doing the same with that. They get what they want. Like, the media will treat it with a complete kid gloves, a very delicate touch if they cover it at all. Then it gets to the point where like they can't remain profitable and ignore it. They need some semblance of credibility in order to
it's like Israel
sell
shit.
ads. Yeah. And then they freak out that like, yeah, the media is suddenly covering these things. And it's like, well, you got what you wanted. And by virtue of like forcing them not to cover these things before, you have no like natural defenses against it now, except for saying that it's not fair that people are talking about it.
Yeah. But have you considered that it's not fair that people are talking about it?
That's true. Yeah. The Biden world has come out that they have like two strategies. One is like, well, I don't think old voters are going to like this ageism. And then probably like the most cowardly fucking thing that I've seen, which is the media surrogates are doing this, where they're like, oh, well, like there's this paid campaign to get rid of Biden. which is already hilarious.
The moneyed interest is
Yeah.
against our boy.
Yeah, like Democratic QAnon. But I'm sticking with Biden because black voters are with him.
Yeah.
Which is like not even fucking true. That's not even fucking true.
Yeah.
Like-
the Democratic Party hemorrhaging black support, like reaching historic highs for the Republican candidate, like unimaginable. Okay. And they're like, no, you don't understand. Like black people by and large are supporting him, and that's why we're supporting him. I mean, they're trying to do the only thing. They're trying to do the only thing that has worked before. And to them, it's like, I get it. It's the only Democratic Party instinct you have, which is if we push him across the finish line, not till November, but instead to the convention, then everyone will have no choice but to vote for whoever the fuck is running against Donald Trump. And the ranks will, the ranks will come together and defend Joe Biden unconditionally. And that's what they're banking on.
Yeah, it's just like all of it is, I try not to get surprised by anything in like American presidential politics anymore because it's all just, it's all people acting disgusting and everyone's a hypocrite. And you don't you really get any mileage out of revealing anyone's hypocrisy. But it is kind of fucking amazing to me that what was the case 4 years ago or even the case 2 years ago? No one is better equipped than Joe Biden. Like, good luck fundraising for this party without Joe Biden's connections, to both historic and newer pipelines of Democratic fundraising. No one can get things done like this guy. And now it's like, fuck it. Hunter will sell some of his paintings.
Yeah.
That will fund the down ballot races by Hunter flipping some paintings on Facebook Marketplace.
Hunter has still been locking down some expensive ass paintings, by the way, which is crazy. Like, who the fuck is buying that shit?
I mean, I think during pre-Brandonization, I could see not David Geffen, but a guy who works for David Geffen doing that to ingratiate himself with the White House.
Yeah.
But now it's like, what the fuck? Why would I do that?
Yeah, I mean, if the donors are pulling out, there's no reason to fucking buy the Hunter Biden paintings anyway. Also, according to YouGov poll, black voters want Joe Biden to step aside by a margin of 49% to 34%.
I saw 55% pre-debate, 55% saying that he was too old for the job before the fucking debate.
Yeah, but this is a different question and a different poll. Do you think Joe Biden should step aside as a Democratic nominee for president and allow another Democrat to run? Is different than do you think he's too old? Of course, the overwhelming majority of black voters, just like the rest of the country across the board, think that Joe Biden is too old.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I also saw pre-debate polls where that was still the majority opinion or the plurality opinion. But this is the thing I hate the most. What the quoted tweet said, I saw that before I came here, where it's this stupid self-serving access preserving thing that I'm saying. It's not actually that I believe it. This incredibly stupid thing, I think, actually all black people think it. So if you think it's stupid, you're telling them that they're stupid.
Yeah, I trust them.
It's not even true. They don't even. There isn't some super majority of black voters who are he's better than ever. He's the best candidate in the world. I support him more after the debate.
51% of black voters said there should be a different Democratic nominee.
Yeah.
61% of white voters, 51% of black voters, 60% of Hispanic voters, 65% of other.
What other is? That's like me, mixed race, German Jewish and Russian Jewish.
Yeah.
That was just me.
I like that there is zero data behind why Biden must stay in this race and only data showing why he has to drop out. I keep saying listen, this is straight up you stand to gain more votes no matter who it is, because every single person that is currently committed to voting for Biden are just committed to voting for the Democratic administration. No one is like a Biden or Buster. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't think anyone's gonna be oh, dude, what?
Even if you went to Delaware, I don't know how many people have been to Delaware. I very proudly have gone to Delaware many times in my life. Even if you went there, I don't think that you would find people who are it's Biden or no one. Like there's his natural constituency is probably like 30 of the remaining Korean War veterans. That's probably it. Like that the only natural constituency he has are not boomers, but the parents of boomers who like maybe on some level think like, oh, they're trying to push him aside. Like my family put me in a home.
They like representation. That's what it is. They like seeing a demented, doddering old fool.
This is the end of this is the logical endpoint to democratic identity politics on a presidential level, where it's like the final group we can get representation for the silent generation, completely resentful people who have like fucked up everything in their life.
Yeah.
Have ruined everything and are still incredibly bitter and thinks everyone has it out for them. It's his posture of like being Nixonian while also being incompetent is like insane.
Here's a tweet that you had in March 8th, 2020. There's a conceivable future where Joe Biden is president, and I think it would be the strangest possible one. We'd just never see him. The country would be run by competing factions of former Obama people. Every few weeks, Joe would poke his head out.
Well, yeah, I wasn't wrong.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, they called me a madman when I said that Dr. Jill was like Edith Wilson. I was right.
Yeah. Tweet aged terrifically. Yeah, no, for sure. My entire Hispanic family are Biden or busters. What do you mean? Okay, dude. No, I know he's trying to run a fucking 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Okay, that's what yeah, see? There you go. Good one, dude. Good one. I'm Mexican American. I'm a huge Biden supporter. He's my only choice. Yeah, just people that are like, nah, dude, you don't understand. He's got swag.
I love that.
No two-parter baits, dude. No two-parter baits, okay? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Don't come at me with the bullshit. Okay? I can't ban him because he's a Mexican American man. That'd be racist of me to do so.
Do you want to lose insight on Biden's base?
Take a day off. I told you, no two-parters. No two-part baits.
I like that one. I mean, look, it's not my stream, but I like that one.
Axios employs chatters to write your takes. Oh, the New York situation. Did you see?
Yeah,
people are saying New York is becoming a battleground.
I mean, I don't think Donald Trump would win New York, but
no,
like
of course
if you
not.
look at what is the one place where there actually was kind of a shocking red wave in the 2022 midterms. Even with the Dobbs effect.
Oh,
fucking New York.
Yeah. Well, that
Kathy Molecule barely won. She barely fucking won, all things considered.
It's because, it's because George Santos, but, but the reason is because they are so goddamn conservative obsessed and want to maintain it like a safe, a headquarters for like the Democratic establishment, that they lean into the most reactionary politics. Just like Biden is currently, obviously, with the immigration stuff, that only plays a role in ultimately that kind of capitulation to right-wing framing on issues only plays a role in normalizing that position. And then people go, yeah, then I'm going to vote for the guy who says immigrants are rapists and not the guy who's like only now saying immigrants are rapists, you know?
Yeah. Like it is anti-animating posture. Like when Biden said, I'm doing the same thing as Trump, but I would never resort to his rhetoric.
Yeah.
Who is moved by that?
Yeah.
Who the fuck is moved by that?
Especially when, like, yes, a lot of people say, oh, I like Trump, but I hate that he says stuff. Sure. Like he says, he says a lot of mean things and I don't like that. But many people were captivated by the fact that he unshackled his rhetoric.
Yeah.
Like people forget that. Instead of saying immigrants constitute a national security threat or whatever the fuck people would say back in the day, he's like, no, they're rapists and they're doing so much crime. Unimaginable Biden migrant crime is happening.
Yeah. Also, yeah, like everyone also who says, I like all of Trump's policies, but I don't like his rhetoric, I would say 100% of those people vote for Trump, or at least will never vote for a Democrat.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry. That is just not happening. I mean, in New York's case, it was sort of a perfect storm because the absolute worst case scenario for a Democrat that has been posturing right and like
accepting right-wing framing on issues is that they run against like a Republican more in the Lee Zeldin or Greg Youngkin mold,
Yeah.
someone who's like not as fucking weird as like Carrie Lake or those other people. Someone who you could logically see them as a mainstream Republican in like 2004 or 2012 for that matter.
The Paul Ryan types.
Yeah, that is the worst case scenario for Democrat because, like you.
Which is why it's so funny when Democrats say, why is nobody asking Donald Trump to drop out? To what? To like get a better candidate? Donald Trump is objectively a bad candidate.
What? Yeah. Why do you that is the only Republican I think Joe Biden could beat.
Yeah. It's like
out of people who could logically secure the nomination. That is again, how many fucking 3 elections in a row where the only 2 people that could lose to one another are the candidates. Hillary and Trump, Biden and Trump again.
Yeah. It's awesome. It's great. Yeah, I did the Israeli accent again, the shitty Israeli accent again, because like it's automatic for me. It's the same as like, why don't you tell Hamas to release the hostages? Why don't you tell Donald Trump to leave the race?
It is like that is it is like a Hezbollah mindset.
Yeah.
Where it's like Democratic voters, like, okay, take me out of the equation, who's like, not going to vote for any of these people, right?
Yeah, he's a Gloria La Riva ride or dyer.
Right.
He's PSL ticket all the way. He's down ballot.
I like Cordell West's position on Ron DeSantis's college bullshit. That's what I like. That's what I'm voting on.
Yeah.
And I like RFK. I like all the stuff that RFK did in the 70s. I think it's great.
Heroin.
I'm not a church boy.
Oh yeah, when they were like, "Hey,
you raped
here's
someone.
a report that you raped your babysitter." Oh, I got a lot of skeletons in my closet.
He told some shitty joke. He was like, "If all the skeletons could vote in my closet, I'd be the king of the world."
Yeah,
like, is that an elected position?
Yeah, he's a real jokester. Apparently, he would like go around telling people about his brainworm too. He's like, "Oh, I guess it's the brainworm talking."
I love that he's like, this would be the perfect scenario for like a viable third-party candidate with name recognition to win, 12% of the vote or more. And he's not only too shitty to do that, he's shitty and weak in the exact same way the 2 main candidates are. Like, he has Donald Trump's like fucking exact sexual assault baggage.
Yeah.
And he has Joe Biden's mental incompetence.
Dude, I keep
He's
trying
such a uniquely bad candidate.
Dude, and also the same level of zealotry towards Israel that Joe Biden demonstrates, and also like the same wishy-washy, middle of the ground, maybe we'll defund Ukraine position that Donald Trump takes. He literally looked at like all of the worst instincts of every single candidate and then just like became this weird beacon, except for one position where he is above and beyond, and that is his anti-medicine stance.
He hates medicine.
He hates medicine.
The one issue, like being against the COVID-19 vaccine, the most salient issue that voters care about in 2024.
Yeah.
That is huge. Look, you know it, I know it. We're all sick of having to pull out our vaccine cards to get anything done, right?
Yeah, I
have
hate
to do it
having to
20
mask
times this week.
I hate having to mask everywhere I go. None of my favorite restaurants are open.
Dude, I tried to join the Air Force this week, and they told me I had to get the vaccine. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's really messed up, dude.
We need RFK.
Yeah. Dude, it's RFK is awesome because like every other thing outside of what we just mentioned, outside of the policies we mentioned, is verbatim identical to the average run of like Amy Klobuchar's policies.
Yeah.
Like I want Amy Klobuchar who hates medication, like in general, not just like the vaccine, just medicine. He's anti the concept of modern medicine.
Yeah. That is such a good position, like the Bill Maher stance, where you're like, well, have you ever seen a fucking germ? like the dumbest 70-year-old men being like, well, polio wasn't a problem until they had to start selling needles.
Yeah, it's awesome. He made an ad for Himbos. Let's see.
What do you do to stay healthy?
What do I do?
He's just like, I can't get over how like sickly he presents.
I mean, like look, I will say, how old is he? He's like 71, right?
Yeah.
He's like pretty jacked for a 71-year-old man.
Yeah.
I won't like deny that.
Yeah.
But he also like,
I don't ever eat pasta.
he's not like a hot guy.
He's
And
not.
he like never was.
Yeah, no, it's just TRT carrying his ass.
Yeah.
Which is funny because he hates the jab. But like,
he hates all medicine except for TRT.
Yeah.
That's the only legitimate one.
yeah, dude, but this does kind of work though. Like my trainers do unironically love RFK.
Oh no, everyone.
Even though I keep telling, one of my trainers is Jewish, and I keep telling him like RFK's famously said that Ashkenazi Jews, I'm like, Ashkenazi Jews he thinks Ashkenazi Jews made the COVID virus as a bioweapon. Like he's like anti-Semitic, and he's like, I don't care. He's
so
jacked.
funny. It's so funny to think that, but also be Zionist.
Yeah.
Like they did COVID, but you know what? They have like a right to defend themselves. It's like believing in the David Icke reptilian theory and being like, and also I think they're doing a great job. I think the shapeshifters are running the world, and I think they're doing wonderful.
Maybe he's just a Philo-Semite. He's just, he's taking the Japanese position. He's like, we need the Jews and their secret money powers on our side.
Yeah, he's reading protocols, and he's like, these are all great ideas.
Yeah.
That's one of my, this is like ancillary to my favorite anecdote about like the Japanese and protocols during World War II, where the Nazis gave them protocols and they basically said that. There was another anecdote of like there were Jews who like fled to Shanghai from Eastern Europe.
Oh, really?
And then like, instantly Japan fucking takes over and does some of the worst fucking crimes of the entire war all throughout China. But the Jews who were in Shanghai, there weren't like a ton of them, but it was like a few thousand, and the Japanese like had no cultural reference for like anti-Semitism, right?
Yeah.
And the Third Reich had asked them like, hey,
unlike the Palestinians who have an ancient epigenetic desire to kill Jews.
Going back to the first Grand Mufti 5,000 years ago, who met with Proto-Hitler.
Yeah.
But like some Jewish guy was talking to whoever was in charge of like the military garrison there in Shanghai, and the Japanese guy was like, hey, like why like they want us to like send all you guys to Germany and Poland so they can kill you. We're not gonna probably do that, but like why do they hate you so much? And the Jewish guy, this is so sneaky what he did, it's such a good move. He said they hate us because we're Asian, actually. And I feel like this is anecdotal, but like the Japanese guy apparently was like, he kind of saw what he was doing, but he was like, all right,
Yeah,
that was a good one. That was a good move.
He didn't want to disrupt his magical money powers. Yeah, that's what it really was. But yeah, so
I did not hear this from anyone I play Counter-Strike with. This is a historical document.
Yeah, no, I've talked with the Japanese Philo-Semitism after you put me on that shit. We like investigated it. There was that article from there was like a Jewish magazine that did an article on it.
Yeah.
I also found that like in South Korea they have like the Talmud. Did you know
They have a
that?
South Korean Talmud?
Bro, oh my God. Yes. Okay. Look at this. I'm shocked that you didn't know this.
Okay.
How the Talmud became a bestseller in South Korea.
Oh my God.
Dude, Asians across the board, like in China, like Asian countries across the board, in China, in Japan, and in South Korea, unfortunately, Jewish ideology rendered the Jewish money powers useless. But
yeah, no,
because they're real socialists.
It's like Superman on Krypton.
Yeah, but yeah, no, that is it's a real thing. They in South Korea they consider it to be like. And I think this is in China as well. They consider it to be like good fortune. Like it brings about good fortune, and they do Jews do good business.
I know, like if the show ever like takes, like it really takes a shit and I really fall off, I think I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go somewhere in East Asia. I don't like South Korea, China, Japan. I don't care. and I'll be like, I'll go up to like a rich gambler and be like, I will bring you luck forever. A rich gambler or a businessman. Like become a court Jew.
Yeah, but what if you become his cooler? Like, isn't that the term in Vegas?
A cooler is a guy who like fucks up the odds
Yeah.
for like the
You just like sit there and you're unlucky.
Well, no, they believe the opposite.
Well, yeah,
To the point that like even if he lost while I was around, he'd be like, well, it's clearly like not your fault. It's someone else.
Oh, okay. So apparently, in the classroom, the students paired up with a Talmudic debate. Their dialectic centered on a paraphrased verse from the Deuteronomy. Money improperly earned may not be donated to church. The room erupted into impassioned pleas and gesticulations. Then 2 students were chosen to debate in front of the class.
I love that they're like
they're following the Jewish tradition.
I love that they're like freaking out like they're at a concert. Like they're reading true deep cuts from the Tanakh. Like I don't know anyone who's Jewish and it's like I love Deuteronomy. That's a boring one. But they're just reading a random line from Deuteronomy and they're like, oh shit, that's the line.
In 2011, the South Korean ambassador to Israel at the time, Young Sam-ma, was interviewed on the Israeli public television show Culture Today. I wanted to show you this, he told the host, straying briefly from the topic at hand, a Korean film showing in Tel Aviv. It was a white paperback book with Talmud written in Korean and English on the cover, along with a cartoon sketch of a biblical character with a robe and a staff. Each Korean family has at least one copy of the Talmud. Korean mothers want to know how so many Jewish people became geniuses. Looking up at the surprise host, he added, 23% of Nobel Prize winners are Jewish people. Korean women want to know the secret. They found the secret in this book. This is literally like, usually whenever someone like talks about the Talmud and places a lot of emphasis on it being like, super important to like understanding Jewish rules or whatever, they're usually like a 4chan groiper. Except if they're in Korea, in which case, well, they're still incels, but
it's different over there. It's
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say something about like misogyny in Korean culture, but now that I've learned that they rock with the Talmud, I have no criticism.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I like the plane that they're making. I think it's cool. But no, yeah, I mean like 1/4 of the things in Elden Ring are named after Jewish stuff. All of the Frenzied Flame stuff, all of that's Jewish stuff.
Wait, really?
Shabriri was like an ancient, like sort of proto or pre-Judaic god of blindness.
Oh, that's why when you get the Aya Shabriri.
Yeah.
The
Shabriri was
grape.
like a blindness demon.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
That's crazy. You know it wasn't George R.R. Martin that put that shit in there. It was Miyazaki then.
No, yeah. What like okay, there are golems all throughout like FromSoft games. And It's not just from like there was a Pokemon called Golem. Remember?
Oh yeah.
They really respect golems and Dybbuk in Japanese culture, and I think it's cool. It made me really happy. My mom told me about that when I was like in middle school, and Pokemon were like a big thing. She saw a Golem, and then like there was another Pokemon that like looks like a Dybbuk.
Said no Dybbuk in Elden Ring.
I think there's
what's it? I don't know what a Dybbuk is.
A Dybbuk is like a ghoul that possesses. Yeah.
And Jewish folk are a disembodied human spirit that, because of former sins, wanders restlessly until it finds a haven in a body of a living person.
Shabriri does that.
Okay.
Shabriri literally does that in Elden Ring.
That's cool.
I mean, there's tons of Dybbuks all throughout.
Now that we took a sidestep to philo-Semitism, but what we need to get back to is before we talk about Mr. Beast running for president.
I love what he had to say. He's like, if I'm president, I'm not going to do any of the things people don't like. I don't know why. It's so much like the ninja kicker tweet.
Yeah.
Just don't mess.
But anyway, before we get to that, historian explains why dropping Biden won't help Democrats from the Wall Street Journal. Are you ready for this? You need to buckle in.
Is this Kevin Krause?
I don't know.
Is under mounting pressure to drop his bid for a second term. So far, he's vowed to stay in the race.
I am running and going to win again.
Holy shit.
after the president's disastrous debate performance against Donald Trump.
He's
cracks
hot.
began
You know, yeah, you can't control yourself. I get it. Like, he's just sexy.
Yeah, no, I'm rock hard seeing his dead doll eyes. They're so fucking scary.
Dude,
he's tarnished. There's no grace in his eyes.
Dude, seriously though, like, I think if he hadn't done all the facelifts, like, he would objectively look more normal, I think.
100%.
Like
100%.
Like, there's something so scary about the way he fucking looks.
His entire look is crazy. Like, when you look, I watched like a campaign video that he made for his Senate re-election campaign after his first term. And it's crazy looking at his face as like a 40-year-old man and then looking at it like now, because it's like, how did your cheeks like change position?
I don't know. I don't know how like he looks the way he does. Like,
I feel like he gets like partial facelifts. Instead of getting like one facelift every 5 years, he gets like 7 partial ones every year.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that explains
he's grafted like Godric. Yeah, yeah. He's just like chopping dragon scales and slapping it on his face.
He is God. Like I used to say he was Moog, but Moog has like he's turned out to be like a better guy.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah. No spoilers, but even I know what that is about. Moog Lester, maybe not. Anyway, go ahead.
But Godric is more accurate because Godric also is like, I'm part of the Golden Dynasty. I have a fucking dynasty, and it's all just like the worst animals ever.
Yeah.
And Gostock is Hunter. The birds, the grafted birds that Godric has, those are Champ and Major.
They are very aggressive.
I don't know who Melania would be. Like, who would be like, they're about to like beat the shit out of Joe Biden, and then he like dresses up like a girl, and he's like, "Oh no, I'm sorry."
Oh, I don't know, but let's see what they're saying.
In his party's unity, Democrats are buzzing about who would replace Biden if he were to drop out.
American presidential elections are essentially votes up or down on the strength and performance.
Wait, is this the guy? Wait. This is the guy with the 12 keys or whatever. This is the guy. I've seen this guy. He's the one guy who's like, this historian has predicted. He's predicted every election correctly.
Oh, right, yeah. No, yeah. Weigel and Josh are talking about this guy.
Yeah. He has 13 keys. Okay, and he only makes the prediction in like October, I think.
What a great prediction. Predicting the presidential election in October. Like,
yeah,
it is so easy to just be a bullshit.
Yeah.
What? I'm more transfixed by his look. Like, I feel like it's a bad move to get this guy to speak for Biden because, like, he doesn't have like TikToker hair. That's like vlogger hair from 2017. It's more like younger millennial coded.
He's also very hot.
Looks
just
great.
like Biden.
How do you make the choice to get that hair when you're like 81?
Whoa, he's such a crazy like dude. I'm sorry. If you're like a serious thinker, yeah, this is like he's doing the ISIS sign, but more. Yeah, he's Professor Schools Cenk Uygur on elections. It's like, bro, if you're making YouTube videos about Cenk Uygur, okay, then you should not be treated as like a serious academic.
Yeah, what is happening to the Wall
Especially
Street
because Cenk was right about this.
I don't know what Cenk was saying, but like, based off looks alone, I do not trust this man.
Yeah,
he is not trustworthy looking.
No, not at all.
Of the White House party. In other words, it's governance, not campaigning, that counts.
Alan Lichtman is a presidential historian known for the 13 keys to the White House, a forecasting system that has been used to successfully predict 9 of the last 10 elections.
This is so fucking stupid. His keys are like social, economic, unrest. No shit, those things affect elections? You're so fucking smart, Alan Lichtman. Alan Lichtman, you have a side fringe. Like an indie sleaze girl from the UK in 2006. You look insane.
To him,
it is still the best bet for Democrats to have Biden stay in the race.
Here's why.
The 13 keys to the White House are
Look how
13
stupid
true
these
false
are.
questions
Look how
pertaining
dumb
to
his
primarily
ideas are.
to the strength and performance of the White House party, where an answer of true always favors stability. If 6 or more of the keys
short
are
and
false,
long-term
we have
economy are
earthquakes.
important?
If fewer
You're
than
a
6
fucking
are false,
genius.
we have
Holy
stability.
shit, Alan.
While
I don't think
some
I'm
Democrats
smart enough
ponder
to
a
listen to
variety
you.
of governors and lawmakers who could step in as the nominee, a ticket led by Vice President Kamala Harris remains the most likely alternative. As Biden's running mate, Harris would be able to use the money already raised by Biden's campaign committee. The vice president would also have
give
some
this
key
guy
endorsements from
$1
influential
billion
Democratic lawmakers.
because of how smart he is.
If he were
Jim
to step
Clyburn, you
aside.
should cut your pinky
However,
off.
if Biden were to
This
exit
is
the
your
race,
fault.
2 of the 13 keys would automatically.
Oh, the 13 keys. He's describing the 13 keys.
The
Why-
13 keys are so. I'm
Why-
very offended by
I can't
them.
believe you're disparaging the greatest political mind of this generation, perhaps of all time.
Did you know that if you run for president, the long and short term economy are important?
Here, let's yeah. I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna take off that noise gate on that one. On the third mic, you can use independently as well, and then we'll figure it out. Let's see. Wait, how do I? Oh, it's already zoomed out all the way. There it is. Well, you can't. Yeah, hold on. Let's figure this out.
You know what I've always wanted to do is to get those like clip mics they use for TV.
Oh,
I want to
yeah.
record a podcast on that because I want to like walk around.
Yeah, I have.
How much could it cost?
I've used them before. They're pretty good. I just don't have them here.
Wait a minute.
What?
I got one.
Ooh.
Oh, you can if you plug it into the Go XLR, then we have 3 mics.
That is. I'm buying one of those.
Look at this fucking guy, dude. Well, finally he gives back. Do you see this?
I don't even like pack a mic with me when I'm going like, to Chicago for a week.
Dude, the amount of shit that I bring everywhere I go.
Well, you bring like a mobile command.
Yeah.
You have so much shit.
I have like
crazy.
Dude, my gaming laptop that I use to stream out of has a 4090 in it.
What the fuck?
Yes, dude. I have a
You've got a
Lenovo
Steam Deck as well. You
I have
travel
a-
with both at all
Yeah.
times.
How much does a laptop weigh?
Well, it's not like I don't think it's a real 4090. I think it's like a laptop version of it. But it's a fake ass 4090, but still, yeah, the Lenovo Legion, it's so fucking sick.
I gotta.
Let me see.
I have been buying a lot of stupid shit lately. What's one more?
I mean, if you can game on it,
You can
it's
definitely,
worth it.
yeah. The Lenovo Legion G9. Oh, it's a mobile 4090. It's a 4080. Okay,
That's still pretty
insane to put on a
fucking-
laptop.
that's crazy.
I had a Gateway FX when I was going into college in fucking 2010, 2009. Okay, it was a 17-incher, and I played Splinter Cell on it all the time. And let me tell you, okay, things have improved dramatically since then.
Man, you played Splinter Cell Chaos Theory on it?
I think so. I think it was one of them. I don't remember exactly
Splinter
which
Cell
one.
Chaos Theory, that was around the time that they started making like physical, like physics cards.
How do you got to plug it in yourself from behind?
How do I
Oh
get down
shit! Here,
how do I get there?
This is.
I
I love
to
the
crawl in there.
I love the way that they're like getting normal people to buy this laptop, like streaming stardom. This
Yeah.
is for a normal guy. who's
Bro,
like,
they've
you know what,
democratized
buy
it.
this $8,000 fucking.
They've democratized
NORAD
it.
system.
It's fucking sick.
I feel so bad for people. Like I feel like I see so many like just random posts out in the void where it's like, all right, I saved a half years of paychecks.
Watch out with the touchscreen. No, it's fine. You haven't changed anything, but did you plug it in? Wait, here, let me give it to you so you can test it.
So this one here.
Yeah, I don't know how we're
Hello?
gonna.
I'm already halfway. Can you guys
Well,
hear
you-
me? I'm just talking into the normal mic.
Yeah. Wait, is it
Just
even
the thing.
turned on?
It is. Is anything coming out? People saying yes.
Hearing on it? Oh, the thing's muted.
I
Hello,
don't-
Hello.
No, they can't. I muted everyone else, and I don't know if this is number 4. No, it's not working.
Oh.
That's why I was like,
I just want to stream.
hold on, dude. Alexa loves streaming. He has the itch. Okay, so it's on the 4th one. It was working. No, it wasn't. No. Here, keep speaking into it. No, it's not. I mean, no, it's on. No, you turned it off. You muted it. No, that just. Wait. Hold on. No, it's not working. Hold on. I have to turn on the. the Road app real quick. Let's see if it works. We're trying crazy shit here, dude. Road Central. Oh, the third one isn't even, is not, there's only 3 inputs. There's not a fourth one. Like the fourth one is not. The fourth one is like input 3 is already assigned. Reassigning any unpair with associated wireless TX devices. Wait, hold on. What do you do here? Maybe you can do that. And then, oh, I think I did it. Wait, hold on. I think I'm going to do it. Yeah, no.
Oh my God.
No, it's very, very quiet right now. Hold on. What's up? Okay, it's on 70. You got to crank it up to 70. Hey, yo. Wait, how do I just... Why can't I just do 70? Why can't I write 70? Very inconvenient way. Yeah. Oh, it's so loud. Oh my God.
Oh shit, sorry. Sorry, everyone.
What is happening?
What?
It's going to happen.
I think I fucked up your stream.
No, it's fine. I can just mute you. Hold on. I'm going to mute you for now while I fix the audio levels real quick. I can't believe I'm doing this in real time. God, I'm so fucking cracked. It's crazy. I'm basically... Oh, they can't hear you guys. Hold on. I'll turn you guys on. Okay, you can speak.
Thank you.
Start again with that conversation.
This would give me so much fucking anxiety to do on stream because, yeah, like the last time I did stream for an extended period, I was streaming Elden Ring and like the audio was all fucked up and people weren't even like, people were being nice about it. And I still was like, I was probably seconds away from like having a career-ending tirade. You should all fucking die.
Yeah.
It was a 24-hour stream, and it was like after I gotten the second COVID shot. It was like in 2021. So I was really tired, and I was fighting my least favorite, not the hardest boss in the main game, but like my least favorite, Red Wolf of Radagon. I hate that piece of shit. I hate that fucking stupid dog.
Okay, I increased Felix's audio levels. And on your end, you have to keep it away from your mouth. Like yeah. And it's like there's too much like it picks up a like fucking wind noise. Tell Alexa the law mic is very sensitive to breathing and wind. Try to keep it a safe distance so you're not blowing into it. Hold on. I'm gonna unmute it and we're gonna find out.
I'll try not to breathe through my nose because my nose is pointing down. But if I just like look up and speak, is this
your nose is not a hook. It does not hook over your chin.
Okay, it's actually working now. I lowered.
Oh my God.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. That's perfect. They're saying.
Whoa.
That's crazy. I can't believe we did it. It's a good kind of quiet. They just want you to be quiet. Yeah.
Just shut up anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Alexa loves streaming. Like, what?
No, nothing.
What?
Nothing.
What do you? Come on, share with the fucking share with the class.
We're
dude.
whispering secrets at the back here.
I was asking for Alex's vape.
I don't have a vape.
Oh, Felix has multiple vapes.
I left a vape here. It might be who can find it.
Well, that's a fun game.
Oh yes, Easter.
Who can find it? I mean,
Did you hide it in Hassan's bathroom somewhere?
I don't know why I would do that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I found one there. No, I'm joking.
You're
like, did I? Did I leave it there?
I don't know. Like, you know, who can know all the deeds they've done in their life?
No, exactly.
That's the point of Proust writing.
Hassan left a really strange thing in my bathroom, or in the bathroom that he's letting me use.
Wait, what is it? I haven't been in there.
It was so strange. It was nitro cold brew. Fair enough, it's like a coffee in
That's
the bathroom.
Austin.
No, it gets better. Then like a little jar of minced garlic paste.
Yeah.
That is 100% Austin.
Is that a gay thing that we're not aware
of?
I don't believe so.
Austin stays in that room. That's Austin's room.
Oh.
That Murat or Austin stays in that room.
It was, yeah, and it was really smelly garlic as well. Like,
I
it had
honestly
gone
think
bad.
it was a repurposed garlic paste tin filled with something else. Something
Gotta
stinkier
ask
than
Austin.
Maybe it's
Actually,
not
can I bring
Austin.
it down? Can you guys work out what it is?
Sure, bring it down.
Yeah, I would do some
I
science
feel like
on this.
the stream's gonna be able to hear me going upstairs.
I'm gonna mute you. I mute you. I muted you.
I mean, like I will admit sometimes I will randomly find like you know, I'll find like a Coke Zero in a medicine cabinet. I don't know why I didn't like put it there. I was just like I was like you know, shaving or something, and I wanted a Coke Zero, and then I forgot about it. Cold brew, I could see it happening with.
Yeah.
The garlic paste. I hope this isn't garlic paste.
I don't know what
I hope
it
it's
is.
not actually garlic paste.
Maybe
Wait,
he was
Australian
cooking.
gets louder than a jumbo jet. Crank it up to 70.
Are you sure?
Where can I write 70?
Oh my god. So bad.
Oh, it was so blown out.
We just heard what your audio sounded like.
This is what you sounded like when you first tried to. Are you sure? Wait, how do I just? Why can't I just do 7? Where can I write 70? Oh, it's like literally. It's like picking us up. Wait, what is this?
I don't know. It says garlic paste, but
That is not no. The minced garlic comes in that. It's definitely not a milky fluid.
you leave a jar come in my room.
Someone, if that came from, you know, two or
Don't
three
smell it. It
loaves.
smells really weird.
Wait,
yeah, it's
what-
bad.
wait,
I don't know
what-
what it
can we
is.
have another smell, please?
Try
I'm
smell
not
it.
smelling it again. It's been.
Could it be drugs?
Why didn't you throw it out?
I thought it was amazing.
What drug
It's
would
open.
that
It's
be?
open. Watch out. It's already kind of open. It smells like milky
Yeah, it's
almost.
like fermented milk. You
Yeah,
smell?
no, I smelled it already. Don't give it to Felix.
I'm good.
That's anti-Semitic.
What drug could that possibly be?
I don't know what it is, but it's disgusting.
It's been keeping me up.
What's that one that's like a it's used as like a glue solvent?
Glue?
No, it's like
PCP?
PCP. I've never done that. I don't know what it looks
PCP
like.
is like, it's a solid. They call it angel dust. You know, you can have it in dust form. I've never heard of PCP in semen form.
Yeah.
I don't, if that, there's no good answer to that because, like, okay, if that is cum, like, I can only speak for myself, but that would be multiple loads.
Yeah.
I'm not getting that done in, like, you know, one go.
And when I
you
leave
know.
mine in a jar, it doesn't smell like that either. So something's wrong.
And like my cum jar, I wouldn't, you know, leave it in my friend's house.
What's up, big dog?
What's up?
Murad's here. Murad is here.
Could he use his engineering knowledge to like figure this out?
We found this like weird thing in your room.
I don't think it's yours.
You think it's my dad's? What the fuck is it?
I don't think it's a That's how you were born, Hassan.
Yeah.
You were formed in that jar.
Dude, he was saving it. It's spoiled coffee creamer for the iced coffee. Oh.
Why does it look like fucking albinoric blood?
Oh, it's because
That or some kind of like foot cream.
no, it's probably you're absolutely right. It is most likely spoiled coffee creamer because he was probably drinking the iced coffee and he was putting coffee creamer in it.
That's
But he didn't want to go back and forth downstairs, so he put it in a repurposed garlic jar that he cleaned. Oh my god.
The coffee comes full though.
Oh.
So you'd have to drink a little bit of it before you can add your garlic.
I'm sure he knows that.
Maybe it's meant to. It's like you're not supposed to pour it in. Like you take a sip of the coffee and then you take a sip of the jar.
Yeah, he's
and
refined.
You use your mouth. Yeah. I think that would be nice.
Okay, it's probably not Austin. It's probably my dad's. He stays in that room too. Okay. Should we keep watching? The historian explains why Biden dropping.
This guy has some great insights. Okay. The economy, both long and short term, are important to presidential election. If you don't have an economy, either now or in the future, you're not getting reelected.
He's brilliant. He's brilliant.
Social unrest. If there's a riot and half of the population of your country dies, you better start phone banking.
Yeah,
because it's not looking good for you. I'm fucking stupid.
I wonder what he thinks about. I wonder what he thinks about the incumbent president getting COVID after this like biblical world changing event has like destroyed every country pretty much universally.
I think that
like right before the election.
I think like just going by polls and like election results, the Biden people fumble when they're like, "Oh, Donald Trump lost the most jobs ever with COVID." Like voters, they don't blame Trump for COVID. More or less, it's more like COVID probably helped Donald Trump on a balance because of the checks and everything, but him getting COVID was way worse than any of that. That was the worst thing that could have happened to him.
He looked really good when he had COVID, though. That's the weird part. He looked like really fit. It made him better.
When he the balcony thing
that was awesome.
That was great.
Was that what he wanted for a moment to come out as Superman? Was that a thing?
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about? Yeah.
I don't know why they did, like, why didn't he do that?
He
Like,
should have.
Yeah, there's no like, if you're the president and you want to you want to do something that's like really stupid, there's no law. As long as you're like, even if you're, they let the president have a list of people he's going to kill. But if he's like, I want to rip off my shirt and I'm wearing Superman shirt, and they say no, how can they stop you from doing that?
Yeah, you're the president.
You could just get them killed.
Apparently, even if you're fucking near death and people are begging you to drop out, you can still stay in the fucking race. So,
if Joe Biden was a regular citizen, do you think he would be able to obtain a driver's license right now? There's no way.
Yeah. No, that's always been my standard. Like I used to say that about Dianne Feinstein too. I'm like, if you think she's eligible, then let her drive a car, and you have to be in the car. Like same with Joe Biden, you know. But anyway, let's continue. The 13 keys.
In jeopardy, the incumbency key, whether or not the incumbent candidate is the sitting president, and the contest key, which looks at whether there is competition within the incumbent party for the nomination.
Biden running checks off two keys, right? Biden steps aside, they lose, obviously, the incumbency, and it's not at all clear that there wouldn't be a big party fight.
There is one extremely unlikely scenario Lichtman says could help.
Is there like pretty bad echo coming from his mic? No. Okay, we're gonna mute him before he speaks.
Democrats
okay, you're gonna have to ask for permission before you speak.
Let's assume for a moment that the pressure is so great that Biden has
I think they
to
can
step
still hear
aside.
you actually
Here's
speak.
what he should do to preserve the.
Hello, my name's Alexa.
Oh, it's because the third mic is picking you up anyway.
Oh.
It's
the
because
third mic doesn't have the gate on it.
Yeah, the third mic is gateless. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Would it help if we switched positions?
Wait, what if
like
you pull this to there, and then you
What if
take
you
this
jump
one?
here?
Well, I'm going to the bathroom real quick. I think that'll make it easier for you guys to move around. I'll come back.
You have the personal one, and then we both share this.
There you go. You guys can kiss. Oh.
Okay, well this thing's off, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's muted. You can take it off. You can rip it out of there. This guy just wants Biden to stay in to predict the Trump win. Wait, that'd be really fucked up if last second he just does a switch up and he's like, I was kidding. I wanted to predict the easy. Bro, you gotta stop eating all of my protein before I order new ones. That's crazy. This motherfucker Murat comes into my house now specifically to like he comes on a food run. Like he's like a video game character on a mission.
It's a good idea.
Murat has lost 16 pounds stealing my protein, so it's fine. But like he came over and he gave me the thumbs up for the new like cheese puffs that I eat, the Twin Peaks one, but there's only 3 of them. No, don't eat, bro. There's 42 grams of protein. You don't need 2 of those. Are you kidding me? And a Fairlife? Okay. At least put the rest of the Fairlives in the fucking fridge, please.
What is 42 grams of protein compared to like an animal? Like what kind of meat?
42 grams of protein is like
chicken breast?
No, more than a chicken breast.
Really?
Whoa.
Yeah. You're going for 250 grams of protein. That's good.
So much.
No, it's not so much. You should be going for like 250.
Keep eating his chips then.
You got it. He got his approval.
A chicken breast is way more than 40. Depends on how big it is.
I think it's 40 grams of protein per 100 grams of chicken.
A chicken breast is 55 grams of protein. Okay, I was wrong. It's like one. He's drinking all my fucking Core Life. Austin does this shit too. Everyone does it, to be fair, and it's fine. I can order more. It's just that I'm very autistic when it comes to like managing all that stuff. So when there's like new dynamics involved, like new people that are also eating the protein, now I have to like order more ahead of time.
Yeah,
that's it. 225 grams of chicken breast for the Aussie boys. Anyway, all right, let's continue with this guy.
And keep the Democrats' best chances for election alive.
You really got men dropping by just to drink your milk and gain protein? Okay, yeah, pause.
He should say, for the good of the country, I am making the ultimate sacrifice. I am stepping down from the presidency. Then Kamala Harris would become president, and they would secure the incumbency key. And he could then release all of his delegates to Harris to secure the contest key. That's the only situation under which the Democrats would not start out some keys deficit.
with only
Bro, I love that he just like made up this 13 key plan.
Yeah.
And he's just like, he's saying like, this is the rule of the land. I love that. I love that it's like, this is objective fact. Like, they better not disrupt the 13 key plan. That's awesome.
4 months left before Election Day, some keys have already been decided. Democrats get a false for party mandate because they lost 9 seats in the House during the 2022 midterm elections. The short-term economy key is marked true because the U.S. is not in a recession.
I don't call the recessions myself. I rely on the National Bureau of Economic
None of that's relevant.
Research.
It's like
You
it's as
heard
if
a
voting
lot
people
of criticism about the
know
economy.
these things at all. It's just like short-term economy. People's lives. Are
No,
just
he's just
cheap.
using it as a predict, like in order to make a prediction. He's not saying that like people are making these decisions in an educated manner.
But I'm saying the economy could be doing not that bad on paper, and people's lives can be shit. Like it's.
I mean, there is that.
You know, about the high inflation. But there are other indicators that are very positive. Strong growth, near record low unemployment.
As for long-term economy,
it looks at real per capita growth during the term, and it compares it to the average of the previous 2 terms. And that key is solidly in the Democratic favor.
Also in their favor are the policy change and scandal keys.
To turn the scandal key, it has to involve the president himself. Not the president's children, not the president's brother or sisters. So the Hunter Biden situation doesn't turn the scandal key according to its definitions. So Biden's
Oh, really? What about when Hunter Biden's in the fucking White House and is being called the shadow chief of staff? Perhaps that would turn the fucking scandal key for you, but you know.
Didn't they find coke in the White House a while back?
Yeah, but
They were
that
trying to
wasn't
pin it on him.
Dude, that wasn't. Why is you're so astute when it comes to global geopolitics, but when it comes to American domestic affairs, you have the understanding of a Serbian uncle who is watching Fox News.
There's cocaine, huh? What's this white jar you have in your bathroom?
Yeah. Why is it that you turn into a fucking foreigner so fast? You're like, oh, I heard there's coke in the White House. This must be Hunter Biden.
I'm saying it's a scandal. It's a scandal.
And you're really offended by it.
a vanilla guy. That's why he doesn't win the charisma key, but that's why he does win the scandal key.
According to Lichtman, Kamala Harris wouldn't get the charisma key either. None of the potential candidates would.
You're talking about the once-in-a-generation, truly inspirational and broadly inspirational.
I love that he's talking about all of this stuff as though this is like objective facts, and it's like one of them is the charisma key. Yeah,
like it's a maths equation.
Yeah, like who? According to who? You know what I mean? Like who? Oh shit! Someone's trying to come back in here. Kaya, what happened? You bored? You want to come back in here? She's like, what?
And now what?
Yeah, no, she's just checking out. She's just checking out. She wants to see the 13 keys.
How much do you reckon someone gets paid to do this job, to come up with the...
I think he's just the academic.
Inspirational candidates. The truth is, we wouldn't disagree much on who they are. Teddy Roosevelt, Franklin Roosevelt, Ronald Reagan, Barack Obama in 2008, not necessarily in 2012, John F. Kennedy. There's very few of them over 100 years.
Even Donald Trump, who is known for his showmanship, doesn't make the grade.
You have to be
Wait, that's crazy. He definitely did make the charisma key for his own fucking... Wait, what?
Yeah, what?
Appealing. And Trump only appeals to a narrow base.
That's another key in favor
Obama
of the
famously
Democrats.
was appealing to everyone.
The remaining 4 have yet to be determined. Whether it's Biden or Harris at the top of the ticket, the administration's handling of the wars in the Middle East and in Ukraine has led to big question marks around the 2 keys related to foreign or military affairs.
If she were to become the candidate, she would be running on the record of the 3.5 years plus of the Biden administration, and all the same keys, as they fall one way or the other, would be the same whether it was Biden, Harris, or anyone else.
Right now.
Okay, this sucks. This is like really fucking shitty. Okay.
You're watching
John.
yourself. What were you on?
No, I didn't watch this yet. Colin and Samir.
Oh yeah.
But I didn't watch it. There was a thing that I wanted to watch with you guys, and now I can't remember what it was. No, it's not tomorrow's teaching, even though I do want to watch tomorrow's teaching as well, with you guys. But what the fuck was it? Oh, we're gonna talk about Mr. Beast, but I'm waiting. I need I need Felix to come back.
Kaya's like eating my shorts.
Kaya.
No, she's
No, it's
alright. She
good.
can do it. It's funny.
What do you have in your What do you have in your pants?
Literally just a phone.
Another jar of calm.
Felix, we're gonna talk about President Mr. Beast.
You should do readings for your audience.
What do you
Be
mean?
like, this is
Like Little Women.
like, what do Americans call readings? Like before uni, the lecturers like preparatory papers for your streams. You're like, you guys have to read this journal article before I stream.
Oh,
Sorry. That's all right. Kaya, lick that off.
you're eating another bag of chips, bro. Stop. Bro, oh my God, this motherfucker's just eating all the chips in the house right now. This is crazy.
Yes, homework. Homework was what I meant.
What? Stop eating all my chips, bro. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
I'm
that
not
is.
fat shaming. I'm fucking protein shaming. Okay, two mics.
Okay,
pointed
so,
at the same.
okay, so
We're sharing.
yeah, like this.
Yeah, you got to speak
That's
into
okay,
that,
Penny
and then
One.
those two are going to speak into that microphone.
Okay.
Okay, so everybody, right now we're gonna move into not unserious political commentary, but finally some serious political commentary. Okay, there's a lot of people who have run for election in the past, and you know some are great contenders, some are not, some are old, but until now, okay, we've never had a guy like Mr. Beast, YouTube legend. Jimmy Donaldson, the king of North Carolina. Okay, here he is.
North
saying
Carolina. There's nowhere else he could be from. It's the most nondescript place. It's really perfect for him.
Is that what every man in North Carolina looks like? Kind of like
Kinda, yeah.
generic.
James
white guy.
Donaldson,
Yeah.
our friend
Kinda.
of all three of
Yes.
ours. He hasn't been to my house, but he's been to yours.
Yeah.
Recently, yeah.
Yeah, recently
2 weeks ago.
when he visited you in Australia. Only you. Oh, and then we can do the Tyler Oliveira. Who are you voting for video?
Watch this
This
one.
was
Stop.
million
The only,
views in
the
4
only
days.
working journalist in the
Yeah,
world.
I know.
You've
Our
seen it
favorite.
before?
Oh yeah. Who do you think got me into politics? Tyler Oliveira.
Us too.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
and then another banger
I
video.
love this
Johnny
one.
Harris. Johnny Harris
Fighting
preparing
with
for war with China.
oh my God, that's his fucking war face.
Yeah, that's his war phase. Bro, he
That
got
looks
out.
like, that looks like me when I'd go to the grocery store with my mom as a 5-year-old and she'd run into her friend. Can we go?
Yeah, no, you don't understand, dude. He's ready to take down the CCP, okay?
Oh yeah, he'll fucking kill your ass and give you an explainer on why you died.
So, Mr. Beast, on July 6th, on this incredibly important day that will be remembered throughout American history, at 5 a.m. Eastern time, so it's, or Pacific time, so it's 8:17 a.m.
So
his
he was
time.
in bed waking up and was like,
Yeah.
I'm tweeting
President.
this.
He said, if we lower the age to run for president, I'll jump in the race.
Who is that addressed to? Like Congress?
The age control.
612,000.
Yeah.
612,000 people that liked it, myself included. Now, I wanted to do it publicly because I want to be his labor secretary.
Or is that because Twitter removed that you can see likes? So you're like, I want proof of this.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it before everyone could see that I did it. Okay, I'm throwing my hat in the ring.
There's no point to, endorsing someone in private.
No.
I would
Yeah.
like to be the James Jesus Angleton of Mr. Beast's CIA. I would
Yeah.
like to be the head of counter-espionage.
Yeah. So he wanted to lower the age to run for president, and he's going to jump in the race. And after a couple days of endless back and forth, people wrote articles on it. Of course, like I'm sure there was a Philip DeFranco video on it. You know what I mean? People were filled in. He came out 11 hours ago. 11 hours ago this morning, again at 5 a.m. Our time, 8 a.m. his time, and tweeted out, if I were president, I wouldn't care about party lines. I'd just always truly make the American people my number one priority, as opposed to other presidents who do care about party lines and don't make the American people his number one priority, or rather don't claim to do so.
Does he think he's like the first guy to say this?
Yeah.
Like it's so. I feel like he wouldn't say this unless he thought, wait, how come none of these guys say they care about the American people first?
Yeah.
For problems I'm ignorant in, I'd have experts from the left and right advise me on them. Dude, this is Barack Obama.
Oh my God, yeah, it is.
This is Barack Obama.
This is really Mr. Beast is the Obungler. I could see Obama doing all the Mr. Beast stuff. We got 100 people, ages 0 through 100, to sleep in a Costco. And we're gonna make them go on healthcare.gov.
Okay, I can't talk. I'm not talking shit here because when he says experts from the left, he means me. Okay,
that's good.
So,
Yep.
So Labor Secretary Hassan
Yeah,
calling
but
in,
then who's on the right? Is that Stephen Crowder?
like Ben Shapiro,
Ben Shapiro. Okay.
probably. And then try to find the middle ground that's best for America. Wouldn't be viable. Don't care about things. That's also what Trump said. Don't care about doing things just because my party says I should. And I would focus on uniting the country instead of dividing it. Anyways, we can pick this up in 15 years when I'm old enough to run. Haha.
This is so a bungler.
Yeah.
Like it really. I'm gonna focus on uniting the country instead of dividing it. Like even Trump said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like everyone said that.
Every president has said that.
You know, like I want
Except for Joe Biden, who said he's gonna kill every Republican. Famously, if you listen to Fox and Friends, remember the famous speech he gave in front of the red lights?
Yeah,
Like in the earlier stages of his presidency, when he I forget where it was. I think it was in Philadelphia or something, and the Republicans were like, "This 800-year-old fossil fuel is so terrifying."
Oh my God!
He just said half the country is going to death camps.
It was the inverse of when you remember when like Trump would make a speech on a weirdly shaped stage, and people would be like, "It's Himmler's Nordic rune. He's trying to resurrect Hellboy." And it's like I don't think Trump knows that. Like, I don't think Trump is an expert in like SS occult imagery.
His assistants might be, and then when they're setting up the room,
It's just that always was something I joked about because it's like, dude, he's literally saying Hitlerian shit on top of the podium. Like he literally was like, "We need to kill every immigrant," after putting them in concentration camps, and they're like, "But do you see the podium?"
Yeah.
Like he's really invested in esoteric Nazi runes.
Yeah, like the dog. I love like it's part of like a larger trend that I'm glad has kind of gone away of like extremism experts, where they would be like, "Look, he's doing dog whistle," and you listen to the speech, and he's like, "They're filled with diseases, they're raping everyone, and they're ruining our race." And it's like, yeah, that's
like
what,
very subtle there. Yeah.
I'm glad you picked up on that.
So, but going back to Mr. Beast, because Donald Trump or Joe Biden is not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about President Beast, okay? President Donaldson, President James Jimmy Donaldson, Mr. Beast. What do we think about this? He says he's going to, for problems I'm ignorant in, which means that there's like stuff that he's not ignorant in.
He's just being humble. They're really aren't.
Yeah. He's like, Xi would toss Jimmy around like a chew toy if he became president.
What do you think G would do if you stuck him in a grocery store and said that he can only use items that he can fit in his cart? He'd probably fold instantly.
Yeah, he wouldn't be able
not
to.
lasting long.
What do you mean? He actually was able to. He actually was able to overcome the rural countryside of China in order to rise to power within the ranks of the Communist Party. So he could overcome the grocery challenge, is what I'm saying.
I think you might have a point that like the challenges could be the American version of the Cultural Revolution. Like if you're in a black category, you have to live in a grocery store.
American.
I like that.
I
like that policy.
Yeah, I'm growing to support Mr. Beast.
Yeah. But it's cool. It's cool. I think this is. Wait, by the way, he says 15 years, but he's 26 years old.
What I don't know
So
what
you have to be
is.
50 or 45.
Does he?
You have to be
No, you have to be 35.
Ah,
yeah.
So I don't think he knows that. I think he thinks you have to be 40. To
I
run
think he's
for
just hyping
president.
us up for his next video, which is going to be I age 15 years in a day.
Yeah, he's doing the reverse. That guy who's like trying to unlock by eating his son's blood or whatever. Brian Taylor Johnson.
Yep, Brian Johnson.
Brian Johnson.
Brian
His
Johnson.
Middle name.
Yeah,
That's how you've been getting so young.
yeah, young and
follower.
vibrant.
I mean, it could be a good thing though that he's getting political. I mean, obviously, it could go. It could be good or bad.
Could be lots of things.
But it's like it's
President Beast first video, 6 million or 3 million. President Beast compromise. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Wait, why am I advocating for only 3 million Jews? What is happening?
We don't know what it could be. 3 million or 6 million of anything.
Okay, it can. 6 million is a very specific number, Felix.
It could be
It's just double 3.
Do you believe in this fucking administration or not?
Oh, that's ridiculous. Ay. Jesus. He already kind of has a company town, so he's there. Oh my God, this is literally like Ford. It's Henry Ford. It's Henry Ford without the
Fascism.
politics, without the fascism.
We don't know that yet.
Well, it seems like he's more of a liberal. He's more of a centrist.
Yeah.
I mean, like, all those conservatives were like, how come you haven't killed your friend for transitioning? And he's been like, what the fuck? Like, what?
Yeah, that's always funny when he's like confused as to how like unimaginably hateful people are to his lifelong friend. After consulting on the experts on the left and right, yeah, I mean, I do think that this could be a reality in the future.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
100%.
Yeah, I think it's more realistic than like The Rock being president. I always thought that was overblown.
We are devolving, so who knows?
Who was the film star that became president? Was that
Ronald Reagan.
It was
Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jimmy probably has more fans and followers.
That's true.
Yeah, Reagan was in movies where like his co-star was a monkey. He wasn't like Clark Gable or someone. Like no one. I don't even know if there's like a modern equivalent to what kind of an actor Reagan was. Zachary Levi. He was like if Zachary Levi became president.
George of the Jungle.
I feel like it's only going to work on like an international wave. He needs his like Margaret Thatcher, like KSI person in the UK. To kind of
the new wave of neoliberalism. Yeah. If even half his audience able to vote, I mean, yeah, they will be. Maybe that's why he's saying 15 years. Because like, I'm sure.
How many people voted in America?
I'm pretty sure they're all in this room.
60%, right?
60%.
So the last election, I think it was something like 150 to 160 million.
Yeah, but that was like super high in comparison to because it was like we had universal mail-in ballots. That's why like so many undocumented immigrants voted illegally for Joe Biden, myself included.
Authoritarian Australia, and we have to vote. Mandatory.
Yeah, it's compulsory.
Yeah.
Except you guys get the day off and stuff.
Yeah. Even people with jobs can vote.
Yeah, which is kind of important. You can't just be like, oh, it's an extra challenge.
And you get a free fucking hot dog when you vote.
Yeah, that's
wait, really?
Or sausage sizzle.
Well, in America, if you did that, it's called electioneering, so it's illegal.
You're bribing people.
Yeah, they'd say you're bribing people to vote.
What if you just put it on the ground and you walk away and you'll be like, they don't know who put the hot dog there? I think free food.
Well, that sounds like a beautiful tradition.
Yeah,
I don't like a Mr. Beast video as well.
Free glizzies for everybody who votes for Mr. Beast. All right. Well, that's it. Mr. Beast is running for president. And here we have the White House press secretary, Tyler Oliveira, doing unimaginably brave journalism. Okay. Tyler Oliveira, for those of you who do not know, is famous for, I went to the city where they banned cops or videos like I went to the city where heroin is legal.
I'm pretty sure he has a video where he goes to Gay City and they force him to twerk.
Yeah, they beat his ass because he doesn't twerk hard.
I think he has one called like I went to the zombie town or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's every
most
like
of
every American.
Yeah, most of his videos revolve around that.
Yeah.
For the most part. But anyway, let's take a look
this is kind of like what people were joking like Mr. Beast is the Antichrist. I don't think that. But this is like how the modern day Hitler would get started. Like this is kind of the form and function.
Well, let's see what this brilliant journalist had to say about, or what the people he interviewed had to say about who they're voting for president.
He'll keep the white people safe. He'll make the Jews come back to life.
What are your thoughts on Biden?
Ew, no. Oh my God.
I have compassion for the guy. You know, where's his wife? Where's everybody else that should be looking after him?
Bring Obama back.
Trump is a criminal, is a very sick person.
He's a rapist, he's a liar.
What are your thoughts on January 6th?
They were sadly trying to destroy democracy.
Biden's son going to jail. Honestly, in my opinion, we don't have enough immigrants in this country.
Nosotros no tenemos papeles, no tenemos trabajo y no tenemos más hambre y aquí estamos gracias a él nos ayuda.
You had to be sick to vote for Biden.
Whoever moves first is gay.
Oh, the classic.
The presidential election,
Yeah, throw that in
November
there.
5th. I hit the streets of major cities all across America with one simple question.
Who are you voting for?
Dude, that's so much staying power on that meme,
Yeah.
dude. Like, it's so good. Okay, let's see this.
If Donald Trump does not win, what do you do?
I hope that I'm going to die.
Donald Trump wants to destroy not only the city, but the country, and eventually he could destroy the world.
Starting in New York City, with Trump's recent felony convictions taking place in his own city, and a new home to countless migrants who just illegally crossed the border, who do New Yorkers think can best solve America's problems?
Immigrants are in New York for the first time ever.
There is nothing funnier than this dude. I whenever we talk about Tyler Oliveira, I have to do this.
Yeah.
And just show you, like, before he went, I investigate the most dangerous city in America, the murder capital of America.
It's always a black guy that he uses as
Yeah,
well.
he
Every
used to
single
do.
thing.
He used to do this.
Yeah,
I built a secret. I used this. I built a secret water park using only a fork.
Yeah, he was like one step removed from those those weird children's videos where it's like the hacker told us that we have to help the game master.
Yeah.
And you can see like his font is Mr. Beast, so he was trying so hard to just do whatever stuck.
But he preempted Mr. Beast's political turn, which is actually it's jumping forward. What a
Him trying to be Mr. Beast and like not quite getting there, that is like Hitler not making it as an artist. You know?
Yeah. Can you bench press 1,000 pounds underwater? Like, he was doing so much fun stuff.
Yeah, famously harder to lift weights underwater.
Yeah. I drove across all the United States in a straight line, running for 24 hours straight challenge. Like, he was doing like physical fitness stuff, and now he's just like.
When did the switch happen?
Yeah, when did he decide?
I think famously the first one is not Brent. I investigated Ohio's toxic wasteland. That's
good.
his like foray into politics, and he's like, "Damn, this shit kind of
Look at the
slaps."
thumbnail for Obese City.
Yeah.
I went to the most obese city in America. Yeah, that's perfect. I investigated Hitler's death. No Jews allowed.
Hitler, everyone knows that's your house now. He's not trying very hard to hide. You're the only guy we know who would have that sign.
Yeah, he then like, I think when he realized like these things were banging and they were not like
Yeah, when you got the 19 in the city of real life zombies.
Yeah, I think that's when he was like,
all
oh,
gone
it's a
from
turning
there.
point. Because he hadn't hit like that number ever before. I don't think he was like doing really well for himself. But then after that, every video is that. I investigated a city where you legally must own a gun. I investigated the city made of trash. Interviewed the most racist man in America and agreed with him. I investigated the city that made being gay illegal. The city where only criminals live. City that traps homeless people forever. Investigated the city where old people are sent to die. Investigated underground city of mole people.
I remember the mole people video. That was incredible.
Wait, really?
Yeah, no, he goes to like this tunnel system that's in Las Vegas, and it's just like, like fucking people, like deeply poor people. And he's like, I think they're casting a spell on me.
Oh yeah, and then he duked it out. The next top 3 performing videos on my channel, literally Mr. Beast clone videos. Lol, Boy officials just needed to DM me if he needed YouTube advice. For Boy, he said, who would have thought exploiting homeless people was way more lucrative than being a Mr. Beast clone? And then because they made a video to which you responded with, I stand corrected. It's good to know you're exploiting homeless people for passion, not just for money.
It's good. It's good.
That's an all-time banger for you.
That's
Don't be humble.
I haven't posted anything since then.
Yeah, that is literally
immense performance.
10,000 on a reply. That's amazing.
Yeah, that is unironically your greatest.
That's called going platinum in the reply.
Yeah.
Oh.
So good. Anyway, getting back to it, let's see what he's cooking up now.
Trump, question for you, sir.
This is
Whoa!
Hey,
Hey,
73, you pathetic motherfucker.
yo, quit tweaking, man. Who you voting for?
Suck my balls.
Oh, shit. What are you on right now?
I want to vote you, motherfucker.
What the fuck is your problem?
Suck my dick.
Dude, what do you think, dude?
Why would you ever say what the fuck is your problem back to a man? He's like, tweaking.
Like this guy who's like probably lived outside for 30 years. It's like schizophrenic and like on like sub meth. And you're like, what's your problem? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was being rude.
Is that a faux pas?
I don't know why I push people
why
away.
did I do that? I'm sorry.
I get nervous when I meet new people.
Yeah. He's gonna snap him back to reality.
Biden, porque no sé, su ideología es como más, a mí me parece mejor.
¿De dónde eres?
De Venezuela. Trump.
Why?
He's not an idiot. Biden's an idiot. Trump. Para bien o para mal, el gobierno republicano es el que ha hecho siempre grande América.
My dude, yes. My favorite, dude.
Latino Luigi.
No, dude. Latino Trump voters are unironically my favorite type of voter. It's unparalleled, dude.
No, the one thing that beats it is the Turkish guy who just made it across the border.
No more immigrants. That one is incredible.
We'll stop.
That one is incredible, especially because like literally last week Turks were fucking marching in Germany. Did you see this?
Yeah.
Turks were marching in Germany with Turkish flags, speaking in Turkish, chanting in Turkish, no more immigrants. No more refugees. Just so it's perfect assimilation. It's once again. Oh, it's so good. Oh, this is the Turkish man. Oh, 3 groups of Latino Trump supporters. Okay, well, this is a 46-second TikTok. We don't have time. We're watching peak journalism. Okay.
Are you on meth right now?
Look at me, you sick motherfucker.
He's not wrong though. He's a sick motherfucker.
Yeah, no. This guy's actually a VP at Goldman Sachs. This is just like a natural reaction to seeing Tyler Oliveira. after Tyler Oliveira got out of there, he was like, "Oh, what? Oh,
yeah, time to go to Sweet Green."
Oh shit! I have to go visit my daughter at church.
Yeah, he's still going. ¿Cuántos años, meses vivir aquí?
Vengo llegando. Una semana.
¿Una semana?
Sí.
1 week. New York, bien or no?
New York, excellent.
Okay, welcome to America. Bienvenidos. I noticed the hat. Do you think is Israel play any role in your votes? What are you thinking?
I noticed the hat. Yo! Dude,
he's a journalist.
Bro, he did the Jewish tunnels video, and he was just like, dude, he's just straight up like, you know, he doesn't dial it back at all. Like, I don't know how else to say it. I saw your little hat.
I love this. I thought that like this guy was wearing a hat and took it off.
Yeah, that's
what I realized.
No, he's talking. He's like, you're.
This guy looks like Jewish Chud Jack.
Trump is much better for Israel.
Okay. Are we witnessing the reddening of New York?
I hope so.
Okay.
That's a New York I can live in. It's getting red. Yeah, it's getting red. New York's getting red.
It's been really hard up until now.
Guy in a suit.
Well, Trump
It's been so dude, I lived in New York 7 years. I barely survived there. It's so hard to be
the
Jewish
anti-Semitism
there.
out of control in New York.
Nowhere harder to be
The
Jewish
largest-
than fucking New York.
Or Los Angeles.
Yeah,
the two largest like Jewish cities on the planet, like literally higher number of Jewish people live in New York and Los Angeles than like most cities in Israel. Okay.
Dude, living in Manhattan like I did, that was like being a straight man who can't twerk in Gay City.
Yeah. Did you see that this actually is important because Donald Trump and the Republican Party coming up, the Republican National Convention is going to happen next week, and Donald Trump and the Republican Party finally released their agenda, and it was like a 15-point plan or something, and one of them is Well, first it's like America first, obviously. And then one of the 15 points is literally deport everyone that supports Hamas. Which is like, yeah, America first, unless you hurt Israel's feelings, and then we will deport you.
And also, like, what does it mean to support Hamas? Like, presumably, like, Hamas, like, if you donate money to Hamas as an American, you're going to prison. But do they mean if you have like a foam finger that's like go Hamas?
Number one. Yeah.
Like, could they deport me? I would probably buy one. Well, yeah. I'm commissioning one.
Well, I'll buy one if you.
If I catch you with a green headband, dude, you're out of here.
So, are people pissed off or what?
People are pissed off. We need to change.
What are your thoughts on the convictions?
You know, it's a witch trial. There's bigger problems to fry in New York. Whole city's falling apart. I've been here.
My favorite is like blue city, like deep blue district Republicans are the most insane fascists in this country. Yeah. Like, bar none. Like
Trump's real base.
Yeah, the average Republican living in like Arkansas, whose father is a Republican and his grandfather's a Republican, so he's a Republican, is infinitely more normal than a fucking New York Republican. Okay.
Yeah.
They are so Hitlerian.
The first place I lived in New York was I rented a pull-out sofa, and this insane old woman. She was like, this is in 2015. This is like the first Trump supporter I met like face to face, and she was just every day the most vile shit about like immigrant hordes and black people and shit.
Yeah,
and I met a lot of like when we were in just over the years of the Trump presidency. We went to the South. We were in DC during inauguration, and I met like, cowboy hat guys, and they were way more normal. They were fucking way more chilled out than her.
My favorite genre of like New York right wingers are the people who just like film people selling fruit on the subway and expect that everyone watching is going to be like, "What the fuck is this?
Yeah,
fresh fruit."
Yeah,
in New York.
I love the contrived reasons people get for like getting mad at that, where they're like, what if they shit in it?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like I'm sure they did that.
Yeah. Famously hard to see shit on fruit.
No, yeah, they see tahini and they think it's poopy. It's just it goes along with the invasion narrative. It's not like people that are trying to make a living and find a better future for themselves. It's just like they're invading collectively. Yeah. Like they're coming over here to take advantage of our robust welfare state.
They heard about healthcare.gov. They're excited to go through 16 different PHP pages so they can pay $900 a month for 3 checkups every 10 years.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Since the 80s, and this is the worst I've seen it. So wait, locked in on me.
He said it's the worst he's seen New York since the 80s. By the way, like, no, dude. Objectively, that is untrue. As far as crime,
9/11.
As far as crime goes, well, that's not even what I was talking about. Like, crime rates have plummeted in comparison to the fucking 80s consistently every year over year. But
like New York in the 70s and 80s was like legitimately like unsafe.
Yeah.
Like it's insane that he thinks that.
Yeah.
Trump or Biden?
Biden. The other guy sucks.
Any way you look at it, it's going to be
We're screwed either way?
screwed.
Excuse me, Trump or Biden?
Biden.
Trump.
I would say Trump.
What policies are you concerned with right now?
Immigration, financial, just general regulation and direction of the country.
What are your thoughts on inflation?
Killing people, once again, at that same level. Groceries, energy.
Do you think the average person can survive out here in New York?
That's a good question, bro. What do you mean? What are your thoughts on inflation?
What are your thoughts on murder?
Yeah.
I love how like the 2 guys ago, the like major Trump supporter guy, he asked him questions and he answered directly like a Trump supporter would, and he's like, bro, he locked in on me. And it's like, you asked him those questions.
Yeah.
He like Tyler, like, even if he wasn't doing videos where he's like, I found the most homeless man alive and I tortured him, he just has such like a fucking annoying affect.
Yeah. Well, that annoying affect works so perfectly though for what he's doing now, which is like being a fucking reactionary charlatan.
Financially these days?
The average person.
Yeah.
Are you looking for the
living
vape?
here if you don't
No.
have
I was just
quite a
telling
bit of money.
How you doing, man? Who are you voting for? Presidente. Who are you voting for?
Oh, yo.
He's back. I love
gotta
this.
go.
This is
Right now,
sick.
New York, we've got more Trump than Biden.
I think that's the way to go.
Yeah, he's awesome.
It doesn't stop following.
Yeah, he's doing an invasion every time.
It's the tarnished eater.
Yeah.
Everybody kind of has similar views when it comes to what they want right now, and it's definitely lower gas prices and everything else that comes with it. So, yeah.
Did you vote last election?
Yeah, I unfortunately voted for Biden.
Do you regret that decision?
100%.
What are your thoughts on the migrant situation here in New York right now?
You see people everywhere. It's like a lot of them are getting stuck in hotels and whatnot now, and it's like I think they should just hurry up and like build some new like spots for them already. You know, knowing this country.
The election
In
is
a camp or something.
No, I don't think he's saying that. I think
No,
he's like,
he's got a good answer.
I think he's actually being like, yeah, build some fucking homes, let
Build
them
some
work.
houses,
Like, it's so
yeah.
stupid to just like trap them in hotels.
Yeah.
And be like, yeah, sorry, you have to be in limbo, which is such a big L from the Biden administration. Like, I not to get serious about policy for a second, but like a normal person, like a remotely competent administrator is supposed to immediately throw Governor Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis in prison for like human trafficking. And then after that, reallocate federal funds to these places so they can do like some form of immediate like work program or integration program and start finding ways of I don't know, maybe using like eminent domain or whatever to like, you know, take over housing that's vacant.
I mean, like one of, people very broadly, see all American institutions as like always inherently like more inefficient and backwards compared to like, Western European liberal democracies. That's true in a lot of places, like as far as like utilities or like healthcare or shit like that. But one thing where we are kind of like less shitty than the EU or the UK is immigration in some ways.
Well, it's changing
like,
now.
It's right. Like it historically has been easier for immigrants to like assimilate in American society and like become a part of it, as opposed to like France or somewhere like that. But of course, that's like the one institution we're changing to be more like Europe.
Yeah.
We're making it way shittier, way more expensive, way more just worse for everyone in every way.
And there's no like mechanism of advocacy for like why we can't let anyone else take advantage of our programs because we have no programs. Like there's no social safety nets. Like, in Europe, the fucking weirdo nationalists will be like, oh, well, they're taking advantage of our healthcare, right?
Yeah.
Like America doesn't even have that shit.
I found out about a thing that you guys had that I didn't know about the other day. I was standing in front of Ralph's, and this guy came up to me. He's like, "You want a phone?" And I was like, "He's like, if you're with..."
you were sitting on the ground.
Because I was sitting on the ground. Maybe he thought I was homeless. But he was like, "If you're with Medi-Cal, apparently you get a free phone." I was like, "That's kind of cool." But I know that existed.
No.
But no one talks about that.
Obama phones?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Obama phones.
Obama phones were a huge issue in like on the 2009 racist internet. Anytime, but even before Twitter, if you saw like a clip of a crime being committed, you could always find at least 3 people going, "Oh, and I bet they were recording it on their Obama phones."
Yeah, they're recording the crime themselves. While
It was like CCTV, and they're like, "What do you know? Recorded on a fucking Obama phone that's 20 feet in the air and stationary."
Medicaid will give you a phone and a tablet and discount internet. That's pretty sick. I didn't know that.
That's
great.
Cool.
Yes.
Yeah. 100%.
I feel like did he just pay this guy to like follow him
See if we
around?
got the juke.
That's it didn't cross my mind.
No, I probably not.
Jesus Christ. He's unhinged. Are you voting for Trump or Biden this year?
Trump all the way.
Okay, tell me why.
Because he's the best, he's the most aggressive, he's the smartest. Against any other opposition, I would take him, but forget about Biden. It's sad to see him. The man is sick and he doesn't belong there. We're not a democracy anymore. And those.
Bro, you're just as sick.
No, he's better at talking than Biden.
Biden, if Biden got to this point in the conversation with Tyler Oliveira, he would be like, "You cheated on me."
And then he go, anyway. That's my favorite when he just like stops himself.
Dude, he doesn't even do that anymore. It used to be like in 2020, he would go, and another thing, when you had a guy who couldn't solve it. And it was like, that was already weird to see like the president do that or a presidential candidate, but he doesn't even do that anymore. He gets to that point where he used to say, "I shouldn't say that," and he just stops.
Yeah, it's like the air runs out and you can't take another breath.
No, it's like there's a moment of cognition where he like recognizes that he's he's trailing along and he fucked up again, and he's like, oh fuck, oh man, I did it again.
Those folks think that the democracy has a problem, and they're the ones who have a problem with democracy. They're writing executive orders. They're jumping around the Congress, that's the people's house, the legislature.
Wait,
put a bounce house in Congress?
Wait, he's saying that the Biden administration has like overstepped its executive authority. Like, what the fuck? That is literally like the pivotal Republican strategy. Anyway. Okay.
Oh, it's all good.
Yeah, I wish.
Do your thing.
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna talk about abortion.
Oh,
it's just like the one time that they could have, overstepped to do something like wildly popular. They're just like.
Or student loan debt relief. Student loan debt relief. It's like
the thing.
He's like, the Supreme Court. He's like, I can't do it.
It's like he won't do any of that stuff because he's like, then people will like say I'm doing too many executive orders. And you just talk to the average Republican and they're like, he's doing fucking executive orders all the time. I hate him.
Yeah, it was like when I remember a couple years back when they did a messaging bill against socialism. Do you remember that? There was a messaging bill.
Yeah.
And like everybody voted on it. Like everybody was like, yeah, we're against. So every Democrat voted on it. And it's like, dude, they think you're a socialist, you fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Like you voting on this messaging bill is not going to convince them. It's just only telling them, yeah, socialism is bad, actually.
It's the same thing as that bill where it's like, it's just like a non-binding statement. Anti-Semitism is anti-Zionism. Vice versa.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't matter if you vote for that. They're just gonna fucking say that about you.
Yeah.
Supposed to be making those kind of calls, how to spend our money. They have the purse strings. And yet the Democrats are finding ways around it. They're criticizing the Supreme Court. They're not practicing.
They're criticizing the
what
Supreme
it is to be
Court.
an American. And they're certainly not.
This guy was alive at a time when he was criticizing the Supreme Court, when they, Brown v. Board of Education, like his ass was like, Supreme Court's making this a racial jungle. Back then, he probably aligned with Biden though.
This guy is he's like a liberal straw man. He's the only Republican voter on earth who's like, I'm against the Democrats because they have no decorum and they're against norms.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the guy. That is the one guy that Biden is trying to win over.
And he hates him.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna.
Anyone.
This is a New York Times subscription, like reader. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh man.
Practicing what a democracy is.
You gonna vote for Trump or Biden this year?
I think we're screwed. I think Trump's got it.
Oh shit! Why do you lock in on us? What?
Because you told him to fuck off.
Hey, NYPD, can you do something? This guy's tweaking. He's been chasing us down. This guy right here. Can you do anything? I can't do.
You hear the crooked media say, "Oh, he's sharper now than he ever was. He's sharp. He's fine."
Crooked media. He loves the Pod Johns.
Yeah. I love listening to Pod Save the UK, especially.
Do you think he has the mental faculties to be the president of the United States?
Absolutely not. And it's sad to see, as much as I am totally against all of his policies, I was from the start, I have compassion for the guy. Where's his wife? Where's everybody else that should be looking at him, concerned about his well-being? Biden has, there's no way. What can he do against Trump? Trump is sharp. He's fast. He knows names, he knows statistics, and he's passionate. He's, I think, the most patriotic we have in this country. He doesn't need it. What does he need this for?
You tell me.
He's a multi-billionaire. He could do whatever he wants to do, but he decides that he wants to see what he can do to straighten out this country.
I feel like Biden's not really doing too much. At one point, I really hated Trump. Okay. I'm not going to lie. I was scared of what he would do when he wasn't president. But it looks like Trump is more promising than Biden right now.
Trump is complicated and he get a lot of bad, he's kind of criminal, man.
If he was not a felon, would you vote for him?
No. I mean, he's crazy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm voting for Biden.
Okay. RFK?
Yeah.
Why do you like RFK? That's one of the first people we've heard.
The first RFK supporter he's found.
Oh, thank God. Oh my God. I want to know. Oh,
I also did something terrible.
Yeah, I love RFK. He's so honest. Like when he came out of the gate swinging about how he was like besties with Jeffrey Epstein. I really respect a man of integrity like that.
What was RFK's response to that? Was something insane where he's like, Look, I've probably been friends with people even worse than him.
Yeah, dude, he was doing archaeological digs. Like he had to do it with him. Okay.
Seems straightforward. Wants to get us out of forever wars. He doesn't represent the establishment as much as the other two candidates.
His last name is Kennedy. He is just a regular Democrat, except for being anti-medicine. I'm losing my mind. Dude, Americans are, I think, the dumbest when it comes to marketing. Like, you don't even need to do too much. Just be a crank. And they'll automatically be like, oh, he's so anti-establishment.
In defense of Americans, begrudgingly, no one is supporting RFK. Like, RFK is...
I'm supporting him.
He's illegally
One
voting.
guy is supporting RFK illegally.
I heard that people like me who aren't citizens can vote in America.
Yeah.
So I'm throwing my hat in.
Like, this would be the election where, again, a third-party candidate with name recognition and, like, some money for some advertisements should be able to get, like, into the double digits. He's not going to fucking do that. There's just no base for him. No one really likes him.
Yeah. Except for the anti-medicine vote.
Think you unintentionally made Trump some sort of political martyr?
Probably. I mean, I don't think paying off a porn star is... I think that's what you're supposed to do. Porn stars,
coin, right?
Porn stars work for money. But that's it. I mean, RFK is the guy you want.
That's pretty good.
That's commerce.
He's pro-sex. Yeah.
But I'm worried that he's just not getting enough attention.
Trump all the way.
Okay, tell me why.
I'm not even American.
Okay.
He just
You.
It's happened. I don't know. I feel like Sleepy Joe is. We're definitely for Trump's tenacity, his balls for lack of.
Wait, how is she not American? She sounds like
What
she's
accent
from,
is that if it's
She
not
sounds like she's from
American?
New Jersey. Like, what you fucking
It's not a
mean?
Canadian accent either. Like,
Canadian? Oh, they could be Canadian.
but it doesn't sound Canadian. It sounds much more American.
Yeah.
Yeah. Better words.
Yeah, other countries.
And what said Toronto? Toronto.
Biden makes me sick to my stomach, fam.
And take advantage of America because they, as a leader, respected him.
You told the leader of the Taliban, before you ever talked about any withdrawal, that in no uncertain terms, you would obliterate him. You at one point tell him, I know.
He took him out of prison. Like what are you talking about? He literally, the dude was like trapped in a fucking black site in Pakistan, and he literally took him out of prison and completely sidestepped the puppet government that we had put in power in Afghanistan and was like, yeah, don't worry about it. Like, yeah, shut the fuck up. We are going to give you everything you want. You are now ruling the country. And it's so funny, like, the fact that, God, Biden, I 100% am dedicated to defending Biden on the Afghan withdrawal. I have been very publicly in defense of his, like, one good thing that he did. Right. And even that was still a continuation of Trump's policies as far as like his foreign policy agenda goes. Now, I don't know. I don't know if Donald Trump would have actually had the courage to like actually follow through.
Probably not. He would always get to the verge of doing things like that. And then like someone from the Joint Chiefs or deep within the Pentagon would be like, sir, people are going to be mad at you if you do that. He'd be like, oh, I'm sorry.
He did shake hands with Kim Jong-un, which in my opinion makes him the best president of
America. Well, that's the other thing. Like his career policy was just like, I don't know what these guys are doing. Just let him discuss it among themselves.
But like it's fair because it really doesn't matter what North Korea is doing to America's.
Yeah,
it's just like you should just be like, I don't give a shit.
Let the South Korean president handle it. Is what they was basically what he did, and he also stopped doing military training in the region. Did he? Yeah, for the duration of the talks. The problem is, that was good. That was a good thing. Rachel Maddow was so mad. Rachel Maddow was like, he is Jewish ideology through and through. When I look at this man, I see the immortal science of Marxist-Leninist Jewishism.
My favorite thing was all the libs kind of doing gay memes with him. It would just be like Donald Trump sucking Putin's dick.
Oh,
like, we're all for gay people, but like Donald Trump is very weird and gay.
Yeah. No, that was fun. That was cool. That was fun.
know exactly where you are and give him the exact coordinates where he was?
No, I sent him a picture of his house.
Trump or Biden? Biden.
Can't say.
Okay, fair.
Neither. I think I'm probably going to end up voting for Biden. I'm not super happy about it.
Biden, ¿por qué?
Sí, porque nos apoyan nosotros no tenemos.
Bro, what do you mean? Who are you gonna vote for? These guys can't vote, man. Like he's just they think you're asking him who do you support out of like who do you want to be president? Okay, I love the video. Like he constantly goes up to like undocumented immigrants and being like, who are you voting for?
Papeles, no tenemos trabajo y no tenemos más hambre que el Chavo del Ocho y aquí estamos gracias a él nos ayudan.
Okay. ¿De dónde eres?
Venezuela.
You know, I don't think we should be as limited.
Yeah, those guys are also like the guys that like get TPS because of like this every administration's policy towards Venezuela, which is like, oh, like you're gonna be like the next wave of Cubans in this country. Like we're bringing you here because like your country is communist hellhole, and if you hate Maduro, like come here, you have TPS, which is what we did. No, not text to speech. That's TPS, temporary protected status. So that's the thing I don't understand. Or these guys are victims of communism. Even the people that come from China, it's not like fucking party loyalists are fucking escaping China. They're coming. Party loyalists are coming here to go to school and also to buy fucking real estate here. They're not secretly invading the country through the Mexican border. Okay? Anyway.
Limited to only 2 options. I feel like the way that we are set up is very limiting and is getting us to the place that we are now where a lot of American people don't feel represented.
Biden. Do you think he'll win?
Yes.
Okay.
What do the people chilling near the Trump Tower think about the Donald Trump?
Man's built an empire. Don't you guys like Trump?
He's a criminal, he's a very sick person, and he's very frightening.
If he was right here, what would you say to him?
To him,
Too old? Biden's 4 years older, though. What are we talking?
like the LGBTQ community, all them, forcing them at such a young age, and I'm just not a fan of it.
Yeah, he's mentally ill. Plus, he's a miserable.
At such a young age. Biden's making them people gay.
Biden, the 800-year-old man, is making the children gay.
Yep.
He's so hot. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Kids look at him and they're like, I like men now.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Are you a stud or a top?
Feel my legs.
Human being. He's a criminal. He's a rapist. He's a liar.
He's dangerous for the whole world.
Both sides. He showed the E. Jean Carroll thing. Yeah, this guy's a honest reporter.
Only working journalist.
Yeah.
The only one.
Pretty old and retarded up there. Just you don't know what he's saying. He just be looking stuck, and I don't know how we have someone out there like that.
Yeah, they can't keep him away.
Can't keep him away.
He falls asleep.
So I'm 24 years old. Do we have any hope in my generation?
Not with the world.
He's 24.
Not with global warming. Not with the salaries you guys are making.
The world has never been in danger as now.
Trump?
I go for Trump.
Trump?
Yeah, I go for Trump.
Okay.
Always.
¿Por qué?
It's the best president in the world.
Who are you thinking?
Biden.
Do you think the election's rigged?
Yeah, I think the last one was. That's what a lot of people think.
Biden or Trump?
Trump.
Oh, will he win? All right. Are you voting for Trump?
Honestly, I don't even know.
New York? Pretty heavily red. I'm a bit surprised.
With New
This is who did the polling for the 2022 midterms.
Dude.
This is who the Republican Senate Committee hired. Tyler Oliveira.
That's this homeless guy.
He's like, good news, guys. 98% of people are going to vote for your candidate.
I asked 35 people. 8 of them were undocumented.
That was what eating the Trump tower.
And all of them said they're voting for Trump. I guess New York has fallen to it's a red state now. Yeah, this is why the Democrats saw the internal polling. They didn't actually see the internal polling. They just watched the Tyler Oliveira video. They're like, we gotta get Biden out of here.
New York City feeling surprisingly more purple than blue. What does the other historically blue state in a historically blue city feel about the upcoming election?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump?
President. Donald Trump for president. Donald Trump. He'll keep the white people safe. He'll make the Jews come back to life.
I'm not.
Yeah. All the Jews that died on October 7th, Donald Trump's going to bring them back to life. He has necromancy powers.
He's doing what Nikola was trying to do with the eclipse.
Yeah. Dude, also, I love that he always just goes up to like obviously a homeless person who's like going through an episode and who's like, who are you voting for?
Yeah, he's like a comedic break.
Yeah.
Let's interview a homeless person.
Yeah.
Great.
And then he turns around, it's like 98% of Californians want Trump. What the fuck?
We've got another high quality poll. 70% of respondents are people who are currently having a psychotic break.
Yeah.
Trump and just his the type of person that he is.
They're all really old, and I feel like Biden hasn't done anything.
Do you think there should be an age limit for the presidency?
100%.
Who are you voting for?
Biden. I get a good feeling about him.
Trump's a good president, or he was a good president.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Like,
to be fair, if you walk around LA, you will mainly encounter this guy.
No, I mean, yeah.
Like, he's not being selective here. This is just walking.
It's just like, dude.
President, because his mistake was not being able to do everything he said he was going to do. He wasn't allowed to do anything he said he was going to do. That's how the country works.
What are your thoughts on Biden?
Ew, no. Oh my God, he's white.
Do you think Biden did a good job last couple of years or no?
Biden's an idiot.
What did he do wrong?
I'm not sure on all the details, but how he pulled our troops out when people were still there.
In Afghanistan?
Yeah.
First of all, he's sitting in a bus stop in Los Angeles. Okay, let me tell you something. I don't even know what kind of public transit we got going on. So regardless, the attitude that he's demonstrating is the average voter, though. He's like, I don't know, I just don't like him. He pulled the troops out. I saw a Fox News article. I saw a Fox News headline in passing. Okay. And I decided, like, he's a bad guy from that.
Yeah, and he's a puppet.
Donald
Trump.
Trump?
You wanna know why?
Tell me why.
He's a billionaire for one, and two, he lured the
Okay, I feel like this is like anti-Trump content now. Every homeless person he's interviewed has been pro-Trump, like unconditionally.
Prices on everything, made jobs easier. That's why I'm voting for Trump.
So you got a job easier?
Yes, sir. I worked at Little Caesars.
Where are you working at now?
Nowhere.
And what was the first thing that you said?
It makes jobs easier.
I think you should definitely vote for Joe Biden. If you ever had someone who's going to dictate anything.
Typical Democratic Party loyalist, by the way. She's like dunking on a homeless guy.
Yeah.
Let me debate this homeless guy, dude.
He's pulling up that website that Peter Dow started in 2016, like Fact It or something.
Yeah.
Whatever
Oh my Veritit? No.
Veritit.
Was it Veritit? Oh my God, you just unlocked a memory.
Yeah, he's pulling up Veritit. He's the first guy to log on to Veritit in like 9 years.
Verit.
Fact checking homeless people.
Like this guy's reasons for voting is literally like, yeah, I mean, I guess I worked at Little Caesars when Trump was president. And he's like, you fucking idiot.
Where's your job?
If you ever wanted to exchange the fucking term limits, bring Obama back.
Nah, I'm probably gonna have to go with probably Trump this time.
Okay.
I don't know. I just feel like ever since Biden came in, like everything's been going downhill. Gas went up.
That we have a president that's a little bit too old and needs to kind of retire.
Okay.
It's about time, There's nothing wrong with that.
Do you think that's the biggest deciding factor in who you'll vote for? Mental acuity, that sort of thing?
I think so. I think it's all about, what the president will do for, the society and also making sure that, they do the right things for everybody.
You know what? Joe needs something really good right now.
What are we talking? What do you mean? We're talking like he needs some votes or he needs some of that. Do you think most people feel safe sharing their opinions politically out here?
Probably not.
It was interesting just how unsafe people felt.
He always does in videos. Always.
It's like, people are really scared of like the gay communist, Californians who are also pussies, but also super scary.
He does this in the homeless videos a lot where like someone makes an offhand comment. He's like, do you need help from me? He's like, no. He's like, well, what we've noticed here is that homeless people don't want any help and they're doing this like by choice. It's like a voiceover.
Democrats about sharing their political views publicly. They acted like who they were voting for was a dirty little secret to be ashamed of.
Turn it off for a second.
Okay, here, well,
turn it off for a second. I got my
face
phone.
blurred.
I really do. He's on my phone.
Oh, yeah, talk to me.
I don't think you can post it.
Why is that?
So here's the thing.
All right, tell me real quick. Yeah.
Here's the thing, bro.
All right.
You have. So can you blur my face?
Sure.
If you blur my face, we're cool.
All right.
So I'm in a big movie, right?
Okay.
And I need to be careful about what I say.
They're gonna
I'll take it out.
recognize you.
I got you.
I actually would not like to say
No, he is not in a big movie.
Everyone in LA is in a big
That's
Every homeless guy we meet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that-
he's gonna be in a webisode in 2 years. And he's
on
like,
Peacock.
Yeah, this is ruining my career. I'm an extra in Twisted Metal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
LA is sort of
for
the
a
perfect
pub.
place for Tavo Oliveira because everyone is like delusional.
Yeah.
Everyone who
And
talks
they want
to
to talk about themselves as well. Like the homeless people will always be like, follow me on Instagram. And like,
Yeah.
here's my chance to be in front of the camera. It's like-
everyone claims they're on the verge of like some major breakthrough
Yeah.
success. Everyone's doing great.
City of Dreams. Y'all are haters, dude. City of fucking dreams,
Public
baby.
institution. If I say it,
Oh, interesting.
no comment.
No comment?
Things were getting heated on a national level, but
They
luckily
didn't wanna
some
talk to
still
me.
had
They
the
must be
balls
scared.
to speak their opinions
The
freely.
country is so divided against
When I say I'm
Tavo Oliveira.
voting
It's really
Trump,
sad.
everybody say, hey, how can you vote in Trump?
Why do they say that?
Because usually they think Trump is against the immigration people, right?
He's the best.
Where are you guys from?
Make America great again. Michigan.
Do you think Trump challenges democracy as we know it?
Yes, the happenings by the
I
Capitol.
love Germans.
January 6th.
Yes.
I remember when Trump wasn't the president.
Yeah,
I feel more confident to make money, and I feel my pocket a little bit more, heavy. You know, my account a little bit more fat.
It doesn't matter here in California because the outcome is predetermined.
Do you think the election should be based?
Dude, this
like
is
my dad.
the NBA scripted guy. But this time the election is scripted. No, he's actually a communist.
Predetermined by capital.
He's saying like it's two sides of the same bourgeois democracy. It's bullshit.
He's like, let me ask you something. You ever read a book called Settlers?
Stuff the popular vote or the electoral college?
That's a great question, but I'm not going to answer it on YouTube. If you read this book from the Harvard professor
right.
of politics, America had really the first modern republic, and then the Europeans followed. And then the Europeans learned from us, and they have constantly updated their systems, where it's very hard to update the American system.
Why?
It's in the Constitution.
With a surprising amount of Trump on the pier, I pulled up to
What?
the #1 public school in America, where
Did you
I
count
dropped
that as
out
a
in
Trump
5 years.
vote? The guy who's like,
I
yeah, the
don't know.
Constitution makes reforms hard. All right, one for Trump.
Oh, he was actually in UCLA and he dropped out.
Years ago, to see what our brightest youth were thinking.
Who are you voting for president?
Probably old man Joe Biden.
Biden's not all there in the head, and I don't know. I think a lot of people are swaying towards Trump that I've seen.
Seems Big T's pretty big out here these days.
He's getting a lot better,
especially in California.
I don't know. I think he just needs to not say his hateful things sometimes.
I don't.
Yeah, dude, he nails it though. Like, how is this any different than Tim Pool being like, Donald Trump's going to win every state in America except for like one? I forget which state he said Donald Trump wouldn't win in 2020. Like, oh yeah, no, California is lost. Like, Donald Trump is going to win California.
I mean, what's amazing
the
is
former
like,
president.
I don't ever really see anyone make this point with Trump. Like, he's such a weak candidate that there's still like about like a 20 to 30% chance that Biden will still win. Biden, who has like a 36% approval rating, is one of the most broadly hated presidents we've had like in my lifetime. Like, horrible like consumer conditions for an incumbent. Just everything is going against him. And there's still like a path for Biden that is, I mean, it kind of shows how weak both candidates are. Trump is just so uniquely weak as a candidate.
Which is why it's always like I said, when people go, why don't you demand Donald Trump drop? It's so stupid.
It's so fucking dumb. Like all of them pretend like who fucking Aaron Rupar said, look, there's no magic bullet for beating Donald Trump. Like, he's some fucking electoral monster. Like, he's unbeatable. Like he has never fucking won a midterm as the leader of the party. It's insane. He's a uniquely shitty candidate.
Yeah.
I would say that my politics are more strongly motivated by negative sentiment.
Okay.
I think he's incompetent.
Okay.
I suspect that he's almost certainly committed some form of crime. He was found guilty, to my knowledge.
Convicted felon now.
Joe Biden, I don't think he's all there in the head. I don't think he's the one pulling the strings. So I don't think he necessarily needs to insult Joe as much as he does.
Who did you vote for previously?
I voted for Biden.
Okay.
Yeah.
What were the reasons?
I think it's just like kind of the lesser of two evils type of thing.
You know, I have to go with the lesser of two evils.
Do you think there should be an age limit?
I think so.
Wow, what a brilliant use of this meme, dude. Yeah.
The lesser of two evils.
That's great. That's a great meme.
If you pick one, it happens.
Oh, that's... Dude, who made this meme? Like a 45-year-old divorced dad? What the fuck?
Think there should be an age limit?
I think so.
Okay.
I think it doesn't seem right that someone that is an elderly is kind of making policies for the next generation.
I think since he's going to be the nominee, I have to vote for Joe Biden.
But what do the people of Skid Row, the symbol of America's homelessness and drug addiction, think our country needs as they live on the streets while the government sends billions to fight wars overseas?
I want to hear from some people who are potentially human casualties of policies or lack thereof.
That was a
enacted
pretty
by-
nice Cara Oliveira point, though.
What?
He's just like,
Oh, he
there's
said-
not enough money for homeless people, and they're spending heaps of money on wars overseas.
But what he means is like we should be committing the war.
Skid Row. Yeah, deploy the military to Skid Row. Deal with
Why are you
it.
wasting them?
Why isn't the Gerald Ford aircraft carrier? Why isn't that station right in LA? And just sending Super Hornets to bomb Skid Row.
Well, I guess like he wants homeless people to keep existing so we can keep making content dunking on them.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
He needs them.
Yeah.
As they live on the streets while the government sends billions to fight wars overseas.
I want to hear from some people who are potentially human casualties of policies or lack thereof enacted by president or the next president.
Yeah,
He means potential humans.
Yeah. Potential human casualties of policy is so funny to say about homeless people. It's like, yeah, that's you got it. There's no potential.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's a moral failure. I keep forgetting that it's a moral failure to be poor.
Who are you voting for?
Not you! Definitely go for Trump again.
Trump?
Yeah.
Why Trump?
I think he has the answers.
I never had a president but Obama.
But Obama?
You're not a color man? I'm not voting.
Trump is a Republican. He just want nothing but money. He don't give about nobody and nothing.
Who are you voting for president?
Nobody.
All right.
Not Trump.
Troy stands for the devil.
For the devil? Okay.
He works for the devil.
You think so?
I'd rather Trump.
Okay, Trump.
Yes.
I'm Mr. Trump. I wish you're gonna be. We love you, Trump.
Because he's gonna help us like clean the streets, getting people in order, basically that.
Okay. What ethnicity are you?
Like this.
Are you like Mexican? Are you
Ecuadorian?
Ecuadorian.
Yes.
Okay, so Ecuadorian family likes Trump.
Yes, they do.
Interesting.
They do.
Where are you from?
Iran.
Iran.
Economic was better during the Trump.
You think Biden ruined the economy?
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Bro, what do you mean the economic was better? You sell wicker baskets. Like,
I don't know. This guy is like the equivalent to the merchant that you find in the Chiofra River. It's like, how do you have a store here? What are you selling?
Like Skid Row is buying
no,
that.
like what? Yeah, the market for basket is so bad under Biden.
Trump will make it better.
I'm dropping by this guy's place after this. I need to buy string.
Just buy all of his things.
To make a vote Democrat. Yeah.
Biden ruined the economy?
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
At least Trump, he got a stimulus check.
Okay.
Right?
I mean, tents everywhere. You gotta wonder how many tents were there before Trump, how many tents were there during Biden, and how many tents will there.
What do you mean you gotta wonder? Bro, are you fucking insane? It's just like, it's Skid Row. It existed before Trump, it existed during Trump, and it existed under Biden as well. Like, what are we talking
But
about?
I take the weird amnesia because like everything's trending worse.
Yeah.
You know, and then every 4 years they're just like, oh, I guess we got to do the other one because it's gotten worse again.
Yeah, I wonder how that happened.
I also like this is it's such a like weird like the YouTube purview of what politics are.
Yeah.
That like you become president and you're the first thing you do, like the day of inauguration, you're like, all right, get rid of the tents. And then it's 4 years of no tents, and then the Democrat gets in there, bring the tents back. What the fuck? Why did we get rid of them?
Dude,
I love them.
Yeah, it's crazy when the Republicans are in charge of the federal government. Housing market prices stabilize instantly. They drop. Actually, they just come in and they regulate, which is a big policy position of theirs.
But also, we've noticed that homelessness is definitely going down. But didn't someone say that it's like, at least in this area, but it's because aren't they just arresting homeless people now? It's like illegal. It's illegal to be homeless, apparently. So it's not like tents or no tents. That doesn't mean it's a good or bad thing.
Well, yeah, that's always what they mean when they say like a municipality is like dealing with homeless people in America.
They're putting them in prison.
Yeah,
They
also
also
move them around. Just bust them to other places.
Yeah, exactly.
They do that.
Just every
They do that.
4-year cycle around the...
If you don't have schizophrenia already, I can't imagine something will give you schizophrenia. Just like appearing in a new city the next day. It's like, what the fuck am I?
And then Tyler interviews you.
How did you get here? I have no idea.
Oh my god, you would think Tyler Oliveira is like a demon being sent to haunt you.
He is.
Yeah.
He is, though,
You
to
went
be
me
fair.
in fucking San Francisco. Now you're doing me in Philadelphia. What is happening?
Is this shithead following you around everywhere you go? Do you think, like, well, who do you think has more swag?
After whoever wins. This is some staggering homelessness out here. Keep in mind, California has almost 50% of the homeless population. This place is a bona fide hole.
We don't want Trump at all.
Oh, why don't you like Trump? Okay.
Hey, there's just too many reasons. That's why I go with Biden.
Sure.
The lesser of two evils.
The lesser of two evils. I heard it countless times here in LA, which I would have expected to be a diehard Democrat fan base. So I teleported to the social activism and woke capital of America, Seattle, Washington,
YouTubers can
to
do
find
that.
out
You
if
wouldn't
even
know.
they
We
were
got
feeling
that power.
Yeah. I just take the asshole.
We're back at California.
Yeah. He's dude. Let's see. Seattle. I assume it's also going to be a safe haven for Republicans.
Yeah.
Is that a lock? We'll see.
Anderson Park, aka the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. Let's talk to some people.
Who we voting for?
Oh my god, bro! It was like a week, dude. It was
So
a fucking week. They still do this shit.
That was the crux of his homeless video. He's like, 6 years ago, there was a thing here for a week, and now everyone's homeless.
Like, Chaz was, like...
funny.
It was funny, and then it was, like... I remember seeing, like, anarchists being happy that they, like, killed those 2 kids.
Yeah.
Before, like, they knew what was happening. It was pretty bad, but it was also, yeah, in 20 fucking... What year was it even?
It was 2020, was
I
it?
think it was 2020.
2020, yeah.
Yeah.
It feels weirdly longer ago, but yeah.
It was funny, then it was sad.
Yeah.
And then it was funny again, and now it's just like super sad to mention it. Like
Yeah.
as though it's like a real thing. It happened for like a week, dude.
It's the same thing as if, like, a Democrat was like, why is no one talking about Lev Parnas?
Yeah.
Like, we're still on that?
I'm skirt. Vote for me, if you want to, but I might vote for.
Okay,
How is Trump even able to run? Bro, he has like 35 felonies.
I can't stand the man.
And Joe Biden.
Okay.
I don't really know who to like. Biden's like he fucks with genocide. Trump, he's probably does too, but he's also like a public piece of shit. Biden's more like low key with it, and I don't really think he's even fully there anyway. I'm gonna have to go with like
Biden, but like,
wait, what did he say?
I don't think he has my best interest at heart anyway.
I just don't like the guy's personality.
I would prefer to be able to vote for Bernie Sanders or someone else like Elizabeth Warren or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, but it's Biden who we have. I want people who are marginalized to be safe.
Are you represented in any of those communities? Does that concern you personally?
Yes, I'm transgender.
Okay. Skirt, who will you be voting for? You gotta answer me.
Who am I voting for? I'm gonna vote for. I'm gonna do a write-in vote.
All right.
And I'm gonna vote for Future.
Future? Yeah. All right. Hey, see ya, Skirt.
This guy's got a good head on his
Hey, there you go.
shoulders.
Well, I only voted for Biden because I didn't want to vote for Trump.
Okay.
I mean, honestly.
Oh God. I guess Biden.
Biden?
I hate all of them.
Not Trump.
Why?
I don't agree with his policies or any of the most of the things that he says.
What policies do you disagree with?
I might choose Kennedy.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess
Kennedy?
that is-
do.
but
I
it's
think
like,
we
what
need better
policies
leadership.
does Tyler Oliveira know about?
Yeah. It's just
The tents. That's his
Yeah.
the only thing he fucking knows
Yeah,
about.
the tents that
how
Joe
was-
Biden built.
How long was the Muslim ban a thing?
Well, I mean, I think it just like extended.
It's still going?
I don't know if the Muslim ban is. I mean, it's not still in effect, but I don't know how long it went on for. But that's not like the major policy issues with Donald Trump are tax cuts and deregulation and the wholesale destruction of federal agencies in general. Like, yeah, the Muslim ban never really ended. Muslim ban ended. After being turned back during a layover, the family went in for the ban to be rescinded. President Biden removed the Muslim ban. However, months after the Biden administration repealed the ban in 2021, U.S. officials rejected the Mohammeds without any meaningful explanation. They're talking about like one family specifically, a separated Somali refugee family.
We had that before Trump. Tony Abbott said we'd only accept Christian refugees from Syria.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's my favorite. When I found out that Australia adopted TSA protocols for no reason other than to keep make Americans feel welcome and at home, because they have the same security theater there.
What's wild is that like
The most cut country on the planet is so crazy.
But like so many Australians are like embarrassed by Trump. They're just like, oh, this fucking crazy guy. And it's just like, dude, you guys taught him how to do it. Like you've been having an island fortress for decades now.
Yeah.
Faith in our republic, democracy, whatever we're calling it.
That happened a long time ago, to be honest.
Yeah.
He's hurt a bunch of my friends, like, and their families. You know, he's made it really hard for, I don't know. He's just increased the ICE centers. He's made it really hard for immigration. You know, my friends, like, my buddy, his dad's been waiting 20 years to get into the country legally.
Yeah.
All right, but those processes have been set back and extended even more.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's just heartbreaking, you know, because they're good people.
But Trump doesn't want them in.
No, man. Okay, honestly, in my opinion, we don't have enough immigrants in this country.
I think Trump likes the gays.
No.
Okay. Race relations. Do you think Trump has black people in mind?
No.
No?
No.
I just know I don't think he
Or
has them in mind. I don't think he's really caring.
knows they
towards them.
You have a lot of people out there saying Trump's racist as a black man. Do you think that's valid at all, or is it totally unfounded?
I wouldn't necessarily say racist. I'd say the guy's just kind of a dumbass.
Got it.
And so, like, with being, like, kind of ignorant as to, like, people and like, you're going to say some stupid but, like, you got to realize, like, this is a billionaire who's probably never really spent a day in the hood, never, like, if you're talking about black people, like, if you want to be honest, like, and you're honest with yourself, there's X amount of, like, reparations and whatnot owed to us just based off the work we did for our ancestors.
And do you think blacks deserve reparations?
I absolutely do.
Who are you voting for president this year?
Oh, I don't think I'm going to. First year ever not voting.
All right. That's got to be a sign of something bad.
Guy in a Ferrari.
It's a Corvette.
Not
Okay,
for me.
It's the American
It's a
Ferrari.
Corvette, okay.
That's the America's Ferrari. Okay, put some respect on it. I love the Tyler Oliveira like style guide of just like saying blacks to a black dude in public in broad daylight. Blacks. It's awesome.
Not Trump.
It's more respectable than the New York Times. His style guide is so consistent.
Not Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why?
Yeah, I'm against fascism. Like, you can say whatever you want about the guy, but his business and his economics is foolproof. The guy knows money, and at the end of the day, America is just a big corporation. So,
I just, dude,
It's like, why not just elect George Soros then? He made way more money. He's like a way better businessman. George Soros made like $50 billion.
dude.
That's why Mr. Beast as well.
Yeah.
Mr. Beast.
And he built homes recently for
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
There you go.
George Soros should be the vice president. Mr. Beast is like Obama, and Soros is like Biden. And then we can elect George Soros in fucking 12 years when he's 130.
He'll survive.
I just don't, like this whole thing, like he's a businessman. It's a big ass company.
I know, bro. IRL, give him a break.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you know.
Ask him why he isn't part of the draft Soros movement.
I hate the businessman argument, dude.
Yeah.
I hate it.
I mean, even if he was a good businessman, it's a disgusting prospect.
Yeah, that's not like,
Make money in business by exploiting people.
Yeah.
That's not, can you buy me a new car? It just got stolen? No, but I can serve a 3-minute ad break to you, which you will have to watch right now, unless you subscribe for $5 or for free. Sorry.
That was brutal.
Sorry to serve another L
Oh
to
man,
you.
what if the ad that he gets is from the guy that stole his car?
Or for just a car that you had.
I'm just trying to be a better businessman so I can be president one day. Okay. I feel like this is good business. Guy is snoring.
Aw.
You just stole his pride too. Yeah. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Let's continue.
I think Trump will get it again.
Tell me about his fascism.
Well, he incited the insurrection, right?
I am gonna vote for Biden. I think what he has done so far to support democracy all over the world, like where there
We
are
found
things
him.
unfair.
I was wondering who the NATO guy is. Like, we found one NATO voter.
I hate to give it to the NATO guy, but he has his shit together more than like anyone Oliveira has talked to, like probably ever, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, he's just talking about his posture and his jacket.
His posture, like his look, like he doesn't. Everyone he talks to seems either like miserable or they're going through a health crisis or something. And this guy, he's standing up straight.
Yeah.
He can identify something that he likes about the candidate he's voting for. I don't agree with like this guy's beliefs are crazy. He's like, we need to get in a nuclear war for Latvia. Like, I think you're crazy, but he's got it together.
AIDS or also like for example Ukraine is something where
Locked him as the NATO guy immediately.
Wow.
I know my people. Okay, I know he's.
It was a good call.
He's in the fucking trenches writing about how I used to be a big fan of yours, but I fucking hate you now because you're obviously pushing Z.
He really stood for.
Cooper, who are you voting for?
I'm personally going to vote for Trump.
Okay. Do you feel like a redheaded stepchild out here in Seattle? It's probably a rare opinion, or no?
I think
Never heard that phrase
I don't live
before.
here personally. I actually live by San Francisco, so I feel even more redheaded down there.
Yeah. Do you think people feel safe to talk about politics generally right now?
Bro, this narrative was like 2016. Like, I hate this. I hate that they're like always fucking recycling the old shit. Like, oh man, perpetual victimhood. I can't say my thoughts. And then like when you do say your thoughts, it's the worst thoughts I've ever heard.
It's also like the whole like, highly punitive social liberalism. That hasn't been a thing for like really since Brandonization started.
Yeah.
Like the culture war has like gone back 100% in the other fucking direction.
Oh, 100%. Like who is way more punitive when you step out of line? Like right wingers or fucking liberals at this point? I rarely ever hear about like ableism decriers any longer.
Yeah, I don't see any like call out threads that even work anymore.
Yeah.
All the call out threads are from like Republicans and
or
it's like,
stop anti-Semitism.
or stop anti. Those are the two call out threads that work anymore. It's like, this guy wore a Palestine pin, or hey, Mr. Beast, how come you haven't killed your trans friend? Like the incredibly punitive, like weird HR social liberalism is backslid, and now it's like weird, even more punitive.
Yeah,
social
he got
conservatism.
canceled for being gay.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, fuck this guy. He was gay. Whoa, chill.
Like they're making him apologize for having gay sex.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
It's I think that like we're already seeing like an accelerated timeline of people getting incredibly fucking sick of it. Like I think the midterm was partly that. I think like the fact that Trump isn't ahead by 10 points is partly that. But it's just it's
There's
at
one
the
twist-
end of the day, everyone in America wants identity politics just for like their specific thing.
Yeah.
I don't believe so because I think there's such like a spiritual warfare going on in regards to that as well.
Okay.
So I think a lot of people, Ram Dass says it best. It's like the best thing I could do for you is work on myself, and the best thing that you can do is work on yourself. If you're working with intentions and trying to be a better person,
guru guy.
Oh, nice.
and then
Like a
it trickles out into the community and what you're doing.
I know my parents share a similar viewpoint as me, and they can't even talk about it in that area.
Sure.
They've actually been fearing things.
They'll kill him.
Yeah.
They'll kill him. If you, God forbid, if you say in San Francisco, by the way, that you're voting for Trump, aren't all the tech guys like now pro Trump? I thought that they were
monarchists.
Yeah.
But also, if you're actually scared, you wouldn't even say this.
Yeah, I'm so scared, dude. I'm terrified of saying that I want to vote for the former president of the United States.
The guy who's like winning in all the polls.
Yeah.
I haven't seen. I'm trying to be positive about everyone that Tyler Oliveira talks to. I like this guy because I haven't seen this genotype in like 15 years.
It's weird. It's
Yeah,
weird.
this guy. You used to run into this guy in the Midwest a lot.
He looks like the bully from Toy Story.
He looks like the bully in every 90s TV show.
This is the genotype of like the kid in middle school who's much taller than everyone and like does gross shit like throw dead birds at people. There's always someone who looked like this.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's his job now. If you could pursue that as a profession.
Throwing dead birds.
Just like a professional bully who does gross
Yeah,
stuff.
woke culture killed that, dude.
Yeah.
We need to bring that back. We need to bring that jobs program back.
Things like if they talk about their personal opinion, they might get fired.
Afraid to get into that conversation, and
Okay,
you
this is
need
good point.
you need
True
it.
for like
Israel, Palestine.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's it. Which is also a right-wing position. Right-wingers love getting people fired. Right-wingers love getting people fired for even saying something remotely like saying like Palestinians are human beings is enough to be like, okay, you're done.
They like I've seen like they're celebrating that like all these law firms, which by the way, if you're ostensibly trying to stop anti-Semitism and your thing is like, guess what? Our law firm that only represents the most evil banks in the world and Harvey Weinstein is blacklisting all pro-Palestine people like that and the flight attendant thing.
Those guys were going to become public defenders anyway. Like they're not going to your law firm.
Yeah, like it is the most like organized and like institutionalized and codified way of like canceling those in.
Yeah.
I mean,
Why are people so afraid of speaking about this?
Without it, we can't get it out of our systems. We can't, explain what we're feeling and what we need to make us better.
When you grew up, were you able to talk about stuff like this? I feel like it's
It was easy to talk. Yeah. Oh yeah. Always.
I don't know. I think that
it's so odd now.
He's on a YouTube video right now. Like,
What is he
this,
2 million people in 4 days watched him say
hard.
these. He's got to be terrified right now. He's
What if
shaking in his boots?
What if it's like it's not political though? He
Just
means,
talking.
Yeah, he just means like it used to be
like,
easier to start a conversation.
I have to come out. I have to admit it. Like I sometimes eat gas station egg salad sandwiches. Okay. It's like, yo, get this guy out of here.
He's talking.
That guy, like from his look and his demeanor, I feel like he's one of those American voters who's like, look, immigration's crazy. We need to close the border. Taxes are too high. We should also all utilities should be publicly owned.
Yeah.
And
we need public housing
we need
immediately.
public housing, and all companies should be worker cooperative.
Yeah.
During his last campaign, and
I have to pee.
now that they've
How
kind
am
of
I gonna
seen
get
some of
in?
the things that happened with things like, I guess, raising gas prices, that they might try to go back to what Trump did. But a lot of people are very taken aback by his very abrasive kind of nature.
I think Biden has shown people he doesn't really care as much about the people.
You get scared when he leaves a little bit.
I used to, but I've since gotten more confident. I have a space bar in my own home that I practice with.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah.
Especially when you have to lean and do it and read chat from here. It's very,
Leaning
very
forward,
hard.
you're like, this comment better be good.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
You were stretching.
And
to it.
he just kind of like sits there, just twiddles. He's like, I'm so good at this. Look at this.
I'm really afraid to like lean over to it. It's just I don't know how it looks. It could look stupid.
Yeah, it's like going before you reach.
Oh, it's such a bad feeling.
He's just allowing things to get worse and worse, and I think Trump is probably going to be the
Someone's
better
refilling the
choice just
cum jar.
because he represents somebody who might do it different.
Trump
We're all
doesn't seem
taking
like a
turns,
great
man.
individual as a person. He seems self-centered in ways that I can't believe actually translate to his followers because he's a really rich guy. Mostly they're not. I mean, because you got a really
Why did he interview that guy? You got a video of him.
uninformed
I wanna know what he
voting
said.
population that can be sold anything,
I think the Americans are potentially too dumb to make an informed decision.
uneducated.
So why are you leaving America? Is this part of the
I
reason?
live in the Philippines. It's more simple life. No drama.
I hope
no
this guy's Filipino. Because if he's not, major red flag.
Yeah, I was
right
going to say
now.
he's going there to get a 16-year-old wife. That's why. Like,
Yeah. If he's not Filipino, if he's Filipino, I greatly apologize.
Yeah.
But if he's not, Tyler Oliveira, arrest this man.
It is easier to speak in the Philippines. Tagalog is a fucking easy language.
I have a way easier time as a Trump supporter voting for Trump in the Philippines.
They love Trump there, don't they? I'm sure they would.
I
Do they have Duterte?
They got Bong Bong.
Yeah, Bong Bong Marcos, baby.
I have a Filipino friend, and she told me about this guy Teddy Boy Locsin, who was like the Tony Blinken of he was like their equivalent of like a Secretary of State under Duterte, and his Twitter is insane. He posts so much, like he literally posts like 400 times a day and replies to everyone. And he called himself the hard R and word once in an argument.
What?
Yeah, he
In
went.
Tagalog.
Yeah, no, he was. He was like arguing with someone like a guy in China, and he was like, "I'm a poop," and it was like, "Wait, what the fuck? Why did you say that?"
I mean, that's
what the fuck?
He's just like the Quebec separatists.
Yeah.
Violence like it is here. People are just getting out of hand. It's going to get worse and worse.
Do you think?
Lovely country,
yeah.
but the way it's going, it's just not the same. It's it's not easy to live anymore.
Like, who is in the wrong in that? guy who's showing a Black Lives Matter printout, or the dude punching the printout?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I wonder.
Is my generation screwed?
Could be because there's so many missed opportunities out there of going to school and actually working for a career rather than believing the hype that everybody can become rich online through YouTube, TikTok, this and that other.
You're talking to a YouTuber, man. Like, where do you think this video is being aired? Like, oh man.
Thing.
Valid points. Do you think the American dream is more viable and real when you're growing up than, let's say, someone like myself?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
In what ways?
Everything was cheaper. People could achieve more dreams, go to school easier.
And I view Trump as somebody that doesn't actually.
That always happens.
Real.
That's always the thing with like Alpha Men and Sigma Men as well. Like when they're like, yeah, gonna be men. They always show like the movie 300.
Yeah.
This is what men used to be.
Yeah.
Like,
Pedophiles.
Yeah, exactly.
We need to get back to them being violent pedophiles.
Of policies. His policies are whatever will get him votes. And that's why I'm voting for Joe Biden.
After some genuinely interesting
Whose policies are things that won't get him votes. Which is why I'm voting for him.
That's such a good criticism of a candidate. Oh, you just like doing things that are popular.
Yeah, exactly.
answers and dramatically far less blind party loyalty than I expected, Seattle was more pro-Biden than Trump, but not with much excitement per se.
You haven't, this is not like a study. You did not conduct a poll. He needs to stop saying this. He's
This
like,
is about as good as Rasmussen.
yeah. He's like, I asked 10 people.
But also the kind of people
4 of them were homeless.
that agree to be in a YouTube video. They're a very particular kind of person anyway. So like,
Yeah. I usually think it's like whenever libs talk about polls and they're like, they didn't call me and I love Biden. Like, it's kind of stupid. But like the types of people that will see Tyler Oliveira and be like, yeah, okay. that is a very specific pool of people.
We're in Miami. What is the red state of Florida and the Latino-dominated city of Miami think? We haven't talked to a crypto bro or an OnlyFans girl out here. They have the most honesty. Who are you voting for? Trump?
Biden.
Big T?
He wins, I'm leaving the country.
Why are you voting for Trump?
Because he got his stimulus packages.
Okay. Stimmy checks. Damn, look at that.
I like that the one like convincing like pro-Trump voter consistently in this video is that Donald Trump did something that like is so unique to the Republican Party.
Yeah.
Which is give money to people.
I want to point out, like, Miami is I've never hated a city more. I was like, I almost died when I was there. Not from anything specific. I just felt like my soul was leaving my body. I hated it so much. Just the climate and everything. It's worse than DC for me. But like Tyler Oliveira is so evil that the second he gets there, he's so energized. His powers are like tripled in Miami.
Yeah. Oh my God.
People be hating on immigrants, but they're building the country. Low key, potentially racist statement, given that I don't know who the guy is. Biden.
That's what I like about Tyler. He self-criticizes.
He's very honest. It's a little self-crit. He's avoiding the struggle session.
Tus razones. O sea, ha ayudado más a los latinos que
Trump gusta a latinos o no?
No.
Presidente Biden o Trump este año?
Este año.
Biden. ¿Por qué? Trump.
No me gusta Biden, la política que está haciendo con Israel.
But I live in America.
Okay.
That could
The
mean
best country in the
What
world.
does that mean?
Ah,
Kill more
after
people? or-
Uruguay.
Second. Who are you voting for?
Oh, well, I tell you the truth. I don't know if I go for Donald Trump or... I tell you the truth.
All right.
I don't like both.
Trump me parece un poco prepotente. No.
This is an accurate sample of the population,
Yeah.
though. It's just this is Miami.
Yeah, more or less.
Like 75-year-old Latino men and women.
But somehow all the old people are still more like articulate than Biden is.
Yeah.
Like,
This guy's like naked.
he's awesome.
This is a naked old man, and he's like, Trump's a bit overbearing.
His cock's hanging out.
His hands in the side of his fucking...
I love this
Figura.
guy.
No conozco interiormente cómo es la política. Conozco una persona de derecha.
Who are you leaning towards right now?
No, I'm waiting for see if I
said a
get
person on the
beautiful
right.
girl to come in with me.
Mujer bonita.
Yes, exactly.
Who would you vote for?
Probably Kennedy.
Kennedy.
Trump.
As a TikTok voter.
Yeah.
Dude, TikTok is so damaging sometimes. Yeah. Like, goddamn. Oh, man.
Trump, you had to be sick to vote for Biden.
But I've seen a few things and I feel like he's more for the people and about change.
Okay.
Porque es liberal.
Okay.
Soy de Argentina y comparto los mismos ideales, pensamientos.
Okay. Do you think we'll see World War III if Biden gets reelected?
We are almost at the steps of World War III, thanks to Biden. So, you tell me.
Sure.
There were no wars, during.
There were no
Trump's
wars famously
presidency.
under Trump.
Do you think Trump demands more respect?
There's no wars under Trump is like such an insane thing that I hear so frequently. It's like, dude, I don't know what to tell this person. Like, you are so stupid. Like, if there's World War III, Miami would be hit first. Oh my God. Okay, don't sell it to me. You know what I mean? Like, goddamn.
Globally?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He's trying to make America great again. I believe he's going to.
Okay.
I feel he was the best president we had. He had his, troubles and stuff like that, but you talk about a guy who got balls, ain't afraid of nobody. That's the type of president I want, man. When he was in office, dude, everybody was working.
I mean, can you tell me the difference between a Republican and a Democrat?
You tell me.
I mean, I heard the Republicans, they get richer and they worry about changing more laws, and Democrats focus more on being scientists and changing the world more and focus on the planet versus laws.
And I know Trump is pretty much the same age as him, but Trump's like a young 78, 79, wherever old he is, man. He's still got his mind. Up there.
78.
He's just one of those characters that he's must-see TV, man.
Yeah.
And he makes things freaking happen, man. I love the guy, man.
Okay, this dude's opinion is identical to Alexa's. Like,
He makes things happen.
yeah, verbatim. That's like Alexa's position.
I'm thinking that we should have a woman president.
Okay. As a young man, I don't know how old you are. Do you think you'll ever own land out here in the U.S.?
No, sir, because I realize being homeless, you're more free and you don't have to keep up with the bills and the responsibilities of life. And you can get help from people, and you see how many people help you when you choose to have.
Yeah. He just, dude, what do you mean? He just wants him to watch some fucking Crypto Bro podcast so he can get his grind set going.
Yeah. Nothing and just have a good day.
I did not vote for anybody.
Okay. Why? Do you think it's a waste?
I don't think it's a waste per se, but I definitely feel that
there is a large community of our youth that does think that way, and because of that, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Okay.
You know.
Well, what about you though? What are your motivations? Like, I want to know.
Dream. Nobody's gonna judge you for being just happy and peace of mind all day, walking around, choosing to go where you want, catching any bus, getting help from anybody. In America, this is a dream to explore. So they get mad when they see us like to explore and we get to go where we want and people will help us along our journey. We're all meant to explore as human beings. We don't stay in one spot. We all want to meet each other all around the world.
Who are you voting for president this year? No right answer.
No, there is a right answer.
But if he believes that, good on him. Like,
Yeah.
right? That would like.
Well,
That's
I mean,
the only way to survive homeless.
Yeah.
he is the person that Tyler puts in here to be like, see, homeless people
Yeah.
want to be homeless.
Yeah.
Which is
Huckleberry Finn.
Yeah. Which is a consistent. It is a consistent attitude that he regularly pumps in his homelessness videos, which are all of his videos. So, you know.
Very wrong, guys.
What is it?
Biden.
¿Por qué?
Porque da más oportunidades a los migrantes que pueden venir a aportar aquí cosas buenas.
Why are you guys voting for Trump?
Economy,
Okay.
the border, and this current guy can
I just love the naming.
couldn't run his way out of a paper bag.
Okay.
I like Trump because of flag, city.
What up?
You know, under Trump, we had a capital city.
The border. The border of Florida is beaming with migrants.
Why?
Why not? I mean, I was a mess 4 years ago, so.
Is your wallet in the gutter right now? Is it feeling empty? What's going on?
No. I'm doing pretty well. It's just that I just don't like Biden. And I actually voted for him.
Okay. Do you regret that decision?
I do.
Who are you voting for, Trump or Biden? You said they're gonna kill him.
They're gonna kill him.
When?
Because his bitch is too
As soon as he
bad.
fucking wins, dude.
Why not just not let him win the election in the first place? Just rig it.
Because people will get fucking freaked
I
out.
recognize that.
Because he's a good president.
Okay, so we gotta maintain the illusion of a working democracy and then kill him.
Look what they did to Kennedy.
Sure.
Yeah, one guy is a president for the millionaires, and another guy is a president for the people,
Okay.
and pro-union. And I'm retired from a union.
So I'm guessing it's Biden.
It's like
Yes, I'm voting for Joe.
Okay. Do you think he'll
one
win?
legitimate reason.
I
to
think
vote.
so.
What else is top of mind as a voter?
Democracy?
Democracy. Do you think Trump is a threat to democracy?
Yes.
Yeah.
He tried to do a coup d'etat on January 6th,
Okay.
and he didn't succeed. If we go through the thing again, he may have learned a couple of lessons and he may succeed.
Okay.
And then it's the end of the United States.
I'm a Navy SEAL, ex-Navy SEAL.
Thank you for service.
You can take somebody out. I can take somebody out with the 50 caliber 6 miles away. I'll take you.
We need
6 miles away.
we need the Valor Theft guys to check in on this dude.
Do you
Okay.
use 50 cal to kill people? Surely not.
Yeah, no. People have done, like, who is that Canadian guy who did like the longest confirmed kill in history? That guy used a 50 cal.
And
Like-
what the man just
Exploded.
turned to jelly.
Yeah.
This is unnecessary.
I mean, I do like the way that he's talking about it. It sounds like you're just assigned one gun for your
Yeah.
entire time in the SEALs, and they're like, "This is your class. You can don't ask about changing it, okay?
Yeah.
You're the 50 cal guy forever."
He spec'd into it, dude.
You the fuck out. Oh, fuck yeah. I'll take you the fuck out.
Me?
Anybody.
Oh, shit.
Give a shit. I'd rather kill a person than
These
fucking.
guys.
Yeah.
Damn. We're asking people
They
who
just
they're
like can't
voting
wait to
for
tell you they
president.
can kill you.
He was telling us he thinks the CIA is going to kill Trump.
Possible.
Yeah?
They'll do anything.
Okay. Are you concerned for America right now?
Absolutely.
In what ways?
Like, come on, explore that question further. Like, please, for me, I want to know, like, why would they kill Trump?
Yeah.
Like, why would the CIA assassinate Trump, dude? Oh man, the CIA famously hates deregulation.
One of the first things he did when he became president was go to the CIA and was like, he had that speech where he's like, "Guess who can do whatever they want now?
Yeah.
No rules for you guys."
Oh yeah, he had like every agency. He brought them together, didn't he? And then did a speech.
He did some like intelligence consolidation, but yeah, it was like early in 2017 he made his speech like all the
3 of the top 5 long kill shots are made by Canadians. Says
Okay, we get it.
Canadian succubus.
I think the number one might be an Aussie guy.
Really?
Oh,
It makes sense. It's
no.
Canada and Australia. We're so far away from everything.
You really have to angle that one.
Yeah, it's like the Wanted
It's done.
It's done? Who do you think the CIA will kill next?
Trump. He's done.
Is he playing an unwinnable game with a force that's too powerful to be messed with?
It's inevitable.
We'll go to Muscle Beach real quick. Might be a place to get thwacked at, but question, man. You speak English?
A Ukrainian took the throne last November.
Ukrainian at 3.8 kilometers.
Yeah, 2.3 miles.
That is nuts.
Vyacheslav Kowalski, sniper
Do you
distance.
think they say it happened and then they were like, all right, get it. That's a good one. Get out the tape.
The longest one ever was 2.8 kilometers, and this guy said 6 miles. I mean, when you lie, go big.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Then he immediately tried to kill the guy he lied to. So I could kill you right now.
You from here?
From where?
U.S.?
U.S.?
Yep. You good?
Yeah.
European, we are terrified.
Trump?
Off their face
Because he thinks that America first. And the political
fucking prick.
Yeah.
What? Our European allies have every reason to fear Trump. The Western Alliance wouldn't survive another Trump term. Yeah, he's going to abolish NATO, dude. Watch out.
International policy is...
Isn't that funny that, like, I mean, I brought this up the other day, but, like, Trump's one thing with NATO was, like, he just wants more money from the European partners, which is, like, you know, when the protection racket wants to make more money. And, like, Biden has continued that policy. It's not like they swapped it.
It's also like them giving them money is such a backwards thing. He doesn't understand like NATO is a projection of American power. Like
I
they're
know,
doing
but
there for a service.
I know, but like when you know,
he's like, you should pay more for
when the mafia is not making as much money, you go back to the fucking vendors and you're like, give me more money now, give me more money for the protection, or else we'll fuck you up, or someone will fuck you up. And Brandon has continued that foreign policy as well. So like, what's up? Like, why are people crying about Donald Trump's policies on NATO?
very restricted with Europeans, and also the climate change. He don't believe in that.
Do you think the United States should take some notes and sort of prioritize what's going on here, or
that means an extra don't believe it.
Yeah.
The official Florida state policy now is like that climate change is man-made and fake, and it's really interesting to have that. It's really interesting to push that like messaging bill when Florida is like just underwater.
Take a more international perspective. They're saying think global, think Europe.
You have to fix your house first, right?
Sure.
And then help the others.
I think that Biden's going to do a better job keeping us out of major world conflicts and stuff. He just seems more rational.
Do you like the fact that we're funding wars overseas, let's say in Ukraine and Israel?
I hate that, bro. Okay. I hate that with a passion. I got goosebumps even thinking about that shit.
Pissed you off a little bit, yeah?
Yeah, it did, bro.
So you said he's American first. As an American president, do you think he should be American first?
We have to think globally.
Okay.
We cannot think locally because we have just one planet and just one world.
I have very strong feelings about
That guy's a climate change activist.
women's right to choose because I've come across.
Oh my God, that's the first. I think he hasn't really talked to a lot of women, to be fair. I just realized because I was like, no one has brought up abortion yet. And it's because it's like one of the 3 women that he talked to. The other women were always like next to their husbands.
Schizophrenic.
The only non-schizophrenic women who weren't next to their husbands were those women who like weren't from America. But, like,
One of the other women was pro-abortion. The one who said he's going to bring all the Jews back to life.
Can you count that?
Women, who have given birth that shouldn't have. And I think that needs to be between a woman and her doctor, and the government should not be involved in that at all.
Are you guys voting for Biden or Trump this year?
Trump.
Trump? Why?
Biden.
Biden and Trump. Okay, we got split.
I'm not sure. Probably Trump.
Trump? Okay, you think you'll win?
Hopefully. I know my money hope so.
Okay. Trump. Trump? Trump. Why?
Oh, he's locking down the furry vote? Let's go.
Are these guys
No, I think they're just promo workers.
Yeah. Right, what about you?
I think it's funnier to think that they're actually furries.
So we all out here, we got to vote for our buddy all out here on Trump, cause free beer, I don't care. Woo woo!
Go Trump!
Okay. Will he win?
Depends if we have another coup.
To the chains of Biden's son going to jail.
It's Biden, Trump.
I mean, I don't know. I don't really have too much political views, but
I was about to give this to a homeless man, but you can have it if you want it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Damn.
This is why America's
He's always
great.
fucking
Bye,
us
guys.
up.
Who are you voting for?
What does the blue capital of one of the reddest states in America, Austin, Texas, think?
A small blue droplet in a sea of red. I'm guessing this place
A
is feeling
small
pretty
blue
California.
droplet in a sea of red. Austin's population size is massive.
Why
Like,
does this video have to be 45 minutes? It's just him going to cities and being like, I expected everyone to be Joe Biden's slave, but some of them aren't voting for
Well,
him.
it's 45 minutes because YouTube privileges it. He's just
Well,
he's a
yeah,
businessman.
yeah. No, yeah. I just mean like
Making money.
artistically, it
Yeah.
does not need to be this
No.
long. It's very like I don't know. His videos give me the feeling of like being stuck on a tarmac.
Yeah. It's insane. Like the last one we watched with like the city that banned police, he spent probably like a third of that video just interviewing black Israelites. Just like with no goal. Just
You totally know, like this video, he didn't plan this video out. He was like, I'm going to go to this town to interview homeless people. Then he just did this along the way and then made a compilation as like a money grab.
It's pretty
yeah.
It's pretty impressive personally because like we don't film enough.
We don't do anything.
You know, yeah. if I could do 2 videos at once, fuck.
Amazing.
yeah, when we film stuff together, you fucking don't even upload it.
Everyone hates you. I don't want to be affiliated.
You know why? He told you he lost the footage.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Good day. We'll see. It's still Texas, of course. Who are you voting for president this year? Oh, damn.
I don't like either one of them. I think Biden's too old. I think Trump's too biased and bigoted. So right now I'm looking at the independent.
Trump. For my age, I'm a traditionalist.
Okay.
Close the border, get interest rates and inflation down where they belong, and bring prosperity back to America.
Okay. What are we talking here? RFK Jr.? Is that what you're thinking?
That he's the least of the bad ones. I don't know. I would probably, between Trump and Biden, lean towards Trump more. Better vice president.
What are your thoughts on Kamala Harris?
She does.
Interestingly enough, it seemed like a good amount of people have simply opted out of the entire democracy. They seem to think their vote did not matter.
Are you guys voting for president this year?
Oh, I'm probably not voting.
Okay, all right. You're feeling cynical?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people are losing faith in the democratic system. The vote means nothing.
I'm gonna vote for Biden.
Okay, why?
Because I really don't like the other guy. Well, I don't love Biden either, but
Got
not gonna vote for a convicted felon.
I can't vote for Trump
Why?
because he's a horrible person
Yeah.
and he's a felon. He's in it for himself. He's a narcissist.
Let me put it this way. I don't
Americans are such simpletons on that front. They're just like, he's a felon. It's over. It's like,
it is shockingly effective with people.
dude, I know. It's also the coolest thing.
Yeah.
That, like, you can like literally run for president from jail. You can't vote in jail for most states, but like you can run for president, which I think is cool. I stand by that for sure.
think Trump's going to win because Biden is the only one they can control.
Okay, they want a puppet.
They want a puppet.
And who is they? The CIA? The deep state? What does that mean? You think he's too old? Just too mentally incompetent?
You're never too old. I just think he's overwhelmed, you know.
Friends, Fred? Slightly?
Slightly. Okay, we'll go with that.
All right. Well, I guess last question. Who do you think will win?
I'm praying for Biden because I don't know. The whole world is watching this,
Yep.
and the whole world is terrified. Russia and China and North Korea all signing pacts that they're going to help each other. Trump is in Putin's back
It's
pocket.
true. Oh, wow. Discounting the North Korean treaty. That's fucked up.
Yeah, no, you're right. I take it back.
Yeah,
you got
that's-
me.
that's
It's a
insane.
momentous occasion.
Whose
and,
artillery shells are currently blowing up the grayest villages known to man? Okay, North Korea, that's right. They're doing the damn thing. They're putting themselves back on the map big time. And South Korea, to be fair. Yeah, South Korea is supplying Ukraine and North Korea is supplying Russia.
You voting for president this year?
Trump.
Don't care.
I don't know. I feel like it's a lose.
Where are you from?
Australia.
What are your thoughts on American politics?
I'm glad that Trump's not there because I honestly find
He's
all
South
the
African.
important values like being respectful, not being racist, having integrity, being truthful from what he says on Twitter and what we found out through various investigations. Doesn't look like he upholds any of those values.
Yeah, I'm voting for Biden. He has done a lot of good policies. He's kept us out of most of the worldwide inflation. I know he's very old. He's also very wise. I trust him.
What are your thoughts on Trump?
He would like to destroy the country and make a lot of money.
Oh, hey. Who are you voting for president this year?
Trump. Joe Biden, because I think he's been doing a fine job.
Biden's done a terrible job in the past 4 years.
So you asked me who we voting for?
Oh, he's doing it,
yes,
yeah.
that was the question. Yeah, we're voting for Christ.
He loves these guys.
Okay. Yeah, that's who we vote for. Because we already have a king. So we're not voting for anyone because our king.
Dude, Black Israelites stay dripping though. Like they have the coolest fits, dude. They do. They always dress like Mortal Kombat characters. It's so sick. I would interview them too, honestly.
Yeah.
Like they're the coolest guys that you're gonna ask questions
He
to.
died 2,000 years ago.
I mean, he's not competent. He's lost motor skills. He's not a true leader. He doesn't stand up and command the nation. So I think a lot of people have lost faith in him.
So we don't care about what's happening here because America is going to fall. It's just like every other empire. Every great empire before all failed. Assyria was a great empire. Babylon was a great empire. Greece was great. Rome was
All run by Black Israelites. Famously.
Rome split up into 10 toes. And then now you're looking at America, and America is great, but it's going to fall.
What are your thoughts on the concept of a two-party system in the U.S. and independents having little to no chance, it seems?
The two-party system swings left and then swings right. You make progress for a set period of time, and then somebody else comes in and reverses all of that.
Sure.
So I'm surprised that we can't make progress and then the subsequent person just leads off of that progress while bringing in new ideas. And across 50 years, you're not seeing the same issues at hand. You're seeing new issues that develop as a result of the progress that you've made. Am I welcome
What you
in
want
your
is a
Christ
dictatorship.
kingdom?
That's what you're
Yeah, he's right. He wants this one party, one communist party directive, dude. Broad mandate, popular mandate.
I want democracy where nothing changes.
No, that's what he wants. Oh, I'm
20-year
sorry. I
plans.
didn't realize CCP was so bad and so wrong.
In your Christ kingdom.
That's what I just got to.
He's gonna be a slave, right?
Absolutely. You will as well.
I don't make up the rules.
Why are we not brothers?
Because God didn't make us equals. We're not the same. Just because
Dude, I love these guys. They're so sick. Okay, I'm sold.
Bless her.
You made a black guy, something from a white guy, but we're still brothers and we're still on earth together trying to get along.
Shut up, pussy. Shut up, slave.
Yeah, except you're a slave.
Yeah.
At what point did he say these
He's
people
getting on his knees. He knows his position.
are going to be slaves?
The book of Amos, chapter 3, verse 1.
But what did the capital of America, Washington, D.C., home to Joe Biden and the January 6th riot, think about who should lead this country?
There's not a lot of choice. I guess I'll have to vote for this guy.
Biden?
Yeah, I'll vote for
Biden. Trump's an asshole. Okay. What do you not like about Trump? What is this for? How you doing, man?
Let's go.
We're just talking to people. How you doing, man? Hey, who are you voting for this year? We're talking to the folks.
I gotta still put some thought into it before I make a final decision.
Who are we thinking thus far?
I'm leaning towards Joe Biden.
Are you an American?
No.
You're an American.
Wait, he's a Tyler Oliveira fan who's voting for Joe Biden?
Yeah,
that's crazy. Like what?
I feel like his audience doesn't really engage that hard with anything. It's just like nice to see zombies. Get a bit scared.
Yeah.
It's like a spooky movie.
American, who would you vote for?
Biden.
Biden? Why?
Because, in Denmark, we are socialists. So,
Wait, I thought Denmark said to Bernie Sanders did not call it socialist anymore. That's what I thought was going on in that last video we watched the other day.
Democrats definitely more like the Danish people.
Some of his policies align more with like what I'm thinking, abortion,
Okay.
stuff like that.
Would you like to share?
I don't answer a question like that volunteering.
Who do you think will win?
I know that.
Who?
I don't have to tell you that.
I mean, all right.
Biden.
Why?
Biden.
Can you explain?
Biden.
We can't go back to who the Republican nominee is. It seems like a really crazy, unfathomable option. So
In what ways?
what comes out of my head is that it seems crazy that we can listen to the news and that we're talking about the Republican nominee and also talking about his sentencing, his felonies, and all of the above in the same sentence. It just seems like really crazy.
How is Trump a threat to democracy, in your opinion?
I mean, he wants to get rid of all of women's rights, which is scary. He wants to get rid of all minority rights. He wants to be a dictator. And he's just mean.
Okay. Who are you guys voting for?
I'm voting for Joe Biden. I am also voting for Joe Biden. And 3 for 3, I'm voting for Joe Biden.
Okay, 3 for 3. Why?
Because he does not hate women like Trump does.
Okay.
I think he deserves everything he got.
Would your opinion change if Donald Trump did not pay
still
for
in
sex and was
Austin?
not a convicted felon?
No, he's in
So
DC.
beyond the felon status, so what else drives you to not like Trump?
Such a long
Well, it
video.
just seems like he has a deep hatred for
45
anyone
minutes.
who's not
I know we've
for
been, like,
the
pausing
wealthy
stuff.
white American.
And that adds to the link, but it doesn't even feel like that. Like we've watched hour-long videos and paused and commented.
Yeah.
They felt way shorter than this.
Yeah.
It drags so much. Like there's a metaphysical quality where he makes me feel like I'm in an
Yeah.
Like I feel like every time he opens his mouth, I feel like I'm in front of him.
Okay, well, don't
he's
worry.
in
We're
front
gonna
of
we're
me
gonna get
in
to a
line
master.
TSA.
We're gonna get to a master in his craft in a
I
second.
can't wait to see Johnny Harris spin the block.
30,
Oh, it's gonna be
yeah,
sick.
30 minutes in and out. He's gonna learn how to shoot a gun, and he's gonna defend Japan.
He looks so fucking hard. Dude.
Yeah,
Like,
he looks
he's-
hot.
Dude, he's with all the guys from the Daidoji faction that made a deal with Kiryu.
Yeah.
They're like, you're an even better agent than Jordio.
All right, we can skip the rest of it. I suspect
See if he
it's
has
gonna.
a summary at the end. Maybe like
I would like to know his thoughts on
Yeah, yeah,
his
yeah.
wonderful travel.
And within the restrictions of the council that they were armed and they're cares.
Now, lastly, I'm curious. Comment below who you'll be voting
Fuck
for.
off.
Oh,
He doesn't.
dude.
That's my least favorite thing that YouTube guys do, where they ask a question that like no one is interested
No,
in.
no,
Just to,
no.
like,
Responding.
jog their metrics.
That makes me so mad. Let's get to a goat. Okay, a master in the craft.
Johnny Harris.
I'm not meant for war.
I think he looks a little bit like him.
Why didn't we watch this for influencer promotion, army promotion videos?
Yeah, that would have been so much better.
Who's coming at me? Who's coming at me? This is me training with the Japanese army.
How did I get here?
I'm here to get a closer look at Japan's military
Yep,
as they
that's me.
prepare for potential invasion.
Prepare for a
I'm in
potential
Okinawa,
invasion.
along this important island chain that stretches all the way down to Taiwan. As China grows in influence,
You want to bet
Japan worries
on
that
if he mentions that most Okinawans want the fucking Marines out of there?
Oh, he might do it.
Yeah.
He might do it. We'll see. Okay.
Will he bring up Godzilla?
He's not gonna.
That's what I'm really wondering. That's
He's
the
not.
big question.
He won't mention like the rapes or anything. Like he won't be like there was an American guy who just killed an entire Japanese family, and then America was like, you have to release him.
Dude, it's so bad. Like I did a like kind of a deep dive on like Marines who have done Okinawa, and like I feel like most people know about like the drunk driving stuff, but no, there are just like straight up family annihilation.
Yeah.
Like so many cases of a Marine just fucking freaking out and killing a family or like
Really?
killing a little girl or something. It's so fucking bad. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
these islands are vulnerable and unprotected, so they're rapidly expanding their military here. I plan
Which is
to-
good.
Yeah.
Which is good.
They're vulnerable.
It's good. It's good that Japan and Germany are rapidly expanding their defense industry.
I will, if he gets into an F2, a Mitsubishi F2, I may have to agree with
You speak closer in the microphone.
If
Sorry.
Johnny Harris gets into a Mitsubishi F2, I may have to like and subscribe because that's a cool plan.
I already have liked and subscribed for you, so
Thank you.
He subscribes to
visit
Boy
these
Boy.
military bases.
he does not subscribe to me. He has brought me up in his videos before, though. He has like put me in his videos.
Train with their soldiers, and to learn if all these bases, weapons, and troops could provoke the very conflict they're trying to prevent.
Japan is arming itself like it never has before.
Japan's facing its
Never before.
Yeah.
I don't think that's quite the right term.
It's arming itself exactly like it did before, actually.
greatest security threat in decades.
Biggest military buildup since World War II.
まあ捨てられたんだと思ってます。その日本国の形を守るために。
I feel like I need to really step up to the plate and be a fighter. I'm at one of Japan's most important military bases. Here-
Why is the average age of the Japanese military like similar to the Ukrainian defense forces right now? What's going on there? Yeah, why are they so old?
So you're saying there's a chance for me?
Well, I guess the Japanese are just old. That's probably why.
Well, yeah. I mean, I
population,
think it's the
maybe.
same thing with like, why all sectors trend very old.
Yeah.
I would love
Here in
to. I
Ok-
think me and Johnny should become the Japanese.
Yeah.
So we technically be like the youngest men there. In our early 30s.
Okinawa. This is where I'll start my
Too
training.
far from the mic
They're
again.
doing morning announcements right
we go this
now,
way.
and then they're going to give me my uniform.
It would be so sick if they made him serve for like 5 years.
I'm sorry,
Like, they
but
didn't let
if
him
they
leave.
let you just join a foreign nation like this and like give you the garb and stuff is a joke military.
Oh, 100%.
Like what the
Yeah.
fuck?
This is like scouts or.
Oh, he took the beanie off.
No.
I've spent the last year preparing for
Oh,
this
your power
story,
cups are there,
and
Johnny.
as I get dressed, my nerves
Oh,
are
thank
starting
God
to
he's
get the
keeping
best of me.
Henley on.
Yeah.
Everything's going smoothly with the uniform until.
Anything bigger? I have a very large head, like abnormally large.
That's why he's my perfect counter. I hate it. I hate him. I hate his power.
So anything you can find that's huge would be great. Thank you. I have a very big head. I'm sorry.
Dude, this is like the National Guard, right? Like it has to be.
insane.
That's crazy.
They would let me fly a plane. I'm so much younger than them. They'll let me be a pilot.
We start the day with some warm-ups. I'm doing my best to follow along, but struggling.
Johnny, have you ever done anything? What the fuck?
Bro, these people are like 48 years old. If you can't do like basic stretches, I don't know what to tell you, okay? Jesus Christ.
If you put him in like a Tabata class, he would short circuit.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right, Johnny.
It's hot. He's hot.
I'm learning.
Like we've never had a guy do 10 of these in a row. That's wow, impressive.
Getting there. I'm used to yelling when I work out, but I think I should probably adopt that.
Soon.
So if I was in a war with someone and they did this, I'd be like, can you guys fucking take this seriously?
Yeah. That's why like all the ISIS comps of like them flying through burning tires, like that's actually impressive.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
like legitimately scary. This on the other hand is like funny.
It reminds me of when Al Qaeda would release videos where guys are just on monkey bars, and it's like, you guys are just dicking around. Like, can you fucking get it together?
Yeah, but what do you do if there's a gap? And there's monkey bars above. You have,
Yeah.
you have to cross it.
Press L2 to use the prosthetic.
Yeah.
You know.
I'd be yelling more than I knew I ever could.
Well, you know, Chinese people find this terrifying.
Water break? I mean, I think
If only the Indian border guards knew this secret technique, then they wouldn't be fighting with rocks and stones and sticks on their border dispute.
I want someone to explain to me what the screaming is all about.
Oh no.
I need to start
Marines
working out like
scream
these
a lot,
guys.
I guess.
The yelling, the intervals, the intensity of it makes it way more fun.
Aw.
Okay.
This is just the beginning, though.
Oh.
At some point, I have to thank today's sponsor, so I might as
The
well do
Japanese military. Nippon desu.
that right now. I wouldn't be able to make big, ambitious videos like this without sponsors. So thanks NordVPN for making this one a bonus of 4 extra months for free when you sign up for the 2-year plan. So go check out NordVPN, see if it can make your life easier. Yeah, let's get back to training with the Japanese Army.
Wait.
Before World.
Oh, excuse me. Don't put patriotic music over that. Dude, this is the craziest part about it is like this is akin to doing it for
The
like
Nazis.
the Nazis.
Yeah.
Which is wild. Like you would never do a compilation like this if you went and trained with the German military.
Yeah, no.
You wouldn't be like, here are the Nazis goose stepping. Like, you know what I mean?
I feel like people have like no concept of like they know that the Japanese military and the Japanese Empire did horrible things. I don't think they know quite the extent of it. Like there were no survivors of Unit 731. They killed everyone they came in contact with just to like erase any proof. They actually arguably the 731 guys got away with more because
They got good jobs.
they got really good
Yeah.
jobs in America making biological weapons.
Yeah, well, that
way
was
less of them like got hanged or sent to prison.
no, none of them. No, they literally.
I think a few of them.
I thought Russia. I thought Russia was like the USSR was advocating to take them over, and America was like, no, we'll just if you give us the details of the experiments you conducted, specifically in germ warfare, biological, chemical warfare, then you're fine.
No, I mean I think like most of the 731 guys like ended up in a version of Paperclip, but I mean like some Japanese war criminals like did see some consequences, but really like off the top of my head, it seems to be like to a smaller scale than the Germans.
Yeah.
Is that a cookie? Oh, those are
does that
sick.
come in too?
Yeah.
You ate the other one? Damn it.
Bro, he's a black hole, dude. Are you kidding me?
My
Have a little nibble.
my
Just like
parents though were born right next to in Harbin, China.
They were
Really?
an experiment. Trying to make the most annoying
They were
guy.
like, my grandfather was like, sometimes people would go missing and people just like, don't worry about it. Like
They were like collaborators.
I have something. I don't know. Let's not get into that. No, my grandfather had land near it, and like he knew, I don't know, something.
He knew something.
World War II, Japan had a massive military that was powerful
I'm so
enough to
glad my
conquer a
family was, like,
large
too
chunk
lame
of
to be in the
Asia.
military. The last, I had a grandfather who was like a regular World War II guy, but he was like the only like normal brave guy. Everyone else, their positions were like the piano player in the Russian Imperial Army. Just fucking like the lamest positions. Everyone in my family, except for like one grandparent, was just in a support role in their respective militaries.
People need morale.
Yeah.
My one said the coolest shit, but makes it even more depressing because they were like partisans and they were killing Nazis and like making a cool country. And then in the 90s, Nazis come back and they become refugees. And it's just like,
He's
it's so
Serbian.
depressing.
Yeah.
He's Serbian. Well, you know, what was it? Serbia to Tokyo?
Don't say that.
It's the funniest. I think it's the funniest nationalist slogan I've ever heard in my entire life.
Have you heard it before?
I've never heard
it's
Serbia
so
to
bad.
Tokyo.
They like the kind of like Serb nationalists with spray painted.
Now I'm
around
going to show
Bosnia.
it. Now I'm going to show it because you wanted me to.
Oh, that was actually a good video.
Yeah.
This is.
He says Serbia is the greatest country in the world. What was it? Wait.
You know what?
And then Chinese soldiers singing like Civil War Turbo Folk.
Like Serbian artillery guided by God.
That's it.
So Serbia to Tokyo apparently is like a nationalist slogan. It's
I
like,
really like that. Like it is like no one else besides the Turks are dreaming big like that.
Dude, no, it's every Balkan, dude, it's every Balkan country.
But it's like
The Albanian quote.
Yeah, Enver Hoxha was just like, between us and China, we make up a quarter of the world.
That is officially my favorite quote of all time. Also, you said no one except for the Turks, and then you referenced the Balkans, and they're all Turkish. So
no, you guys are Serbs in denial.
No, okay.
You guys are Southern Serbs.
This argument happens like every 5 minutes. It's like
no, he's Serbian. Albanians are Turks. He agrees with that as a pejorative. and then I tell him Serbians are the gay Turks because they're Christian.
I think it's like a Radagon is America type thing. Turks are Serbs and vice versa. Like they're like when Turks decoupled from themselves and created another version of themselves.
The hotter
it was
version.
Serbians.
Yeah, the hotter ones. Is that what you said? Oh, that's so good.
Maybe like the most out of my league woman I ever dated. They are very beautiful.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
They're also the Balkans are very tall. Like that's what I've learned in my travels to Croatia. They're just too tall and they play handball for no reason. They should be all balling, and just like the Serbs.
But for some reason, you see the most uneven couples there as well. Like
In
Serbia.
Serbia.
Oh, that.
With
No,
just
that's just Eastern Europe.
Yeah, that's Eastern
That's
Europe.
That's like
Yeah.
Russia.
Yeah. If you want to see the ugliest dudes you've ever seen in your entire life with the most beautiful woman you've ever laid eyes on, Russia is the place.
Every even moderately popular MMA fighter from really anywhere in Eastern Europe, he will be the baldest man you've ever seen. Like he's somehow like 130% bald, and he's with like just a woman with the highest cheekbones in existence.
Yeah.
Like just beautiful.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's not like they treat their wives well either. Like from what I've seen.
They cheat on them all the fucking time.
It's crazy. Like, I mean, this is all experiences of me growing up in Turkey, like seeing it in like, because, you know, for Russians, it's a massive travel destination. And it was always like that. It's just crazy. Just like an abusive guy who's kind of short, very drunk.
That was the thing. It's like such a weird combination of like super hot girl and a guy who looks like an ogre, but like a really small ogre. It's just like this-
And the guy is like she knows that no matter what I do, she can't find another guy like me.
No, literally.
And all his friends are just look identical.
Oh, Stuck Info Ned 1979 says 7,000 Germans tried at Nuremberg and just 28 Japanese tried in Tokyo.
28? I didn't know it was that bad.
No, it was like they after they apprehended them, they literally cut them a deal. They were like, if you give us the chemical weapons
I
data,
knew that about 731, but like 20,
and that was probably
thought it
just
was-
the cleaners.
No,
or
it was a,
something.
it was a pretty good deal. I feel like the American scientists need to know like what 100 mosquitoes inside a pregnant Chinese woman does.
It's so funny. It's like it's not like some of the stuff. Like they did develop things that became like viable chemical weapons, but most of their experiments were literally like, what if we gave a pregnant woman? What if we only let her drink seawater? Oh, I don't know. It might kill her.
Yeah. Or I mean, I guess they did a frostbite research as well, which in very
Yeah, but it's
gruesome
easy.
way.
Just don't go in the cold. You already know that's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, not just the Americans, by the way. Many of the military officials were granted immunity by Chiang Kai-shek. Yeah, maybe that's why there's a memorial in both Japan and also in Taiwan, vice versa. Just collaboration,
That's so nice.
They were able to send planes across the ocean to attack the United States and Hawaii. The U.S. fought
Hawaii's
back
not
and
part of
ended
the
up
US,
defeating
that's sick.
Japan,
Great
requiring
angle.
them to write a new constitution that would dramatically limit their ability to have a military. The U.S. then sent tens of thousands of troops to occupy Japan, using it as a way to project power and wage conflict in Asia. Japan and the US went from enemies to close allies, and for the last 70 years, Japan has relied on the US presence for their security. This has been the status quo. But now, things are changing. In recent years, China has risen as a global power and has started behaving more aggressively in the region.
Yeah, really, really fucked up of them to not let America encroach.
Yeah.
It's so weird that they just so weird that they did that.
So Japan,
why do sovereign nations want to have autonomy? I don't understand.
Japan in a vacuum expanded their military a lot a while ago. Nothing happened before or since. And now China is they're just being fucking assholes for no reason.
Yeah, they're aggressively encroaching on further expanding American military bases.
Tell me, why would China ever feel like they have to defend their own sovereignty?
Yeah.
What has happened to them in the last 300 years
against the Japanese specifically?
Yeah. Or Western powers. What has anyone ever done to them?
Yeah. No, there was I had a massive stunlock earlier this morning when someone was like, we were watching this is how the debate was reflected in Chinese social media, and it's just them like singing
I love that video.
Anyway, so then immediately people start talking about the Filipino boats, and they're like, how dare you not like talk about the Filipino boats? I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? America's doing a genocide in Gaza right now, and you're like bringing up Filipino boats and be like, this is the gravest crime that has ever been committed by a foreign nation. Russia blew up a children's hospital 3 days ago, dude.
It's like so many China things that like people will talk to and yell at you for not talking about enough. They're just like slightly scaled down versions of like much worse and more constant things America does.
Yeah. No, straight up.
Coupled with North Korea's unpredictable threats and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Japan is now more worried about its security.
我が国は戦後最も厳しい安全保障環境に直面しています。
That's Commander Kitajima, who we ended up talking to later on the beach, so we'll hear from him more in a bit. But the point here is that Japan is building back their military, and they're doing it quickly, focusing on building a chain of new military bases along these southern islands, this time with the support of the US.
戦争を未然に防ぐた
That
めに
seems like a good thing. I think. Why would China be afraid of that?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Japan getting a stealth aircraft.
Yeah. Every
Not a big
American
deal.
politician universally being like, we have to kill the Chinese immediately.
Yeah. The thing that like any Democrat does when they're within 4 points of their opponent in a Senate race.
Yeah.
We should nuke Beijing.
Yeah.
Why would they feel anything about that?
Yeah, I don't understand. They're just They should just let us nuke them. What the fuck?
If they have nothing to hide.
Yeah.
Like if they don't deserve it, we'll nuke them. It'll turn out they weren't doing anything, and we'll feel bad.
Yeah. Yeah, like maybe we'll let them militarize after we build bases, after we nuke them, like we did with Japan. Yeah, after we rewrite their constitution to reflect freedom and democracy. If you want to nuke the top of the hour ad break, all you need to do is subscribe. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Back on the base, the water break is over, and it's time for me to learn how to fight.
Okay, so far it's been only 6 minutes, but like maybe he'll go back to the history of it or something, or he says bones of the past. Maybe we'll see. Because I was gonna say he has not brought up Japanese war crimes or World War II. Like, and he only showed the Japanese imperial forces in a positive montage.
Yeah,
what is going on right now?
Like the way that he describes World War II is so it's beyond passive voice. He's like, America was somewhat against them scaling up their military, but now we're for that.
Yeah.
One of the basic training that you do for all of their soldiers is martial arts. It is a mix of karate and judo and a bunch of other Japanese martial arts that they've been doing for a very long time, mixed with some of the stuff they learned from the U.S.
At least it's not Krav Maga, okay?
There's some karate. There have been like some guys who have a karate base who like went really far in K1. And George St. Pierre was he started out with karate. Some of it is like kind of, if you pair it with like more practical stuff like Muay Thai, there is some like practical application to some of the stuff.
I don't believe it. I've seen videos of guys getting just punched straight in the face by an MMA guy.
Like if you
just karate.
Like if you just do karate, yeah, but
Lyoto Machida
is a great example. But you know, mixed with other stuff.
No, Steven Seagal is not a karate specialist.
He's an Aikido guy.
He's an Aikido guy.
He surpassed karate.
Which is completely made up.
No, Aikido's so real that it's not allowed in the UFC.
Yeah.
Like every fight would be over in 20
Is
seconds.
that one with like the pressure points where he goes, they just explode?
No, it's just made up. It's just completely made up.
Aikido is like if like it's a combination of like tradition, like Japanese jiu-jitsu and magic. But there is,
that sounds pretty scary.
Have you ever heard of Sistema?
Yes.
Yeah, the Russian
it's
one.
So funny.
Yeah.
It's so like with Aikido, they at least try to make it look like, okay, I can see how that may work, kind of. Well, with Sistema, it's just a guy will just point at you and you'll fall down. It's so fun. I remember like in like 2013, like right before MMA just ruined all of that stuff, I was like briefly like trying to find where I could learn Sistema in Chicago. I was like, wait, you don't even have to touch people? That's so cool.
With your mind powers.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
Marines. The commander just came up and told me that it's a deep part of how they've always trained their soldiers. And he said he is sharing some of the soul of Japan with me, which felt very touching and cool. Sir, have a good day.
I hate the way
Okay,
they
back to
speak.
it.
It's so annoying.
Given my extreme
Yeah,
lack
so
of
they
martial
told me
arts
that,
experience,
my
I've
soul
been
is
paired
part of
up with a
Japan.
buddy to help me out.
Which I guess is cool.
Okay, to be fair, saying that to a white guy, come on, dude. If he said that to me, I'd be like, I'm signing up.
Yeah. One of my best memories.
I will defend Japan from the Chinese invasion.
One of my I have a great memory from when I started doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu like 12 years ago. It was like during summer, and it was like I had like just started out, and it was a really like introductory level class, and there was this Japanese guy in there. This is after I'd been doing it for like a month or two. This Japanese guy came in there, and he reeked like booze. I was partnered up with him. We rolled for like 2 minutes, and he went over to a trash can to throw up in it, and then came back to me and like hugged me and was like, "You are my blood brother." And I was like, "Thank you." I just didn't know what to say.
I love you now.
Even though we don't understand a word of each other's language, I don't know what I would do without him.
They probably do English.
But also, you're punching me. It's like, what else are you gonna do with it?
I don't know what I don't know what I would do without him. Like you're just doing military training. Like what?
It's so patronizing. It's like a reverse blindside.
Yeah.
He's like, who rescued who here?
He continued to watch my every move, making me refine every punch, every kick. And I was getting...
Oh, he's gay as hell, bro. They fucked after this. This is like, what the hell? Dude, what is
better?
Anyone would do that. You don't have to be Japanese. But
yeah, when he says, guess what? They do martial arts like every military in the fucking world.
He's so happy to be kicked by Johnny Harris.
Yeah, I'm definitely not ready for combat. But could be. A little training. There's potential here, I think.
Already the exhaustion is starting to set in, which is worrying because I have to keep preparing for a real test fight at the end of all of this.
I think the guns are coming out next.
Out here in the Pacific, if war is going to be fought, it's going to be fought on islands. Islands, islands, islands.
日本は非常に多くの島々から成り立っています。その島々は我々が守り抜かなければならない領土です。
And there's one island in particular that is just 100 or so kilometers from Japan's territory, and that China has vowed to make a part of their country, even
It's
if by
nowhere
force.
near China. It's close to Japan.
Yeah. Just look at that little island down there.
Yeah. Look, they had to bring China all the way over there. They had to, China had to put itself in octagon form and travel 8 billion miles. To
Yeah,
Taiwan.
it's really fucked up. Taiwan is basically Hawaii. Like, what are we talking about? It's Guam, Hawaii, Taiwan, you know? I almost called it Chaiwan by accident.
This is currently thought of as the most likely place for conflict to break out between the United States and China. If that were to happen, these islands would surely be...
Also, that doesn't count as you come all the way out.
That's okay. Well,
That's where I draw the
I'm
line.
Turkish. I'm Turkish. Hold up, little dots near the mainland. That's Turkish soil. Okay, that's Turkish territory. You hear that, Greece? you better watch out.
pulled into the conflict, especially because China already claims a group of these disputed islands. And in recent years, Chinese military officials and scholars have implied that China actually has an historical claim to much of this island chain, a similar historical claim narrative that pushed Vladimir Putin to invade Ukraine.
Yeah,
they are
dude.
the same.
Yeah, it's
tiny island off Russia.
No mention of Israel though. No, he said Israel was complicated. He couldn't call it a genocide. Okay, that's different.
Well, I like a nuanced person.
Yeah.
You know?
十分な力を持っていない、そう相手に思われてしまうと、実際に侵略を行う国家がこの21世紀にも存在するということです。
So Japan is focusing on beefing up its ability to quickly move its troops from the ocean onto the beach. This is called amphibious warfare.
この万が一当初に侵攻を許した場合に迅速に当初に上陸し確保する、それが水陸機動団の任務です。
I'm back talking with Commander Kitajima, the head of the...
There's something so deeply strange about, like, you know, not being fearful of the country that nuked you and being fearful of the country that you did war crimes to, that has never done anything back to you at all.
like again, literally no survivors of 731. You killed all of them so there wouldn't be as much evidence. Like, just an insane scale of evil.
Yeah, no, that's...
The country that nuked you and then took your emperor and made him take a picture next to Douglas MacArthur to show how short he was.
Japan and the Philippines signed a defense pact in face of shared alarm over China. I know, it's terrifying. I know. They're spraying the boats with water cannons. Which is so much worse than nuking 2 major cities. Do you understand? Or firebombing the most populated city as well. So, you know.
I read a great phrase, like, I get like Google News alerts for, like, you know, jets intercepting each other. I like planes, but I there was this great one from these like these Air Force or Navy aviators and like JSDF Air Force guys bitching about Chinese pilots who are they said they're flying really close to our planes and then doing barrel rolls.
Sick.
Which is like, how are you complaining about that? That's so cool.
Yeah,
that sounds fun.
Check this out. No hands.
Well, they're like, it's a warlike gesture, and it's like, no, it's not. He's doing a trick. That's cool.
He did a kickflip at me.
Yeah, they're flexing on us. Once again, why is your military and your airspace so close to what I want geopolitically?
Yeah.
Like, excuse me.
Warfare unit in the Japanese military. His job is to defend these islands, and today his troops are showing me how they'll do that.
ボート、水陸両用車、そして L 脚を用いて部隊を上陸をさせます。
I didn't know what the commander meant by LCAC.
This is the one word that stuck out to me.
Can I ask about the hovercraft? Can you just describe that? What is that?
L 脚は landing craft air.
So they're telling me that a hovercraft is vital for amphibious warfare, getting tanks, troops, and supplies onto islands quickly. I couldn't really imagine it, but a few minutes later, I didn't have to.
Why couldn't you?
This thing right behind me is called an L.
Oh, he's got the hat back.
This giant
He's got the
hoverboard.
beanie
It's
bag.
actually hovering above the
Also,
water.
I just don't believe this
and
is
it
useful
allows
in
the
any way. I think
Japanese
it
army
just, they
to
designed
go.
it looked cool, and they were like, "We're sticking with it."
It does look cool.
That's so much like military. So many military vehicles are just it looks awesome. Like those trucks that shoot rockets. I don't know how good all that. Some of them probably work. Others, it just looks awesome to do.
And like this can land on a beach, so can a jet ski.
Plus, they did D-Day before with like the same shit 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, they
There's
weren't.
less air.
They weren't hovering.
That's true.
Those boats were not hovering, dog.
From the ocean onto any beach. God, that's loud.
Slow.
You don't really realize how big this thing is until it gets onto the shore. I mean, this thing is massive. Look at this. You see
Have you
that
heard
it's
about,
full of
fan death in Korea?
Yeah.
This is the weapon. They're bringing fucking giant fans.
Oh,
to
it's
scare
so evil. Oh my god. Wow.
What is that?
They're saying it's for China, but really we know what they're doing with
People
it.
in Korea have this idea that if a fan is left on you while you sleep, that you'll die.
Oh, dude. I mean, I guess like Turkish people
Yeah, it's
also
like
fear
drafts
that.
in the
Yeah,
Baltic.
drafts.
I think you will die. So the
So, like-
fans have automatic timers.
Yeah,
that
like
turn them
the
off.
industry had to change their like standards for Korea.
That's
to have
so-
like an auto turn off fan.
And the hovercrafts do that as well. They turn off after a certain
Yeah.
amount of
So the
paces.
soldiers go
tanks.
It's so
It's full of a
weird
bunch
when,
of
like,
soldiers.
countries who have like they're living in Ghost in the Shell in Korea, but they have like that. That's like something like not even my grandmother would believe that. Like my grandmother's grandmother would believe that when they invented fans.
It's got Humvees. The thing's freaking huge, and it allows the Japanese army to come onto an island very quickly. Like you saw how quickly it just like.
Okay, bro, we get it. Like, what the fuck? It's just this is equivalent to like an APC. Like you're just pointing to this thing that
Ramped
you think
on-
is like peak technology.
Onto this sand.
Also,
I mean, do you see that tank? That's a
technology.
giant tank that was just on that hovercraft.
Why
The US
disarm the
Marines
Japanese
train with
if
these
they need
Japanese
to sail
soldiers.
to them to defend them.
Yeah.
They're like, this is Japanese territory. We need to get there real quick.
Sharing their wisdom on amphibious warfare to prepare the Japanese army to defend their islands.
それまでは南西諸島はいわば防衛上の
So much of this rhetoric is just like, come on, China, do something. Yeah, oh, dude, they're gonna do something, okay, and that's when we're gonna do it back.
I love like it's not racist, but it's a funny like Orientalist undertones. You never talk about the U.S. Army like this, like and the like fucking stealth bomber is like ancient American knowledge that they're sharing with us.
Yeah, like the entire training montage where it's like they do a system where they use these things called numbers to count how many of their exercises they did. Like just all these normal training.
How to do it.
この空白地域となっていました南西諸島における
They've been a large gap in our defenses, bro. What are you talking about? It's just literally tiny ass unoccupied fucking islands. Like what do you mean? It's like it just doesn't make any sense the way the way that he's talking about like a large gap in our defenses. It's like America saying we need Guam. It's a large gap in our defenses. We don't have Guam. Okay.
配備は我々の、南西諸島を守り抜くという決意
I
が
have
現れ
to,
る。
as a Turk, I have to recognize that what they're doing here, though.
It's legitimate.
I have to automatically recognize that what they're doing is legitimate. Sometimes the water levels decrease, and then there's a new piece of soil that pops up, and you're like, "Whoa, that's ours. That's ours." Oops.
They're draining the sea next to
it. Land bridge to Cyprus.
Yeah.
And before we get back to my training, I want to take you to one of these islands, one that is crucial to Japan's new strategy.
I took the drone up and I'm looking at this beautiful forest. Once you see it from the air, you realize just how expansive and green this is. This forest was actually recently named a UNESCO World Heritage Site because it's brimming with all of this unique plant and animal life.
If this wasn't Japanese
And yet,
territory,
right
this
here,
whole thing
cut
would be
into this
fucked.
forest.
It'd be a completely different island.
Can you imagine that?
The Chinese want to turn it into an Applebee's, but Chinese style Applebee's.
Did you see that one cat that lives on the island? Imagine him living under brutal CCP rule.
Also, that cat would be decimating like whatever like creatures live there. They're such murderers.
The hilarious part is that Taiwan claims the same islands as China. How will the Lai government handle Taiwan's maritime disputes? Like Beijing, Taipei officially maintains claims over islands in the East and South China Seas disputed with Japan, the Philippines, and Vietnam.
Is that island just a single runway?
Yeah, I think whoever owns the airport gets that island. Surely that's the rule there.
No, this is what I've been trying to describe to everyone in the chat is that like half of these islands are just like 8 people, dude. It's not like
aircraft carriers.
like, oh God, it's so stupid. So the solution is to let China have these islands? Yes.
No, the
solution is to demilitarize the islands. How about that? Is that good? Do you guys like that? Is that allowed?
They should let Albania have the islands.
Yeah.
A neutral third party.
Serbia, dude. Serbia.
Serbia already has those
Tokyo.
islands. Serbia already has them.
I feel like if me or anyone I know had those islands, we couldn't really do anything with them. I don't know anyone who could get that much out of like an island that's just like a single runway in a gift shop.
You could go fishing.
That's true.
No, it's just funny because like the islands are also living on borrowed time until like sea levels rise, so that like the island is like a third of what it once was. Like, oh man, all of this defensive positioning that we're gearing up for, it fucking fell apart.
Tripling the size of your military to defend Shreveport, Louisiana.
Is a new military base right on top of this hill. It's actually cause for concern among some of the locals.
They let me visit the base on top of this jungly hill, and I was immediately struck with how new it all felt. Some of it was still being finished.
最後、今この他に四角い大きな建物があるんですが、あそこ体育館が4月ぐらいにちょっとできる予定で。
I could tell there was a lot of excitement about this new base, but it quickly became apparent why this base is so important.
Why?
It's there to
Oh,
defend
it's
the
a
base.
truck. They have the truck there.
Right now I'm watching these trucks turn into missile launchers. This gives Japan the ability to shoot down aircraft. They have another variation that launches missiles to hit surface ships that come anywhere near this island. And these missiles are now stationed on several islands along this.
Yeah, it's very
surface ships as opposed to
as opposed to Japan's airship fleet. They're or China's airship fleet. They have the giant annoying airships from Project Wingman.
I just can't help but notice how suspiciously placed these defense missile systems are.
Yeah.
Right,
You extend that line.
So close, like so, just almost encircling this other country.
Also, China wants to invade Japan. Why are they going around through the islands? Like, surely there's a much closer spot.
Exactly.
If you're organizing like a land invasion force of like I don't know, like 2 million people.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do this. Let's start over there.
Because that's where the door is.
Start over there. We'll go island hopping with 3 million people. most of these islands that have a single runway, this will go great.
No, it's like it's officially Japanese soil when you get there. So it's like, oh, okay, this is ours now.
We're the whole country.
We've officially invaded Japan.
Chain.
They're giving me a demo of another one of these missile trucks. This one's a surface-to-ship missile. It allows them to shoot these missiles from here and hit a ship that is somewhere in the ocean. It's once again another big capability for defending these islands, which is Japan's whole purpose.
It's like, dude, is China ever defending itself, or when it militarizes, it's like it's offensive and encroaching upon, America's vassal states.
The most offensive thing you can do is go to this island that 12 people live there and fill it with anti-air systems. They're like 40 miles away from fucking Chinese airspace.
Purpose for building up their military on this island chain. What's the range? Confidential.
But
they wouldn't tell me the range, but my reporting showed that these missiles have a range of around 200 kilometers, with the newer missile upgrades potentially going up to 1,200 kilometers.
Wait, what's that's interesting. What is that? What is in range at 1,200 kilometers? Just really interesting.
Well, like if need be, they can defend themselves from somebody flying from like Chengdu to Shanghai.
Yeah, no, it's good. I'm glad that they got that going on.
Japanese army. Why is this capability so important for Japan?
Why is he pretending like he doesn't know? Like this is a mystery to him?
Well,
like,
I guess
what is it? I guess it's a documentary, I know, but still. It's just annoying when it's so simple.
Like there are so many. Even if you were making this like the same type of video, like pure propagandistic purposes, you could ask so many more interesting questions than just like, why would you want to be able to shoot down an airplane?
Yeah, exactly.
What's the purpose of having anti-ship missiles? I feel like the answer may be in their name, but I don't know.
I also love him being like, well, Japan has a maritime tradition.
Exactly.
And enemy invasions always start from the sea. Like, okay, which one was the last one, dude? Like, what are we talking about here?
必ず敵の侵攻っていうのは海から始まりますので、その船に対する攻撃能力を持つっていうのは非常に日本にとって重要なんです。
Back at the base, my training is going well. I've been sitting through some lectures and briefings, visiting Japan's fleet of helicopters, and learning about their disaster relief missions. I also found some delicious
The Mongols
food.
will rise again. Bro, Japan already has ancient typhoon craft. Like, they literally locked that shit down. The Mongols couldn't invade because they got fucking hit with the typhoon gun twice.
Yeah, no, like, I hate to say, they used the storm talisman.
Yeah.
That you get from the Divine Dancing Lion. It worked.
Yeah.
I don't like.
They don't need any of this shit. They got the typhoon weapon.
I don't want to get yelled at again. The first time I talked about this, I said this proves Shinto is real because they conjured the typhoon, and people were like, Shinto wasn't invented yet. So like, whatever religion they were doing at the time, that's the real one. That's one we know for sure. At least one. That's totally true.
Yeah, it's a proven method. If it happened only one time, you could chalk it up to coincidence. Okay. When it happens twice to the same fucking force, it's over.
Yeah.
It's like, that's deliberate. That's by design. Whatever the fuck they were doing over there, it works. Okay.
Food in the base cafeteria. But now it's time to begin gun training.
Bowls are a traditional Japanese method where you put food in a spherical object.
Freaking exhausted. I think because this camo is also like incredibly thick.
My friend doesn't really care that I'm exhausted. He believes in me here, and he expects nothing but my best.
What? Why is he like baby girlifying the Japanese military training like this? It's like, my friend is helping me through this process.
Any personal trainer, or if you go to a gym, that's what happens. Like, this isn't a mystic Japanese thing. Like,
no, they have ancient wisdom.
It's so all of it. I don't even think he's meaning to do this necessarily, but he just comes off as so condescending to everyone and everything. Like, it's insane.
The precision of his moves, I'm starting to wonder if I'll ever make him proud. But then finally, I do.
Feels good. Feels good. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
I'm nearly ready for my test fight. But first, I need to learn one last important skill that is unique to this place.
What'd you guys order?
Perhaps the most important of these islands is Okinawa. Okinawa has two things hidden deep within its soil. The bones of the abandoned bodies that died in a devastating World War II battle, and the bombs from that same battle, the bombs that never went off. I'm learning about how these unexploded bombs are everywhere on this island. And part of my training is to learn how to safely detonate them. Today, they're teaching me how to disarm this 250-pound American bomb.
He's talking about Chinese bombs that are unexploded ordnance, you know? Yeah. He must be, right? Because they're gearing up towards China, who has done endless wrong to the island nation.
And even though it's just a practice one, I'm still pretty nervous. Okay, my turn. 1/2. Okay. After loosening this delicate fuse, I now have to slowly unwind it with my hand without letting it.
You paused, you were saying American bomb. Well, dude, I know I'm being sarcastic. I know that those are American bombs. That's the point.
Touch the sides. By hand. One full. Okay. Okay, let's try that again.
They should have let him do it with a real bomb.
So,
and that would have been like actually tense.
with some practice, I'm getting steadier.
Also, it's just a screw. Like,
yeah, like he doesn't explain like what he's supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Like, is it not supposed to touch a certain part? Like what? It looks like he did the same thing.
Wow.
He didn't explain
That's
like what he
scary
did
what you
differently.
guys do. That is, War is not theoretical for the people here. The death toll of the Battle of Okinawa is comparable to that of the dropping of the atomic bombs. The horror of those 82 days still lives on here, not only in the memories of the people.
Yeah, in the fucking American military base that is now there since then.
But also in this bomb-filled soil. All of this new military buildup is meant to prevent a repeat of this kind of war, to deter it. But deterring conflict by...
Slow down.
This was... My man's making Imperial Japan arguments.
Yeah.
Post-Imperial Japan. He's like, yeah, that's what they were saying back then, dude. And they're like, we have to avoid further conflict. We have to defend ourselves.
We need to build up the Japanese self-defense forces so they can commit another defensive World War II.
Yeah. The Chinese invasion of Okinawa was devastating. No, no, it's just so many unexploded ordinances.
Has a mixed record of actually stopping a war and not provoking it. There is no clear...
Wait, I'm sorry.
Has a mixed record to deter it. But deterring conflict by militarizing has a mixed record of actually stopping a war and not...
What do you mean mixed record? Like militarizing has a mixed record on stopping further conflict? Like, what are you talking about?
But like, could he give an example of like a time when a war was about to start and someone rapidly militarized and the other party was like, okay, we were just kidding.
Yeah.
Like the entire underlying assumption here is that if a shit ton of American weapons and American military bases did not exist on top of Japan, China would have violently taken over Japan and all these tiny little fucking islands piece by piece by now, right? That's the argument. Except the only country that has done that to Japan in somewhat of a justifiable and in many unjustifiable ways is the United States of America. So like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Also,
it's the same principle behind whenever, sorry to cut you off. It's the same principle behind whenever people go, well, if Iran gets a nuke, well, they might use it. And it's like, dude, you're American. You're the only country that used it.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
Also, like, just as far as like, who is actually committing the greatest acts against Japanese sovereignty, against actual Japanese citizens? Who's committing the actual most crimes in Japan?
It's the Okinawa military,
or
the
is it
Marines.
the U.S. Marines?
Yeah. This guy went, the U.S. is there to defend Taiwan, dumbass. You have to write it 3 times, dude. Yeah.
This guy's a chair force hero.
Yeah. No, we're going to untime him out.
This guy spins the wheels of the Super Hornet. I'm defending them.
Yeah.
Provoking it. There is no clear answer, and that tension is now always present down here.
This has to be for children.
Yeah, it is.
I'm surprised to find that my training is actually sticking. It's finally time for the last
doing it
test,
non-stop.
a fight where I'm going
That's
to
how
defend
training
myself
works.
using all of the skills I've learned.
Wow.
We're putting on a jock strap now. I don't know if I signed up for it. Not really sure what that entails.
That's how like anything works. Like he
Although, how long has he been doing this? Like,
Actually,
Like, I don't understand. I feel like he's only been there for like 3 days. He's like, oh yeah, I'm really learning
I feel like
hand-to-hand
this
combat.
is just like 30 minutes that he's cut up.
Yeah.
I
Like,
love
what
the
could this-
incredibly broad statements he makes, like in every part. Like when he
Yeah.
goes, "War isn't just a theory for you," and it's like, isn't that true of like most places where a war happened?
This be for?
I'm surrounded by 4 guys who will run at me randomly, and my job is to defend myself using what I've learned.
I feel like I need to like really step up to the plate and be a fighter.
First with just my hands and feet, and then a weapon. Let's see how this goes.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if I've done my training. Here we go. Okay. Who's coming at me? Who's coming at me?
This is sparring. This is just bad boy. He's not doing sparring. He's fucking bad boy.
They're yelling at him though.
Yeah,
That's
They're coming at him menacingly with the pads.
Yeah. Were you guys ever the oldest child at a sleepover with children? And you had pillow fights? I was always the biggest. And it felt like this situation where kids would run at you and you just hit them in the head and they go flying across the room. That's what I was expecting.
I had the worst thing. I was the youngest child, and like my siblings would trap me under the pillow. And I'd start screaming, I can't breathe, and then they'd use that against me like the following day. It's like, remember that time you were screaming, I can't breathe, you little pussy?
Yeah, Johnny Harris should do that.
We didn't do that. We would just invent like incredibly Byzantine games. I was like way younger than my brother and sister. I was like, 9 and they were like entering college, like in the middle of college. But we would play these really like Byzantine games where we would get like a small ball and you had to get it through a cracked door in exactly the right way in the attic. I would always like fall down a flight of stairs like foot first into like a pile of like picture frames. Like, just get a bunch of glass in my foot. Playing these weird Byzantine fucking ball games we made up.
That's beautiful.
It was fun except for the glass part. And it wasn't like their fault. They weren't like, go attack this glass.
Yeah, this is really applicable combat experience that he's learning, by the way.
He's making it sound like he's in a fight, and it's like, this is just bad.
Yeah.
My training definitely has paid off, but what I didn't expect
Well, show me that kick again.
is how
Greatest leg kick in
exhausting this
history.
is. It's primal
Like 5
and full of
seconds
adrenaline,
back.
and
Oh,
every
you did it
muscle
again.
in my
You did it
body
again.
is firing
That's
as I
how you wanna
fight
do
back,
it.
Yes.
pushing back against
Right
all
in
of
the
this
teeth.
heavy
Just get a
armor I have
toe kick
on.
into someone's thigh.
They're laughing at him.
Kick someone outside of his ankle?
Here he comes again, in my moment of need. He's always got my back.
Yeah.
He loves this man.
Okay.
And now with the gun.
Yeah.
Okay,
Here we go.
Look, if I'm a Japanese soldier, I ain't giving an American a gun, dude. Are you kidding me?
Oh, they gave him a foam gun.
Yeah.
I don't trust
Hey,
him.
they don't trust him with a real gun.
They gave me and you.
His hair's coming out of his helmet. Like, he's giving it his all, bro.
Totally out of gas. I have nothing left.
Last one. I've never been more tired in my entire life. Here we go.
Let's really call for slow motion.
Yeah, pretty cool.
The editor and the camera op kind of did him dirty on this one. They're like they're memeing on him here, dude. This is like
When he's like, my training's really paying off.
this is the first time I've ever seen something like this and went soy in my mind. Like,
It is nice that the Japanese guys got to laugh at this.
Yeah.
It is, it doesn't really make up for what the Marines have done in Okinawa, but at least they got this.
I feel like they could, take pillowcases, fill them with soap, and beat his ass when he's sleeping.
He'd be like, wow, they gave me a samurai ritual.
They really like it.
They're my friends.
He's out. He's so gassed. Oh.
It is hard fighting 4 people at once.
Yeah. Thank you.
He's acting like he just went 5 rounds of the Prime Anderson Silva. We're all winners here.
Bro, now we know what happens when he leaves his house and isn't fake reading a book. Now we know why that's what he does. And that's the most activity he gets in most of his videos. Oh my God.
Thank you.
A supremely unathletic man.
Oh my God. I'm not meant for war.
He did what, a combined 90 seconds of patchwork?
Really, I don't think I've been
I
so
don't
tired
think
in my
I'm in
life.
top fight shape anymore, but I don't think I would nearly die from 90 seconds of bad work.
But it's coming from all directions.
That's true.
It's not just in front of you.
Bro.
And the yelling.
Yeah.
He said, bro will not survive the war with China. Oh no.
It's exhausting. We have this primal thing running through you where it's people are attacking you. And you're fighting. And they're yelling. That was intense. Wow. That's great. Yeah.
I mean, it's a bit cute. It's his first combat experience.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be.
It was time to
It
go.
wouldn't be as cringe if he wasn't, hyping up the
So
Japanese
after a
army.
group photo, I said goodbye to these soldiers who let me train with them. It was time to head to the towns and villages to talk to the locals about how they feel about all of this.
Nice.
I know
I
that
would
Japan
love
is
to be
transitioning
the guy who gets
to being a country
B-roll.
that wants
Hey, get me sitting cross-legged in a parking lot.
once again has its own military.
He loves
It's
bullshots.
doubling its defense budget. It's building all of these bases on these islands. And I'm trying to understand from a local perspective how locals are feeling about the fact that Japan is growing its army once again.
It's a very, sensitive area.
In March 1945, when the US was closing in on Japan, they had to go through the island of Okinawa. The Japanese army was losing this war, and in an effort to make it as grueling as possible, the Japanese military armed the civilians on this island, preparing their soldiers to fight until the very end. This turned the people on this island into a kind of wall, a sacrifice that would hopefully keep the Americans from invading the mainland. American troops landed here on April 1st, 1945. My grandfather was 18 years old at the time and was one of the first Americans to hit the beach before the horror started.
It was Japan's final hour, and in incredibly furious combat, enemy soldiers had to be destroyed cave by cave and one by one.
A quarter of all civilians were killed in this battle.
This is what my grandfather was doing. Flamethrower shot. Flamethrower shot on a Japanese old lady.
The bloodshed was unimaginable. Over 240,000 people dead in total. Leading the US to conclude that dropping 2 atom bombs on Japan was a better choice than continuing with this bloody island.
Oh my God!
Why?
Oh! He's like, bro, yeah, we slaughtered 240,000 civilians on, and we then decided it's probably better to just kill another 100,000, in 2 days like that.
This is the only way to prevent doing the thing that we're doing.
Yeah. No other way.
He's like if Brian Fallows was evil.
It's awesome.
After the war, many of the dead on Okinawa were never recovered.
I will recover them.
This is Mr. Takamatsu. He's a local
You
Okinawan who's
adventured
dedicated
Okinawan
himself to
catacombs.
searching the island, looking for bones. The bones of the people.
Yeah, he did a tactical nuke after the kill streak. Dude. America had to do it. What are you gonna do? You get a tactical nuke? You're not gonna use it? You have to use it.
Do it straight away.
One chance.
people who died in the Battle of Okinawa.
They literally teach peaceful nuke theory in U.S. schools. I know. That's why Americans are fucking broken in the brain. Like, there's no way. Like, it's just like such an unimaginably cruel thing to do.
It is funny that it's...
And the broad majority of Americans, unironically, are like, no, we had to do that shit, bro. It was awesome.
The freaky thing is he's like the sensitive, smart guy.
Yeah.
And he's doing the whole act.
He's like the ex-Mormon liberal from Utah. He's supposed to...
We had to nuke them.
Yeah.
Now, he tries to get their DNA tested so he can return it to the families of the dead. Today, he's looking for bones in this cave that served as a bomb shelter.
It didn't work. That's horrible.
There are still burn marks from the flamethrowers used in that battle almost 80 years ago.
Wait, people were hiding in a cave.
He says the
and
cave
they
was full
through
of
the little
the
hole
bones of women and children.
in the battle.
Do you ever play L.A. Noire?
I mean, he already...
That's the crime that fucking Phillips did.
Really?
Yeah, Phil. Like towards the end of the game, that's what you fight. His war crime was like basically doing this.
Yeah, also, I mean, is that shocking that he talks about this? He said we had to nuke them as the lesser evil option.
But it's funny, like saying hiding in a bomb shelter, and then like a sentence later, flamethrower was used in the battle. I'm like, what battle? These people are hiding in a cave. They have rocks to protect.
You don't
them.
understand the Japanese mind, okay? They have to fight till the last breath. So we had to burn them alive in a cave.
They were planning on raising a race of cave children that could never be defeated.
To be fair, wasn't there that one guy who was on the island who just continued fighting for like
29 years?
That's one.
So you probably should flamethrower them all.
Wait, who was he fighting?
Who was he fighting?
He was in the Philippines, and he was doing like he kind of knew the war was over, but he would do things like he would go up to like, you know, like a park ranger outpost and like steal some bread and be like, materials requisition from the enemy. I feel like he knew, but he just like he didn't want to go back home. It was like one of those guys who just likes being in jail.
Yeah, they were just making fun of him too much at home. So he's like, this is better.
It's like the one homeless guy Tyler Oliveira interviews. It's like, this is actually freedom.
Probably like a 1970s Tyler Oliveira probably interviewed that guy. Yeah. He went to the Philippines.
Hiding during the fighting.
戦争で亡くなった人のこの骨を家族に返したいと思ってます。
As he searches, he prays for peace.
すみません。沖縄の戦争の被害を世界中に伝えることができると思います。そのため外国からの記者に皆さんの姿を見せることを
It's not the video you think it is, man.
To Okinawans, the remains of the dead are sacred. They still have life. So even here, 80 years later, this soil is still haunted by the horrific realities of war.
まだ戦争の遺骨が残ってるのに
I like that even if he ends up saying like, yeah, and it was really horrifying what Americans did, the first 24 minutes was like, this is why Japan must militarize, because the Chinese might do this to them.
Yeah.
At the behest of the Americans who did do this to them. And also teach their school children that it was objectively a cool thing.
That was the weirdest thing. We got so much backlash that we didn't expect from talking about nuking Japan in one of our videos. Like everyone came unanimously like they had to do it. It's just like that's the main.
Dude, it's it's like talking to a Turkish person about Armenian genocide. Like it's completely beyond the scope of comprehension. Like, what do you mean? That's like everything I know. Everything I've been taught. Why would my school lie to me? You know what I mean?
I know it's just like, you know, nationalism at the end of the day, but like there's something weird to me about how Americans like personalize the decision, like they made it.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean I had to do that? It's like, okay, this isn't technically on you.
また戦争を始めようとするっていうのはとっても愚かだと思います。今度は私たちが遺骨になってしまいます。それを許すわけにはいきません。
That's fucked.
Don't let Logan know about this location. New YouTube video idea unlocked by Logan Paul.
They walk into a new cave and Impulsive is being filmed. You just hear echoing throughout the cave. Facts.
Sponsored by Prime.
W. Yo, chat, is this a W or what? I found some bones.
Still remains in this soil with the bombs and the bones, the loss.
そしたら私たちは生き残ることはできません。自衛隊の命を守りたいと思ってるからです。戦争になったら真っ先に死ぬのは 戦争を決めた政治家ではありません。自衛隊の隊員たちです。
Back on the island of Amami Oshima, the community is split about the arrival of the military onto their little pristine island.
安心するっていうか守ってくれそう。
守るという面においてはいいと思います。いいことかなと思います。
どうなんですかね。ちょっと私なんか難しい問題にはなりますよね。それはね。何が安全って言われたらちょっと。
On one hand, this base up on the hill is there to protect the people of Japan.
Well, this is the Tyler Oliveira technique. Yeah, I asked three people, and they all were like, "Oh, it's pretty good, actually. We like it a lot. We are very fearful of China dropping a nuke on us."
All 3 Japanese people wanted to vote for Trump.
Yeah.
I would love to see Tyler Oliveira's take on this video. He just goes there and he's like, what do you think about China killing all of you?
Where are your homeless people?
Increasingly aggressive neighbor. Plus, the people here told me that
increasingly aggressive neighbor.
Oh my god.
I can't, dude. It's like you just showed the charred remains of of an entire cave full of Japanese women and children. And he's like, yeah, the increasingly aggressive posture of China.
But the soldiers are very kind, in addition to providing much needed economic benefit to local businesses.
Why do Japanese people kill Americans? I feel like that's what they should be doing. If you land in Japan,
bro, chill. Yo, calm down, bro. I love going to Japan.
No.
I do like.
Get it all rolled up.
We're like nearly done with this video. Has Johnny talked about like he hasn't brought up like Marines just like raping and killing little girls in Japan at all?
Excuse me. He asked 3 locals and they said I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Actually, great for the economy.
やっぱ来て全然助かってる面もありますけど。
Yeah, see, good things
But
came about
nearly every
this.
local I talked to had pieced together the deadly logic of military calculations like the one Japan is making here.
守られるかな、攻撃されるんじゃないかなと思います真っ先に攻撃されちゃうんじゃないという気持ちはあります。本当に
基地があるなら絶対狙われる前提で多分みんな住んでるし、
抑止力でも
Cut him out. Cut that one out. He's saying something that's like not exactly appropriate for the video, for the vibes of this
や
video.
っぱりね、一応基地があるということは一番狙われやすいですよね。その時やっぱり島民が犠牲になるっていうのはありますよね。
Could this be considered a target for an enemy now that there's missiles here?
I wonder. How does... How does war work?
Yeah.
Do you think if there was an invasion, they would blow up the missile base?
They'll just land and be like, yeah,
Or do you
sure.
just let it ride?
Oh, so sad.
If you didn't fly your flag, would they not shoot at you? I guess these aren't for children. This is by a child.
I don't know.
Oh, so good.
Like, does he think that little of his viewers?
No.
These are important questions he's asking.
No. I feel like if you play Balloon's tower defense or anything, you understand what you target. Like, it's like
When you let me get this straight. When you guys aim your weapons at people, are you trying to kill them or just scare them?
That's what the yelling's for.
Oh, it's so good. This is so funny. Oh, man.
軍事的に考えると、ここの地域がミサイルで襲われても地域の住民に対する被害はほとんどないとは思うんですけども。
That's nice.
住んでるんです。
According to the
捨てないで
military,
捨てないで。ちゃ
they're
んと考
not
えてほしい。
endangering anyone
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, no, it's
Pacifist
perfectly
voting,
fine. I want the country to seriously think about this from the perspective of a foreign country. We're sure to be
必
targeted.
ず狙われますね。
沖縄は今再び戦場になろうとしています。
Like that guy is pouring his heart out to Johnny, and Johnny's like, "Oh, I wonder if a military base makes this a valid target."
That guy is old enough to be of like a generation of Japanese people who like grew up without parents, or at least like, you know, members of their family were killed. And Johnny's like, "What if you got enough?"
Have you seen the hovercraft?
Hellcat, it was sick.
The new base is changing the island, not only because of the threat of war, but also because the base sits atop this hill, surrounded by a UNESCO World Heritage Forest,
Oh, it's also destroying
brimming with
the-
unique and endangered plants and animals.
そういうところをこうなんていうかすごい森林破壊しながらなんか戦争の準備をするっていうのは本当に私は許せないっていうかありえないですね。
I hiked through this forest with some locals who say that since the base was built, this delicate ecosystem has been damaged, adding yet another layer of resentment towards the military presence.
特に自衛隊に対しての陸自に対しての
Yeah.
その
This is shocking to me. I thought most of the locals, except for that one folk singer, was like, "No, it's awesome."
One fucking hit.
No, it's great. Like the Chinese are going to attack any day now. We have to have this military base here.
反的な意見っていうのは私ここに来て
See? The military guy says not even a single critical opinion of the SDF.
I walk around the street, no one tells me shit.
毎朝こう自衛隊の車とかミサイルみたいなのとかとこう車両と通りなんていうか見るんですよ。本当に見るんだけどその度にやっぱり違う。
The people down here live with the memory of what their geography has turned them into. The front line of defense for any invading army.
私たちこんな小さな島に住んで移動する手段は飛行機と船しかないんですよ。
Oh my
でそこを一緒にこうなんていうかそういう使い方されてそこが爆撃されたら私たちどうしたらいいんですか。私たちどうやってこの島から避難したらいいの。
Trauma is there. That experience, it stays there. Memory stayed there 80 years ago. Doesn't change at all.
ね、昔から沖縄もそうされてきちゃったんだしもう一番先に犠牲になっちゃうのはやっぱり南西諸島ですよね。沖縄その次は奄美大島また同じことの繰り返しかなという気がしなくもないですね。仕方ないというのはありますね。
These conversations came with so much internal, emotional conflict. Do you feel safer because of that deterrent?
That one is yes and no.
まあ両方ですよね。守ってもくれるかもしれないけれども、でもまあこちらの方が攻められるっていう可能性は高いですよね。いいっていうよりは必要っていうことですよね。いいとか悪いとかっていうよりは。
You have to have it there.
あ、お客様。ごめんなさい。あ、yes。ありがとうございます。
The alternative, like the worst case scenario, is the Chinese doing exactly the same thing. It's just like having a base.
Yeah. This video is like for the dudes who will watch this and go, Hassan, you don't understand. Everyone in Okinawa loves the military bases. You're so fucking stupid. Why won't you let the Japanese have autonomy over having a military base there? Like, you're so dumb, Hassan. U.S. Air Force member charged with kidnapping and raping Japanese schoolgirls.
There's
so many cases like that.
Dude, you don't. No, guys, chill. This is like, what if the Chinese did that?
That's a good point.
Like, you know what I mean? They're literally doing it in a defensive posture. Yeah, it's a deterrence measure against the Chinese. Yeah. Anyway, that was from last week, by the way, or last month.
No.
Yeah, it's a defensive kidnapping and rape. Yeah, it's just you don't have the complex. You don't understand the nuances.
She was hiding in a cave.
Yeah.
Okay.
His epigenetic memory is unlocked. Self in this unique time in Japan's history. But what I found when I got here was a much more complicated and emotional story than I had anticipated.
So
Not just because of Japan's.
Yeah, by the way, but outrage over the U.S. soldiers' crime is softened by a practical assessment of Japan's defense requirements.
You're being too emotional about this.
Yeah.
You're more logical about.
Yeah. It's like these guys are saying, no, thank you for U.S. bases in Okinawa. But then in the subtext, they're saying, like, but also we love the deterrence against the potential for Chinese to do this to us. Yeah.
It's like there are so many instances of like this specific crime. Like there are tons of other crimes like Marines killing people with, through DUIs, like random assaults, like tons of stuff like this. But this specific crime of like either Marines or in this case, like airmen, like literally just going out and fucking murdering and raping a child there's like, I would say like 6 or 7 different cases of it happening, in the last 40 years in Okinawa? It's fucking insane. It's insane. Like they feel like they can operate with complete impunity. Who gave them that idea?
Dude, the person who wrote this paragraph needs to be thrown in jail. I'm going to read it to you.
Starts with although.
Although another American serviceman has been charged with sexual assault in Okinawa, provoking outrage among the local population, and putting the large and controversial U.S. military presence on the island back in the headlines, fear of China appears to have combined with a phenomenon that may be termed base fatigue to mute popular anger.
What does that mean? A classic symptom of sexual assault is fatigue.
Yeah.
I'm just tired of this.
No,
happening.
they're just they're like please stop raping us, but also at the same time we love that you're doing this, because what if the Chinese were raping us? Yeah.
I mean, this seems bad, sure, but have you thought about how the Chinese pilots are doing barrels?
Oh yeah.
Its complicated relationship with its military, but specifically because how that history
know
has been
about that? He hasn't
borne by
really
the
told us why
people
the
who
relationship
live
with the
on
military is
these
complicated.
islands.
Yeah.
We don't really know what.
No, I mentioned people were like, maybe they might attack our island.
No, he's talking about Japan's military history.
Oh, yeah.
Which we don't really know about.
Yeah.
No,
I don't well, he did show a montage of them looking cool, so I think with marching music. So I assume they were the good guys.
He wrote patriotic music.
Yeah, they were the good guys in World War II, right? Like I have no other point of reference here. Like, what were they doing to the Chinese? I suspect good things, right?
Yeah. Punching.
Yeah.
The human wall that protected the country and might have to do so again. The people who live among the undetonated bombs and the abandoned bones.
This guy. Marines are not in Okinawa to protect Japan. Holy shit. It's for the protection of Taiwan. Yeah, they're going to go to Taiwan and rape the Taiwanese children there too. They're like, just you wait, okay? You don't want mainland Chinese to come and rape you.
This guy is like a Coast Guard exchange member who loves the vending machines.
You're acting like the U.S. Marines were targeting Okinawa civilians. Soy boys laugh about war, something they know nothing about.
They were hiding in a cave. Women and children.
What would you call that if it's not targeting them? Going and killing them with a flamethrower.
They were cleaning the cobwebs.
They were testing if they were going to work. They thought no one was in the cave.
Yeah, they said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, my bad," and then proceeded to do it 240,000 times, which is again just my mistake. And then they literally fucking dropped not one but 2 nukes. Okay, oh my god.
I mean, famously, Japanese were using Hiroshima as a human shield.
Yeah.
Underneath Hiroshima, you know what they had down there?
Yeah, and technically the first one you could consider like how when Israel does the roof knocking.
Oh,
The first one's like kind of iffy,
which is why they nuked a different place.
But the second one is like, you got warned.
Yeah.
Like you should have just not existed as a Japanese person. Yeah. Anyway, that's really cool stuff from that one chatter.
That have little hope of ever being recognized. The people who are now caught carrying the psychological weight of wondering if these new bases make them a target, or if without them, they will be left without protection.
I mean, this is that article, by the way. Like, he's basically the same principle behind this insane article is the same shit that he's saying.
Yeah.
As reported by the Japanese press, Airman Brennan Washington, age 25, found a teenage girl in the park on the night of December 24th, 2023, convinced her to get into his car, and then drove back to his residence where he raped her. The girl was under the age of 16, which has been the age of consent in Japan since June 2023, when it was raised from 13. Nice, man. That's cool.
What does that fucking have to do with it? Like, he raped her.
Yeah.
War and conflict make these questions unknowable. All we can do is wait.
And do propaganda for Japan.
Meanwhile, the
So
Japanese
the only
military
things
will
we can do right
continue
now.
on its course to build a proper military to protect and defend their country.
Yeah. Documents indicate chemical leaks at U.S. base have polluted Okinawa water supply. This is like a major issue in Hawaii as well. Not shocking, not surprising. But yeah, sorry, is the U.S. like specifically this aggressive, or are all countries like this? I mean, the U.S. is pretty unique.
Well, they just have more capacity.
Yeah.
They can do it in a lot more places, a lot harder.
Yeah. Which boy's the best kisser? They're both equally phenomenal at kissing. They're the best. Yeah.
Focusing on amphibious warfare and hoping
I think
that
Alex
their
is better
efforts will
kisser.
be enough to make
He doesn't
China
have the
or any other
mustache.
enemy think twice about acting any more aggressively than they already have. Hoping that all of this doesn't provoke the very war it is trying to deter.
Oh my God. What a beautiful way to end this video. What a beautiful wrap up of this, dude. That's crazy. Okinawan schools start to announce cautions regarding stationed U.S. soldiers as to run away if you feel any danger this summer holiday. Valid as this is due to 4 assault cases against underage girls in Okinawa by U.S. soldiers.
Holy shit.
4 cases?
Even one assault case that happened a few days ago.
Christ.
Fuck.
They said it like it's like, and they showed the desks like it's like this, like warning when there's an earthquake.
Yeah.
And then the desks like run, drop, roll if you see a US troop.
The industrial rape machine, like it may seem bad, but what if you lost that runway?
Yeah.
What if that
true.
runway
Yeah.
was Chinese?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, no, it's great, man. Well, let's see what the
Yeah,
comments
yeah.
say. If war breaks out, the first ones to die will not be the politicians who decided to go to war. That's a good comment.
Thank you, Call of
True.
Duty 2 loading screen.
Yeah.
I was gonna say not to shit on the Japanese guy. He was cool, but
Wait, what is this? I don't know whether Japan's self-defense forces are strong or weak, but I feel a great sense of security. Thank you for choosing to protect your country as your job.
what's the original?
Japan.
Yeah, it's. Thank you for coming to Japan. There are many Chinese activists on this island. I think the U.S.
Foreign agents.
Oh my
that fucking
God.
folk singer.
Dude, these are
paid by
they're-
Xi Jinping.
Yeah, these are the Trump style, the Japanese hogs. Abroad in Japan, such an incredible episode, man, on an increasingly concerning topic. Oh no, not abroad in
Come on,
Japan,
man.
dude. Don't do this.
I like that guy.
Oh, at times living in Japan makes you feel like a million miles away from many people in the issue, almost like a bubble. Then you remember the country is right on the doorstep of several potential massive, unthinkable conflicts. And this kind of preparation is essential, if only merely as a deterrence. Let's hope a sequel, I Fought with the Japanese Army, is an episode that need not ever materialize. Keep up the great work, Make. This was a brilliant piece of journalism.
They're not picking journalism. Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Like the second it breaks out, they're like extradite Johnny Harris from wherever
Get him
he
out
is.
of here.
He hit those pads so fucking well. We need him.
The Marines are picking Johnny Harass, you know what I mean? Huh? Huh?
I'm a peace obsessed Japanese citizen, and I don't think even the Japanese people know about this. So I'm really grateful. It got me thinking. I feel the level of Japanese TV is
Chat
low.
like that joke.
Thank you.
Oh my god. I'm a resident of Okinawa. Most Okinawans are not aware of the fact that Okinawa is an important area that is targeted even without the bases. I think this is what complicates the base issue. Opponents of the bases say if you have a base, you will be targeted by enemy countries. But the first target of the invasion of Ukraine was a civilian airport on the outskirts of Kyiv, which was not even a base at all. Dude.
So Ukraine didn't have any bases until 2023.
And it's not even that. It's like, dude, how are you comparing Russia invading Ukraine to like a thing that hasn't happened historically? Okay. And the reverse has happened only. And the only time the other thing has happened is when the guys who are building the new base did it to you. Like, what? Dude, the level of cuckoldry under American dominance is so wild. I mean, it makes sense. Everyone's got peasant brain. That's what it is. As a Japanese raised in U.S. soil, now living in Tokyo, I understand the delicate balance surrounding this issue. I very much enjoy watching your existing videos unrelated to Japan. Everyone's a fucking
They
liberal,
love
dude.
it.
Everyone's a liberal. China is learning from Russia, so they will copy Russia's strats. No,
no
you're-
one ever thought of invading a
Yeah.
country before.
Yeah.
It's
China's
going
like-
so well for Russia
Yeah.
as well.
Looking at them like barely beating fucking Ukrainian Jimmy Fallon in a
Yeah.
horrible war of attrition. We should do that.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
Yeah, China.
Let's do trench warfare. Like,
It's even worse. It would be amphibious assault too. Like, so it's just, you know, you're getting fucking murked. It's like D-Day.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, it's crazy. Anyway, Why do you live here in the protection of the USA then? Go live in Iraq if you're not happy.
A place the US invaded. What?
What the fuck?
Don't get bombed by your own country, Hassan.
Yeah, I don't understand, dude. If you don't like America's protection, why don't you go die under American genocide?
This is why I don't stream. I would hate to debate with geniuses.
Yeah, they would own you like this guy did in the intellectual marketplace.
Just him trying to come up with a country that isn't America.
Also, you said fuck Russia. We said fuck Russia. I don't understand. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Oh my God. Ay. This is China was zero cause apocalypse country. Go live in Iraq to get bombed. Also, yeah, we're not even bombing Iraq any longer. Like, for now. For now. If anything, the invasion of Ukraine discouraged China. Dude, like, no. You know what discourages China? Not fucking up the bag. They don't have to do anything. They're literally doing all of the right things across the board, which is just secure trade relationships, build other countries' fucking infrastructures, offer them fucking loans that, like, they even have infinitely more favorable conditions on, and let America collapse on its own weight of its own contradictions. That's it. That's it. That's literally all they need to do. They just like kick back.
I don't even think they necessarily like want America to collapse.
Yeah, I mean that's
that's a trading partner.
Yeah, and also is a massive market that they're selling to. Yeah, that would be damaging, especially if they can't develop Africa fast enough to be the new market that they can sell to. It's like then it's a problem.
Well, they actually do. With all the dog toys, if America just collapsed, be like,
yeah.
All the Mardi Gras beads.
Yeah, what would happen?
They've seen how much I personally have spent on like flight simulation peripherals from China, and they're like, I'm the reason that they're not pulling the trigger. They're like, this guy's so generous. He loves so many different joysticks, and he bought the MFDs. Go Winwig.
It's fair journalism that all the TV stations in Japan thank you. I don't know what that means. Does that mean like the TV stations in Japan are like too anti-base or too pro-base?
I'm
like,
not gonna pretend to. I mean, like, I consider myself an expert in Japan, as most men my age are, but I don't yet have an opinion on which Japanese news. I will develop one. Next time I'm here.
Yeah. Hassan, international relations can always change for the better or worse. China is doing great right now, but it could change in 10 years. And if you're not ready militarily at that point, then you're at a disadvantage.
Is this Johnny Harris?
Yeah. No.
Time can change things.
Yeah. No, thank you, man. You're right. Once again, you know, it has changed. You know, America went from absolutely destroying Japan to then occupying it militarily in that time frame. China has not done that. TV stations in Japan are probably more anti-war. These videos attract Japanese fascists. I don't know if they are.
Yeah, I've never watched, but I'm gonna start.
What?
No.
No.
Land acknowledgement. Lockheed Martin Corporation acknowledges that GMU-12 Paveway 2 Plus laser-guided bomb is produced on the traditional and ancestral.
Fuck off. Fuck off. No. Fuck off. No.
Oh no,
It's a joke.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Okay.
We honor their sacrifice with their innovative and high-precision advanced guidance system, which kinetically engages school posts in Dahyan, Yemen, in a rapturous victory for Western civilization, exterminated 40 godless savages. Okay, dude. I thought it was real for a second.
But it's not out of the range.
It's not that
believable.
crazy.
2020 was like. Do you remember when Gushers was like, we recognize the contribution?
Yeah.
What is Gushers?
Gushers are like
candy.
a fruit chew that have a juicy center.
It's great.
Like
I love it.
Starburst?
They're like the shell is like a Starburst kind of, but more gummy.
Oh, it's only Australia. We love the land acknowledgements. When you came,
Yeah, I was shocked,
It's
bro. You know,
normal
in
for us.
Australia, when they fucking land the plane, they do a land acknowledgement.
They do?
Yeah.
Wow.
They do. It's crazy.
We're so much
Is
more
it
woke.
better or worse than clapping for the pilot?
I like clapping because it makes me feel like you're acknowledging that flying impressive.
No,
and you're like, oh, good work, dude. Like,
the more
thank you.
DCS I played, the more I've like clapped for the pilot.
Yeah. In
Like,
Russia,
I know how hard it
it's
is.
so scary because everyone claps like they're so happy to be alive. Like people stand up and they're like, yes, and you're
Well,
like, fuck.
With like our Russian airline pilots, are they like guys who flew like Su-24s in Afghanistan and have like insane PTSD?
Probably.
Oh man, you got to buy the Aussies some Gushers. Yeah, All right. Well, that's gonna be all for today. We got through some heavy stuff today. We learned a lot, and I'm glad that we're defending Taiwan. Imperial Japan kills civilians, build the infrastructure, and then enslave them with loans. Please hop off communist dick.
No,
I hate communist Japan.
Yeah, no. No, he's talking about
during
the
that
Chinese Belt and Road Initiative.
During that segment, we were incredibly pro-imperial Japan.
Yeah.
Yes, you noticed.
Yeah, no, which is why, no, also, Imperial Japan is the reason why the Okinawa Marines have to rape Japanese children. Is not the argument you want to make, I don't think. Like,
I wouldn't be arguing that it's like a necessary
Yeah.
thing.
you don't understand. Imperial Japan killed civilians. Anyway, that's good. We learned a lot today. Thank you, Johnny Harris. You taught us so much. And thank you to our guests, our wonderful guests. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye, chat.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
New
Peace.
Elman fit.
Oh, God.
See?
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California says Hassan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is.